What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreams, and I'd like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. I'm your gaming and music news source, diving deep into both industries with data-driven analysis to give you a clearer understanding of both cultures. Now, with that being said, before we get into 150, yes, we are at the big 150 as far as the Notorious Mass Effect. At the end of the day, none of this would be possible without y'all's support. And of course, when it comes to another YouTube channel that I've been using, safe to say that has been affecting the masses, pun intended, as when it comes to this specific YouTube channel, I do not really promote this for a specific reason because I wanted it to have a different audience than my main YouTube channel, which is Notorious Mass Effect. But as far as Analytic Dreamz TV, let's just say that y'all have been supporting in a way that's been phenomenal. And of course, I have to clap it up for y'all. So, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, as I'm currently clapping it up because we have surpassed 1 million views on Analytic Dreamz TV. Let me zoom in for the people with bad eyesight, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. This was only possible with y'all. This is only possible because y'all, and I always want to let y'all know that because I'm immensely grateful on any and everybody who takes the time out of their day to check out any of my content on any of the platforms. Alrighty, so with that being said, that is insane. I never promoted this YouTube channel when I first started out, and now as you can see at the top, let me see. Yeah, at the top, July 5th was the exact mark, the exact date that we surpassed 1 million downloads, which is beyond phenomenal. I'm immensely grateful. And of course, when it comes to a life update at every single episode, that is one of them that I just believe is it's just that's my fault. I'm blowing y'all your drums out. Oh, my fault. Paul, say yo.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Anyways, with that being said, okay, back to regular scheduled programmer. Again, I messed that all the way up. Regularly scheduled programmer. I swear I have certain accomplishments in this field. I swear. So that being said, as you can see by the title, I know you see Side 7, aka White Tank Top, aka Kendrick Lamar. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Kendrick Lamar had to be the face of the music sector for the simple fact that not only did he perform Not Like Us, which we're going to get into in a second, but he performed it in Toronto, Ontario.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop, like, what's going on?
And of course, on the right, as you can see right now, the iconic, the legendary Mario is on the cover for the gaming side of the episode, because of course, when it comes to Mario, the Nintendo Switch 2 came out, broke all type of records, and Mario, of course, was at the front of that, as Mario Kart World is doing tremendously as far as analytically speaking, and of course quality wise, as people are liking Mario Kart World. So with that being said, as far as the personal life update, everything as far as my humble abode has been phenomenal, to the point where I'm probably gonna be here for a little bit. Let's just put it like that. Definitely not gonna dox myself, but you know, I'm definitely enjoying the area and everything that I've been doing as far as cultivating my own studio at this point. At this point, I have like a whole studio. Like I have this background. I was like, maybe I should just let them see it. You know what I'm saying? Just let them see the surroundings of the room. But you know, that may be a Patreon tier, which, you know, granted, you know, I am working on a couple stuff for subscription members, as when it comes to specifically the Analytic Dreamz video platform on Spotify, and then when it comes to the Red Circle side, both of them are offering subscription tiers. So with that being said, I think I may start putting vlogs personally on those subscription tiers. But comment if you would like that, what you would want to see, and essentially speaking, I think that's the way to give exclusive content that's still top tier for people who like gaming and music, and also, you know, give you the value for your dollars. So with that being said, that's the personal life update. Things are going well, can't complain. So let's transition into analytical interactions, because of course, when it comes to y'all's support, I take note, and I'm like Santa Claus. I check the list and I check it twice. So of course, with that corniness out of the way, let's get into the first one. As this is from Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. It's first time I ever had this, the analytic interactions, and essentially speaking, I would just, well, let me just play my music. I don't know why I turned that off. Let me pull that back. All right. So anyways, as you can see right here, let's just say this is in a language that I do not understand. But ladies and gentlemen, look no further as Grok, which is my AI that I use. I use a lot of AIs, Perplexity, Chatbot, but more specifically Grok, I use to comment back and forth with this particular person. As when it came to the conversation, let me see if I can find it. I don't know if it's on this one, maybe on another one. Let me see, maybe on my other account. Okay, I know I used Grok when I pulled this up, I believe. So going through our conversation, I want to let you know what I said specifically back to him. I know in general, but I don't want to just guess. You know what I'm saying? I can't be doing all that. But if I can't find it, I'm just gonna be like, forget it. Okay, I can't find it. So overall, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this, right? Y'all seeing that hand right now. This is how you use AI specifically. And as far as this conversation, it basically is showcase, translate this convo to English. It basically just showcase how the podcast is worldwide. Now, granted, I don't know how in the world they're listening to this if you know, like I just, you know, I guess subtitles, translation, transcription. Like at the end of the day, I don't know how they listen to this, but you know, a lot of my audience is also from Mexico. So somehow, if they don't speak the language, they still understand and engage with the platform. Because when I go to my analytics, every time I look at the countries, I'm like, wow, Mexico really has 30% of my audience right now. Like, ain't that insane? To the point where I'm like, I have to learn Spanish at some point. But anyways, without wasting any more time, let's get into the this conversation right here. And I do have the translation. So when it comes to the translation, the first text right here. Hold up, can I draw? There we go. Get the red color. There we go. First one. There we go. Number one. Y'all like that? He basically said, I hope there will be a second film, and that as I think he will come back to life somehow, and then Rumi and him will kiss again. Well, spoiler alert, my fault. If you ain't seen this, well, I guess you don't even know what it's from. This is from the K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack. So on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, this person commented on my reaction to the soundtrack, right? Because I watched the whole trailer and basically broke down how successful the soundtrack is doing, which is doing phenomenal, by the way. We're going to get to that in a second. But K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack is doing phenomenal on the charts. I think it's like currently the third most played project in the world. So when it comes to K-pop Demon Hunters, they currently have the third most played project in the world with the K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack. So I had a reaction to the trailer, covered the song, and at the end of the day, I basically covered the golden single as well. So that's what he said in response to that. And basically I came back and said in his language, because you know I try to be respectful to the people who take the time out to engage with my content. I said it would definitely be a continuation of the soundtracks. Thank you for watching. And then I also said, where are you from? Question mark. That's number 2. Hold up. There we go. Number 2. Y'all like my drawing? And then he came back and said, number 3. He came back and said, it would definitely be a continuation. No, my fault. He said, by the way, comma, I really like the film too. And sorry that I got carried away somehow. I don't even know how he got carried away, but that's what the translation reads. Number 4, I responded and said, thanks for watching. Subscribe for more info about the film. Even shameless plugging in other language. I mean, come on now.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
So with that being said, I said, thanks for watching, ! Subscribe for more info about the film. And then I said the soundtrack deserves a Grammy. And then guess what number 5 is right here? He basically came back and said, I've already subscribed. And thank you! Exclamation point. Man, this is, well, actually he said okay. But you know, basically, that's what he was saying. So he said he already subscribed, which, you know, is a W for the podcast. You know what I'm saying? We are affecting the masses worldwide. So that's one of the analytical interactions I wanted to show. That was from Analytic Dreamz video podcast, specifically on Spotify. And then, of course, we come over to Elden Ring. And this, my friend, showcases how I have gamers and music enthusiasts in the podcast. As on the Instagram platform, Brock OG basically was responding to my clip about teaming up in Elden Ring and how you should probably not play solo. So these people were responding to that. And Brock basically said, beat the whole game and all the remembrances with randoms. Skill issue.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Brock was looking at this clip and he was like, what is going on? I'm a real gamer. So he basically wanted to comment that. And of course, somebody else said, somebody else said, Loose Change said, same, mainly played the whole game and completed it by myself. It's definitely a skill issue. He's letting y'all know that if you out in Nightreign dying time and time again with randoms, you may be garbage. You may have that revelation to yourself. I just may be garbage at Elden Ring Nightreign. Sad day in history. So with that being said, I basically responded and said, that's tough. Fire emoji. What did you like most about Nightreign? And they basically responded with, I like the different, Loose Change responded and said, I like the different classes and builds you can run. The overall aesthetic of the game, Elden Ring roguelite, is fire. So basically saying he likes this iteration of Elden Ring. He thinks they hit it out of the park. And of course, RDC, I was watching them play the game and they've been having a blast. Like, they have 2 different teams with all different perspectives, and they've been playing the game and enjoying it to the point where I think there was like losing subscribers on Twitch, and they still was playing the game. And literally after they finished it, they was like, we don't care that y'all didn't want to watch it. We enjoyed the game. So that's how you know somebody really enjoys the game, when they put enjoyment over monetization. Because they could have been like, people don't like watching it, let's just cut it short. They kept playing the game. So there you have it. And then of course, can't forget Yoga down here. He said the solo mode is actually easier. He says it's actually easier than playing with randoms. The bosses have way less health and it's easier to fight the boss when it's only you.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Yoga was looking at the state of gaming and he said to himself, it's actually easier to play Elden Ring Nightreign solo. So who's going to test that theory? Not me. So anyways, I'm not playing this game solo. With that being said, if I do end up playing this game, it's either going to be with my guy, Little Uchi, and my cousin. He doesn't have a stage name yet. Well, pause on stage name.
You guys.
But, you know, he doesn't have like an actual like content creator name. But, you know, as far as my cousin and Lil Uchi, those would be the people I play this with. And I'm pretty sure they'll be down. But I don't know. With that being said, that's part of my analytical reactions on Instagram. Now let's transition to TikTok. And we have the one and only Mr. Baby Oil himself. And best believe these people had a lot to say. So as far as my coverage in this clip, I was talking about how Sean Diddy Combs essentially bought his freedom. And you know what I mean? Hey, you gotta keep it A more than 92, even if they have the ability to blow up your vehicle with no repercussions. So with that being said, I talked about how Sean Diddy Combs spent like over 10 to 15 million. Literally, it said that right there. It's funny. But anyways, the comment section was responding to this, basically saying it can't be, well, okay, so it's a lot of broken English, so I'm just going to fill in the blank. It can't be tricking if you got it, comma. Lucky he had money. They can bring false charges to anyone. And that was from Love 2020. Somebody just randomly commented Trump, so that should let you know the mental capacity of humans in 2025. So he just randomly commented Trump. I don't know what he had to do with it. But this person I responded to, Major said government spent 40 to 50 million. And I said, crazy how much money was spent in totality. And he basically responded saying it's all a show. I was watching that baby oil and I was saying, man, I want me something. No, I'll just play. He didn't say that. He basically says, all the show, comma, I was watching the case and I can't tell you how much, well, I think he meant how many times baby oil was mentioned like it's a drug. And I ain't gonna lie to you, there's a certain clip I was using on my podcast and I was just thinking to myself, Dr. Umar needs to bring back the whip segments because this is insane behavior from our people. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, I was never more ashamed of our people than this right here. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. This is sad day in history. She's literally saying, I want some baby oil. And I'm gonna cut that off because, ladies and gentlemen, I can't take too much of that. Like, just watching our people act out like that, that's just a sad day in history. Like, sometimes I feel like Dr. Umar, when he said bring out, hold on, let me play it again just in case y'all missed that segment. Just type in Diddy Analytic Dreamz with, well, you see it right there. Well, no, hold up. You see it right here. Just type that in, Sean Diddy Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and it should pop up. But Dr. Umar was on to something when he said this right here.
Richard Jefferson, I sentence you to 500 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man.
Yep. I was looking at them people
Stephen A. Smith
spreading that baby oil
to 4,000 lashes for conduct.
And I was thinking to myself, who got the whip? That's what I was thinking to myself the whole time. I don't even care if it's politically correct. They out there spreading baby oil, and ultimately, I was just thinking to myself,
Chris Broussard, Rob Parker, I sentence you both to 2,500 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man.
So I was very ashamed of my people on that very day. And, you know, it's just a sad day in history. So, yeah, man, it's just insane. The main thing I will say about that, because, you know, just to highlight a little bit, because I don't think I dived into this on the Diddy segment. Essentially, the baby oil was made into such a big deal because people were basically saying that it was infused with drugs, which ended up not being any type of argument by the prosecutors to make me believe that they basically picked up the baby oil just for PR perception. Because what the claims were saying, as far as the conspiracy theorists out there, right, the tinfoil hat people, they were saying that the baby oil was infused with some type of drug. Whole time, it was never even talked about like that. It was just like, oh, we use baby oil to make ourselves shiny. That's literally it. So that was a dud, and that's probably led into why Sean Diddy Combs ended up being founded not guilty in a lot of the major charges. So anyways, this is the comment section to that. With that being said, let's move on to the next analytical interaction as YouTube. Shout out to YouTube for making this segment. Analytic Interactions has now involved YouTube as my Death Stranding review. As you can see right here, look at me in all ugliness. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Can y'all see that? Yeah, I can see that. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, who's this man think he is wearing a headband with his logo on it? Anyways, let's get back into this. These people were commenting on my Death Stranding 2 sales and review roundup, and somebody said Kojima makes art every time. Another person said this video is well put together. Keep it up. And you know what? It just dawned on me that I did not respond to this. Let me like that and say thank you, because I'm always appreciative. Thank you. Let me see. Exclamation point. Sent. I feel like that one segment when they be like, so and so replies to the comment section. Anyways, somebody else said great video. I love the RDC skits. I wonder when I put the male RDC skit in here somewhere, like the UPS one, because I was talking about their sales being through the roof. I was like, every person who's a UPS worker is gonna start acting like this. Do I have it here? Hold up, where's that? Hey, what's that? I can't find him. I can't find it in my own video. It's somewhere in here. I swear it's somewhere in here. Let me see. It should be somewhere in here. Okay, hold up. Man don't know the timestamps to his own video. Ain't that about a Michael Jackson? All right, here we go. It's right here. So as you can see,
this some shit you ain't heard of, bro. Chill out, bro.
Look, I'm not gonna lie to you. Looking at these reviews, oh, let me see if I can pull this up again. This is how every Death Stranding player is gonna be acting because of this game getting phenomenal reviews. Like, hold on, let me see if I can. Here we go. Yes, that man's spitting, ain't he? All right, this is how every Death Stranding player is gonna be acting because of these perfect reviews out right now.
Where's your truck at?
My truck?
Your UPS truck.
Oh, man, I let that little shit alone. I went and got me a Lambo real quick, fresh out the lot. I drove it straight over here. I almost forgot your boxes, for real.
Oh, that's the GOAT, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Anyways, so yeah, these are the responses to my video. Somebody at the bottom, Jeremy, he basically said the combat does not look fun, but maybe it's just me. Because if you don't know, another shameless plug, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, as I do have a whole gameplay up of me trying out Death Stranding. So if you want to see that, just know that is on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. And part 1 and 2 is all the way up. As I almost clicked out of that. What in the world? That would not. Hopefully, yeah. That I would have took away my whole recording. Anyways, what was I saying? That threw me all the way off. My fault. L-Tech guy. So yeah, my gameplay walkthrough of Death Stranding is up right now. If you go on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, if you just type in Death Stranding, Analytic Dreamz, it should pop up. So with that being said, that's basically some of the people's responses to my concise video of the sales and review breakdown. But that's it for analytical interactions. Now, let's get into what y'all all come here for as far as the gaming and music breakdown, as we have to dive into what's affecting the masses on the gaming and the music side. So when it comes to gaming specifically, well, that's not even how it works. We start with music first. I'm throwing myself off. All right, so let's start with music first, and let me take this away. Okay, so doing these edits on the fly, don't you love it? All right, so let's get into the top 5. Actually, should we do top 10? Is Drake in there? Drake's not in the top 10. Yeah, we're just gonna do top 5. Forget it. Try to get the GOAT in there, but he unfortunately did not make this list for 2025. I mean, not 2025, for July 2025. So anyways, as you can see right here, I'm doing a better job in showcasing the visuals while I talk about it. So Morgan Wallen, just to kill the suspense, that man is putting. You ever see, well, you just saw the Dr. Umar Lashes video. I mean, you know Morgan Wallen got caught in 4K saying the N-word, so he was probably watching that Dr. Umar video like, I don't know why I relate to this. Anyways, so all jokes aside, Morgan Wallen had the #1 most popular project in the world. Lorde had the 2nd most popular project in the world with Virgin. K-pop Demon Hunters soundtrack, the one we just talked about earlier as far as analytic interaction segment, it has the 3rd most popular project in the world. Cat's Eye with Beautiful Chaos has the 4th most popular project in the world. And Karol G has the 5th most popular project in the world with Tropico Quetta. And of course, you're probably thinking to yourself, there's 6 projects listed out and you only read off 5. I literally included the 6th one just to showcase how much BTA Morgan Wallen is putting on the music industry. This man has not 1, but 2 albums in the top 6. Insane work from Morgan Wallen, completely mutilating the analytic interactions as far as in the music industry. So with that being said, he's just one of the more pivotal music artists in 2025 and definitely the MVP for 2025. As with 7 months in, I don't see nobody catching up. This is like, hold up. The month is July 6th. It's July 7th, right? So the month is July, specifically is July 7th as of me recording this. Morgan Wallen put out this album May 16th of this year, and it's still #1, selling over 100,000 every single week. And the second closest is Lorde with her album Version that sold 67,000 first week. Keep in mind, sales go down as the weeks progress. And the first week sales of the second closest album isn't even cracking 100,000. I'm very much putting in perspective how much BTA Morgan Wallen is putting on the music industry. So to recap, number 5, we have Karol G with Tropical Quetta as far as the 5th most played album in the world. Cat's Eye with Beautiful Chaos as far as the 4th most popular project in the world. K-pop Demon Hunters with this soundtrack being the third most popular project in the world, Lord with Virgin being the second most popular project in the world, and of course, Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem, the most played album, and probably will be the most played album of this year, specifically of 2025. Morgan Wallen is doing what Taylor Swift did as far as in 2024, just a complete obliteration of the competition. Y'all may say I'm doing tricks on it, pause.
You guys.
But at the end of the day, I'm just keeping it 8 more than 92 and showing the objective 8 analytics. And with that being said, my Cat's Eye review, I forgot to even comment on this. It's right here. A lot of people was enjoying my coverage of this, which I thought was insane. But then I listened back to it. I forgot, because I listened back to myself. You know, gotta study film like Hoopers be watching film. You know what I'm saying? So I listened back to myself, and essentially, my coverage of Cat's Eye is basically calling them industry plan, so I can see how it's blowing up. You know, people love that negativity, but I honestly believe Cat's Eye is one of the few artists, because I cover the entire music industry. I'm very hesitant on calling people an industry plant. I believe Cat's Eye is an industry plant. I mean, if you go to the discography, they just started last year, and they already have the 4th most played project in the world. Okay, I mean, because the music industry works like that. We're not talking about a single that could blow up from any time in your career. We're talking about an album being the 4th most played album in the world. Yeah, they started making music in 2024. Man, if y'all don't get out of here, complete industry plant. But anyways, my coverage of that is going viral. So shout out to y'all on podcasts. Well, not podcast. Shout out to y'all who's listening to the video version of the podcast for commenting and stuff. Because yeah, y'all seem to enjoy it. So anyways, that being said, hopefully I'm not losing my voice. I don't think it's been 4 hours yet. So anyways, going from projects to singles. And for singles, we're probably gonna get to, let's just do 10 for the singles. So let me see. Actually, let's not do that. Let's do this one. All right, let's do top 10 for the singles. And the reason I wanted to do top 10 is because, I mean, 1, the singles. 2, you see who's at the bottom of that list. Cardi B seemingly is having a hit with her track Outside, as it is the 10th most played track in the world, as it's her single for an upcoming album. If you want to see my hear my coverage of that specifically, just type in Cardi B Analytic Dreamz with a Z and it should pop up. I basically talked about how Outside is her single for the upcoming album Am I the Drama that's set to be released September 19th of this year. So that being said, it seemed like a lot of people don't care about Cardi B's, well, maybe it's just my coverage of Cardi B, but they definitely love my coverage of Offset and Cardi B's back and forth, which should show you, once again, people just are enamored by negativity. And I'm just really into music and gaming, so I rarely talk about that type of stuff. But since Cardi B and Offset is one of the biggest power couples we've ever seen in hip-hop, I had to cover it. But anyways, Outside's the 10th most played track in the world. Lose Control by Teddy Swims is the 9th most played track in the world. Die With a Smile by Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars is the 8th most played track in the world. A Bar Song by Shabuzi is the 7th most played track in the world. Kendrick Lamar and SZA, Luther, is the 6th most played track in the world. Very phenomenal accomplishment for SZA and Side 7. I'm the Problem by Morgan Wallen is the 5th most played track in the world. Just In Case is the 4th most played track in the world. Sabrina Carpenter always carves her way into the charts, as Manchild is set to be the third, well, is, objectively speaking, currently the 3rd most played track in the world. What I Want by Morgan Wallen featuring Tate McRae is the 2nd most played track in the world, and of course taking a crown as the most played track out of any other track on planet Earth currently is Alex Warren with his track Ordinary. That impressively has held that position for the past 20 weeks. 20 weeks, and it hasn't dipped below the most played track in the world. Safe to say, this is a bona fide classic, instant classic, as far as engagement. Now, when it comes to longevity, that goes to Teddy Swims and his track Lose Control. That's been on the charts for about 97 weeks. Very impressive. But then you have Shabuzi, also impressive, as A Bar Song is still in the top 7. It hasn't dipped below that, as you can see right here. The last week, can I put an arrow to that? Y'all see that arrow? Y'all like the arrow right there? As you see right there, last week, and you go all the way down, you can see that it's been holding its 7th position, as it's been 63 weeks, hasn't dipped below 7. But with that being said, recapping the tracks as far as the top 10 music tracks impacting the masses, we have Outside being at number 10, Lose Control by Teddy Swims at number 9, Die With A Smile by Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars at number 8. Shout out to them. That's also a bona fide hit, been on the charts about 45 weeks. A Bar Song by Shabuzi is number 7. Luther by SZA and Size 7 is number 6. I'm the Problem by Morgan Wallen is number 5. Just In Case by Morgan Wallen is number 4. Manchild by Sabrina Carpenter is number 3. Getting into the top 2. At number 2, we have What I Want by Morgan Wallen featuring Tate McRae. And then, of course, ultimately, the most played track on planet Earth currently is Ordinary by Alex Warren. Now, those are the tracks, those are the projects that are notoriously affecting the masses. Now, let's switch gears and get into gaming. As when it comes to the top 15 most played games on Steam, we have Naraka Bladepoint, which, you know, shameless plug. I definitely covered that as far as, when did I cover that? June 30th of this year. So I dived into the sales and review roundups of that particular game, because I don't think it's a new game. Let me see. Is it a new game? Naraka Bladepoint release date. So June 23rd, 2022. Yeah, you thought I was going to say 2025. No, it came out in 2022. Still the 15th most played game on Steam. And then you have Source. I'm not going to count that. War Thunder at number 13. As far as the most played game in the world, you have Power World at number 12. Grand Theft Auto 5 Legacy at number 11. And this is essentially, let me just write this down. It's my first time drawing on this. I ain't gonna lie to you. Does it look like it? It definitely looks like it, huh? Y'all like this? Y'all gonna take a picture of this while I'm done? I did Apex Legends at number 10. Stardew Valley at number 9. Wallpaper, you can't add that one. I mean, that's a classic. Come on now. Rust at number 7. Banana at number 6. Oh my goodness, that 6 looks crazy. Delta Force at number 5. The only reason I'm doing this, because I know y'all gonna get some comedic factor out of me just completely messing up these numbers. Bongo Cat at number 4. PUBG Battlegrounds at number 3. Dota 2 at number 1, and of course, unequivocally, the most popular game in the past, I'm gonna say at this point, 3 years, because I've never really seen Counter-Strike 2 ever get dethroned as far as the most played game on Steam. I mean, look at this player count. That's insane. A concurrent player count of over 800,000, almost 900,000. A 24-hour peak of 1 million, 1.4 million to be exact. The second closest, as you can see right here, is 634,000 by Dota 2. And that's the 24-hour peak. Counter-Strike 2 unequivocally is the most popular game on Steam. And as you can see by the numbers, it's not even close. So going back over the top 15 on Steam specifically, you have Naraka Bladepoint at 15. You have Source, we're not counting that one. War Thunder at 13. Power World at number 12. Grand Theft Auto 5 at number 11. Apex Legends at number 10. Stardew Valley at number 9. Wallpaper Engine, shout out to them, but we can't count that. Rust at number 7. Banana at number 6. Delta Force at number 5. Bongo Cat at number 4. PUBG Battlegrounds at number 3. Dota 2 at number 2. And then, of course, Counter-Strike 2 as the most played game on planet Earth when it comes specifically to Steam. And I think I've covered all these games except for War Thunder. I've not covered War Thunder, but everything else, and Stardew Valley. Let me see. Stardew, yeah, okay. I haven't covered Stardew Valley. So everything else on this list I've covered except for War Thunder and Stardew Valley. So with that being said, take a screenshot, enjoy the horrendous handwriting, and there we go. Now, Nintendo. we have to switch gears and get to Nintendo, switching it up a little bit, because I'm just going to get this out the way. We just going to talk about the top 3. I ain't going to lie to you. I just want to show y'all how Mario Kart World is just putting BT on everybody right now. Mario Kart World right here is just showcasing how Mario is unequivocally one of the greatest. What in the world just happened? Oh, I pressed that button on my phone. Did I stop? Okay, I think I'm trying to be a W Tech guy. All right. Mario Kart World is just unequivocally showing us how great of a IP he is, as Mario Kart World has this week alone 1.1 million in sales, and of course the closest as far as second is 102,000. And then you have Tamagotchi's Bubble Wrap, which is number 2, and Death Stranding 2. That's for the PS5, so that's a little different. But so as far as Switch specifically, because this ranking keeps the Nintendo Switch sales accounted, which is why it's the only chart that I go to for Nintendo sales. So Mario Kart World is number 1. Tamagotchi Bubble Wrap is at number 2, as you can see right here. I'm gonna take it away because it had like ads in the middle. I didn't want ads in there. Tamagotchi is at number 5 again, and then you have, let me see if I can pull this up. And then you have 2 Heart, which is, I don't even know what in the world is that. Let me see. There we go. You have 2 Heart at number 5, Castlevania Anniversary Collection number 6, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Nintendo Switch 2 Edition at number 7, which is insane. It should showcase how great of a IP Mario is, because here Mario is again at number 8 with, pun intended, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Minecraft at number 9, and then Fantasy Life 1, the Dragon of, what in the world? Garage? What is that? And the Girl Who Wanders Through Time. So as you can see, this is the top. This is 4 through 10 right here. Let me see if I can get this centered. This is 4 through 10, and then of course, when it comes to Mario putting BTA, like Morgan Wallen's putting BTA on the music industry, Morgan Wallen and Mario, they're just ultimately showcasing that it's just different. It's just different. I mean, that number's in this number right here. This number's insane. This is insanity right here. 1.1 in 1 week. BTA, the second closest, 100,000 essentially. So yeah, shout out to Mario Kart World for putting BTA on the entire Nintendo ecosystem. And with that being said, let's switch gears and get into Xbox. As when it comes into Xbox, right? Leave some space for me to draw my numbers again. When it comes to Xbox, the top 6, 1 through 6 on Xbox, we have, and this is surprising because I'm like, what's so special about this game? I'm not trying to hate you. I just don't know what's so special about this game. But at number 1, we're just gonna start off, kill the suspense. Number 1, Tell Me Why, chapter 1 through 3. I don't know why in the world this is going insane, but somebody likes this game. So this is the most played game on Xbox currently. Oh my goodness, that's not a 2. What is that? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep this because I know y'all laughing right now. This is insanity. Number 2, we have Minecraft Java and Bedrock Edition for PC. Number 3, we have Minecraft again. Now this is the deluxe edition. I don't know what I think. Now Minecraft's a huge IP. The movie is doing phenomenal. Shout out to Jack Black, even though people, as far as the review scores, are saying it's nothing special. But I guess the Minecraft people are just popping out. Reminds me of how Mario in this movie was doing phenomenal on the charts, but quality wise, a lot of people were saying it was nothing special. Me and myself personally, as a gaming connoisseur, I'm a little biased. I enjoy the music. I enjoyed the movie. I think from a quality standpoint, the graphics was on point. I think the story was on point. I don't think it was too, like, I don't know what people were wanting as far as a Mario movie that I think it didn't do. Like, I think it did a lot correctly. So I don't know. I think the same is for Minecraft. A lot of people are saying the quality isn't gonna blow you out of the water, but as far as the sales, Minecraft did phenomenal in the box office. Not Minecraft. Mortal Kombat 11. What in the world? What happened to this? Is it because it's on sale? It's only $10. So, but currently, I don't know what NetherRealm is doing over there, but maybe that documentary helped out for some people, as Mortal Kombat 11 is the 4th most played game in the world right now. And then, of course, the game I've been playing, shameless plug, Death Stranding 2. Well, this is the Death Stranding Director's Cut. Interesting. So it's not Death Stranding 2, I don't think. So Death Stranding Director's Cut is the 5th most played game on Xbox right now. Who's Your Daddy? What in the world? Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Who's Your Daddy is the 6th most played game on Xbox. So as you see, this is 1 through 6 right here. Now we're going to get into 7 through 10 as, let me see. This is an interesting list for Xbox. I ain't gonna lie to you. This should show you a lot of people on the Game Pass. Like I keep saying, the Game Pass, because I don't think this accounts for the Game Pass. The Game Pass has the greatest value. I'm gonna keep beating this into y'all's head. Pause until y'all understand. Game Pass is the greatest value for a gamer if you're on a budget. Game Pass will give you all the AAA games day one and then some for like a subscription price of like $20 a month. Insanity. Insane the way that it gives you your bang for your buck. But anyways, I just finished playing Doom on it, play Expedition 33. I didn't even get to South of Midnight, but you know, those are 3 games right there that would have cost you what? 140, and then I can't do math, so 150, 160, 70, 80, 90, 210 in total, and you could have played it in 1 month for 20, or the next month for 40, and the next month for 60. Still didn't reach the 210. So Game Pass is just one of the greatest bangs for your buck I could ever imagine as a gamer. So anyways, I don't think this is taking the Game Pass into consideration. Mortal Shell Enhanced Edition comes in at number 7 as far as the top paid games on Xbox. Forza 5 comes in at number 8. Y'all like that 8? I'm gonna keep it there. Gotham Knights at number 9, and of course Subnautica at number 10. So of course, when it comes to 1 through 10, I think I may have to start doing let me see. I think I may have to start doing this in order as far as, no, I mean, I think I may have to start doing the Xbox Game Pass. Sorry. I got an email, and that was whenever I get important emails, it always throws me off. As far as the Game Pass specifically, I do have the Xbox app. I could look at the top page. Let me see. So looking at the Game Pass specifically, we may just have to start looking at that. 'Cause I do believe a lot of people play the Game Pass more than they actually buy games now. I think people are coming around to like what's hot on the Game Pass. So anyways, that being said, if you was interested to see what the Game Pass is looking like as far as the top games on there, here's the top games on Game Pass currently. You have why is it looking like that? Let's see. I had to center that right quick. All right. You have Doom: The Dark Ages, Call of Duty World War II, Power World. What in the world? Aren't they getting sued by Nintendo? Anyways, Warcraft 3 Reforged, Diablo 4, Mecha, League of Legends, and Minecraft the preview. Okay, so if you want to play the preview, I mean, so these are the games that are trending on Game Pass right now. I guess it's hard to know like what's the top paid because, you know, it's a subscription model, but as far as what the trending is for Game Pass, there you have it. So we're going to start doing Game Pass. I think that's very interesting to let the people know as far as what's affecting the masses on the Game Pass. That I think is the best system for gamers currently on a budget, and not even just a budget, just the best system in totality, in my opinion. But anyways, let's get into 1 through 6 on PlayStation. Actually, hold on, we got to build the suspense for this one because yeah, we have a new number 1 on PlayStation, so we got to build the suspense on that one. So 10 through 5 right here. 10 through 5 on PlayStation specifically. Of course, at number 10, see what happens when you give the black man some credit. You know what I'm saying? On Juneteenth, they put Blade out of his slumber. As if you didn't see, let me see. Y'all gonna think I'm making it up. Blade Juneteenth. So right here, I just want y'all to look at the date. And I just want, oh my goodness, it's the wrong one. Shout out to Discussion Films, but I was trying to pull up the specific tweet. Anyway, I'm just gonna pull this over. All right. So I know y'all see the date. If you don't see the date, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. This is June 19th, ladies and gentlemen. That is a very specific date for Black people as far as independence, as far as the actual acknowledgement and the abolishment of slavery. So when it comes to a lot of states, you know, they were not trying to let us free. Juneteenth marks a very significant date. And to get the actual definition, it commemorates the end of slavery in the United States, specifically marking the day in 1865. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm 25, so I looked up that year. When enslaved people in Galveston, Texas were informed of their freedom. Over 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the term blends June and the 19th. Who would have thunk? Anyways, it symbolizes liberation, resilience, and the ongoing fight for equality. Celebrated with community events, cultural reflection, and education about African American history. In 2021, it became a U.S. federal holiday. My fault. Since I'm Black, I had to give my authentic claps for that. So anyways, June 19, 2025, NetEase was not slick, as this was the actual day that Blade, as you can see right here, was let free. And as you can see in the replies, the first one expeditiously was like on Juneteenth. The developers knew what they was doing. So anyways, now that the Black man has been set free, the sales are back. So they come in at the 10th most played game on PlayStation. EA Sports FC 25 is coming in at number 9. And if you was wondering the significance of that, Marvel Rivals is getting Blade the second half of season 3, I believe. I think it's season 3. But anyways, Blade is coming back to Marvel as far as a playable character, because at first they've been teasing him for quite some time. Now he's actually going to be a playable character, so people are probably getting more acclimated with season 3, because that's like the actual definitive reset of your ranking. So now you get to be like, oh, how good am I actually against like a larger pool than bronze. Anyways, EA Sports FC came in at number 9 as far as the most played game on PlayStation. Grand Theft Auto 5 came in at number 8. Death Stranding 2 on the Beach came in at number 7. MLB The Show came in at number 6. Roblox came in at number 5. So as far as 10 through 5, as far as the most played on PlayStation, we have Marvel Rivals at number 10, EA Sports FC 25 at number 9, Grand Theft Auto 5 at number 8, Death Stranding 2 at number 7, MLB The Show at number 6, and Roblox at number 5. And once again, shameless plug, I do have an actual gameplay to this right here. Don't you like my arrows? Death Stranding 2 Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and my gameplay should pop up on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. So that being said, definitely check that out when you have time. Let's get into 1 through 5 as the number 1 game in the world on PlayStation is going to be very surprising, and I mean surprising to absolutely nobody. But I had to build the suspense. You know what I'm saying? I had to build the suspense. So as you can see, we're going to go from number 1 to number 5 because we already talked about Roblox. Number 1, EA Sports College Football 26. When I tell y'all ball and gun games run the world when it comes to gamers, I saw a quote somewhere. They said gamers is the only profession, the only entertainment field where you have to convince the people in it to do what they claim they love. And that was the ultimate bar as far as the gaming society.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Gamers are the only people you got to convince to do their hobby. And once I heard that quote, I was thinking to myself, that man just enlightened a whole bunch of people, because that's exactly right. As ball and gun games are going to forever be at the top. And number 2, 2K25 is the second most played game on PlayStation. Fortnite is never leaving the top 3. It's the 3rd most played game on PlayStation. Fortnite is never leaving at all, like in the history of gaming. It's the 4th most played game on PlayStation, and of course, Roblox, we already got into that, is the 5th most played game. So to reiterate 1 through 4, because I already went through 10 through 5. 1 through 4 on PlayStation, we have Call of Duty at number 4, Fortnite at number 3, NBA 2K25 at number 2, EA Sports College Football at number 26. And not even the regular version, the deluxe edition, which is a whopping $90. Hold on, let me zoom in so y'all can see that. This is how people acting out here for ball and gun games. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like at the end of the day, $100 for a game where they're just reskins and updating the roster.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think that myself, like, what is going on, man? What is going on? But anyways, let's transition into mobile. As when it comes to mobile gaming, it is a huge sector of the gaming community, which is why I started to put huge respect on their name. As when it comes to my coverage of mobile games, I've been doing better, I've been improving, and I think I've been putting a lot of respect on their name, as this list as far as the top mobile games currently is showcasing how I've been putting respect on their name, as I've covered a lot of these, all of these except for, actually I've covered every single game on this list. So anyways, starting at number 10. Oh, this is number 10? No, let me see, I can't count. 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, start at number 7. 7 through 1, because that's all the top list. That's this list they showed me. Starting at number 7, we have Squad Busters. Remember, all of these I've already covered. Just type in these specific names, Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and it should pop up. Roblox comes in at number 8. Warhammer 40,000 Tacticians comes at number 7. Mobile Legends Bang Bang comes at number 6. Crystal of Atlan comes at number 5, which currently is on this episode. I'm looking at my whiteboard. I have a whiteboard now, just in case, just a random fun fact. Crystal of Atlan is, yeah, it's on here. Okay, yeah, it's okay, I haven't went over the whole thing of like what I'm covering on episode 150, but yeah, I just had to make sure. Crystal of Atlan is going on this episode, so you'll be able to watch my deep dive into Crystal of Atlan later into the episode. Then you have Pokemon Go at what in the world? 7 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 7. Yo, how did this happen? Y'all see this? How did this happen? We just gonna act like that ain't happened at all. My fault. That's my fault. I feel like a teacher right now, man. Just erase all that. Ain't no way I started at 7 and started counting down from 8. That's different levels right there. All right, anyways. Squad Busters, we just gonna start again. And I'm not cutting that out. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that. Squad Busters at number 7. Roblox at number 6. Warhammer 40,000 Tacticians at number 4. Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Nah, I think I messed up again. Squad Busters at 7. Roblox at 6. Warhammer 40,000 at 5. Mobile Legends Bang Bang at 4. Y'all probably like, get it together. Best believe me. I don't know what was going on right there. Crystal of Atlan at number 3, of course. And then Pokemon Go at number 2. And then Marvel Contest of Champions currently being the most played game in the mobile industry. And as you can see right there, they're celebrating 10 years. So shout out to them for longevity and still being able to top the charts as far as the most played mobile game in the world. So going over the list from 7 to 1, not 8 to 1 to 7 to, you know what I'm saying? Just messed it up entirely. Going from 7 to 1, Squad Busters, Roblox, Warhammer, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, Crystal of Atlan, Pokemon Go, and of course at number 1, Marvel Contest of Champions.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So that is currently the state of gaming and the state of music as far as what is notoriously affecting the masses. But with that being said, for Notorious Mass Effect episode 150, which is of course size 7, white tank top, my fault, Kendrick, how I keep forgetting his name, Kendrick, and putting immense respect on his name, all jokes aside, as he pulled off something I didn't even think was possible, performing that pedophile anthem in his hometown. and he did it twice, back-to-back nights.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Sad day in history. So with that being said, we're covering a lot of other things in this episode, as we're going to get into Pusha T, and we're going to get into his album rollout as far as him going at Travis Scott and the ultimate diss he sent towards Travis Scott's way. And then he ultimately got Drake involved, as he talked about Kendrick's verse being taken off, and people just assumed it was because of Drake. And then he later clarified it after all the clout, right? He later clarified that the verse was taken off because of a Trump line. So he already knew the specifics of why it got taken off. He just said at first, in a general statement in a GQ magazine interview, he was basically saying, oh, the Kendrick verse got taken off in the time when, like, he knew what he was doing. He later clarified it was because of the Trump line. Anyways, Lizzo, we covered her and her mixtape, album, whatever you want to call it, project, essentially having her rap time and time again over every single phenomenal beat. I really like the project, and I think y'all are gonna enjoy my deep dive into Lizzo's project. And then we got into, as far as some industry news, we talked about how the Switch is out here outselling every single console as far as one of the hottest first weeks for a console in gaming history, as the Nintendo Switch 2 set all type of records, and we dive into every single one in that segment. Then I talk about the huge threat or advantage of AI generated music versus the actual music industry and what it means for people going forward. Let's just say a lot of these layoffs, I wouldn't be mad at people tying it to the evolution of AI. I'm gonna leave it at that. So with that being said, then we switch gears again to gaming. We're gonna get into Liza P. We're gonna get into MindsEye and it undergoing layoffs less than a month after its launch. We're gonna get into Elden Ring, Death Stranding, and Elden Ring, not just Elden Ring. We're gonna get into Elden Ring Nightreign more specifically. So we're gonna talk about the roguelike co-op of Elden Ring Nightreign and get into all the sales and review roundups, as it's doing phenomenal on the sales aspect, surpassing 3.5 million sales. As far as I think it was like in the first 4 days. Let me see. Yeah, in the first 5 days. So it sold 3.5 million units in 5 days. Very impressive work. Then we got into Death Stranding. Then we got to Death Stranding 2, my fault. Then we got to Naraka Bladepoint. We got into Crystal of Atlan, because you know, putting respect on y'all mobile gamers out there. I'm just, you know what I'm saying, I'm putting a little respect on y'all mobile gamers out there. So I've covered the Crystal of Atlan mobile game and the sales review roundup, and of course had to save the best for last as I dive into the Mario Kart World in its entirety, as far as the sales it broke, the quality of the game, the elephant in the room as far as the price change, and I break that all down. Then we get into a little drama as we talk about Epic versus Apple, which is always my favorite drama. I love when huge conglomerates start beefing with one another and we start to see the real smoke and mirrors being played as far as how powerful these people are behind the scenes to make another powerful person jump out and be like, hey, that's a monopoly, which is exactly what Epic is trying to do to Apple. So I get into that in its entirety. And then we talk about on the music side, Offset versus Cardi B. And of course, we end with Onika, Tanya, Mirage.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
As there's no better way to end off an episode than talking about the queen of hip hop, iconic queen of hip hop, and her beef with Jay-Z.
but then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
But before we get into episode 150, which of course is titled once again, Kendrick Lamar performs Not Like Us in Toronto, Ontario. Before we get into that, make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and follow to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Also, make sure to share this podcast, rating this 5 stars as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. And you're probably thinking to yourself, why you always gotta look off when you're doing your intro? It's just a habit at this point. I ain't gonna lie to you. We are 150 episodes in, and I still look off to look at the intro so I can read it off verbatim. Because as long as these episodes be, best believe I'm making sure I get each and every shameless plug in there. So make sure to rate this 5 stars and share this to somebody who you think would enjoy a deep dive into the entire music and gaming industry as far as episode 150. And with that being said, let's dive into the first topic, which is Pusha T completely having one of the greatest rollouts I've seen in hip hop, as far as him just blatantly throwing people of higher status of him into drama and calling out their names, whether it's Travis Scott and whether it's Kendrick Lamar verse being taken off. And that's what we're going to start with right now. You know, sometimes I think to myself, maybe you're going a little bit too hard on Jacquees Webster. And then days like this happen, and ultimately it just cements what I've been saying about this man, Travis Scott, as Pusha T came out and said what I've been saying for quite some time as far as on the podcast Notorious Mass Effect, as you already know. So if you're new, just know, longtime listeners already know my astute observation of that man Jacquees, because there's a lot of things that happen in the field that just gets glossed over. So when Pusha T is pointing out how Travis Scott is very fake in general and how he just jumps on the side that's winning, that's definitely not my pathway to getting you to understand how Travis Scott is not a great human being, right? What I talk about, which we're going to get into right now, before we get into the whole Pusha T going at Travis Scott, because there's a lot. Like, as far as Kendrick Lamar completely going at Drake and uplifting every single metric across his whole career, having his most successful track of all time going at Drake, safe to say, Pusha T is trying to replicate and imitate that formula. But he does have certain plot points that is justifiably connecting to his rollout, right? He has reasons why he's saying what he's saying. Pharrell did produce the track that just came out, as far as So Be It, and they have like Virginia ties or whatever. So when it comes to Pusha T and Pharrell, it seems like it seems essential that Pusha T would just go against Travis Scott as far as going at Pharrell Williams via the Drake Meltdown verse. Now, anyways, I say all that to say this. Travis Scott, once again, has to be brought to the forefront, has to be brought in front of the congregation, because, of course, in Juneteenth, we have to hold certain black icons to the fire, because at some point, we need a real apology for what happened November 5th, 2021. Because, of course, I've been reiterating this for quite some time. I mean, I've been talking about this on every single Travis Scott release post 2021, to the point where Burna Boy and my coverage of Burna Boy and Travis Scott's track Ta Ta Ta, it's like T-A-T-A-T-A, just in case you was wanting to, type it in. But my coverage of that track, and it's a Burna Boy track, I still went at Travis Scott. I gotta let y'all know that this man has no shame as far as what happened in the Astroworld fiasco. And some would say, well, why would you put all of that on him? Well, I'm glad you asked.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So let's look at the state of hip hop, right? August 1st, 2015. Yes, I'm taking you all the way back to 2015. Lollapalooza, Chicago. Travis Scott was arrested for inciting fans to jump barricades and rush the stage. Not Travis Scott. Hold up.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
He pleaded guilty. Hold up.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct and paid a fine. That was all the way back in 2015, ladies and gentlemen. Let's fast forward. 2017 of April. Terminal 5, New York City. Travis Scott once again encouraged a fan to jump from a balcony into the crowd during the show.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Now let's go to my hometown. Walmart Music Pavilion in Rogers, Arkansas. Well, Rogers not my hometown, but Arkansas in general. May 13th, 2017. What in the world did Travis do? Travis Scott was arrested. Not arrested.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Travis Scott was arrested after urging fans to bypass security and rush the stage, resulting in injuries to a security guard, a police officer, and a... Hold up. Wait, hold up. You telling me all these incidents and he still didn't learn 2015 to 2017? Anyways, May 13, 2017, urged fans to rush the stage. And guess what? All these injuries happened to a security guard, a police officer, and several other attendees. Sometimes I think about this and I just say to myself,
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Travis Scott pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor. So keep in mind, 2017, pled guilty. 2015, pled guilty once again. I mean, goodness, somebody would say, why wouldn't you learn your lesson, buddy? I don't know. But anyways, November 5th, 2021, 50,000 people in attendance, right? And overall, when it comes to the mass casualties that happened in the midst of this event, 10 people died. The youngest was 9 years old. All of this happened from a crowd rush. Now, it was very interesting how these casualties was happening, and Travis Scott's set ended about 37 minutes after the mass casualty declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not dealing with a respectable human being right here. Travis Scott is one of the oldest examples in the book on it's rather to be liked than to be right, right? You would rather be liked than to be right, because of course if people like you, then you can say all the wrong things, you could perform all the wrong actions, you could have all type of inciting or riots incident going from 2015 all the way up to 2021 that ultimately ended in 10 people dying, and people just don't care. Travis Scott put out Utopia, but let's not even get to that, right? Travis Scott, of course, 10 people dying is a huge incident in itself, because those people are no longer here. Not to get on a morbid note, but I think some people forget why I go at Travis Scott time and time and time again. It's simply because of this video. If he would have came out with a real apology about the tragedy, because of course everybody makes mistakes, but until I get a real apology, I am consistently exposing the fraudulent nature of Travis Scott. Because look at this video right here.
I just want to send out
Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
I just want to send out prayers to the ones that was lost last night. We're actually working right now to identify the families so we can help assist them through this tough time. My fans really mean the world to me, and I always just really want to leave them with a positive experience. And anytime I can make out, anything that's going on.
Now, of course, you're probably, at first glance, you're wondering, what's wrong with this apology? Seems pretty sincere to me. And then you realize, 10 people died. This is not like, somebody got injured. 10 people died at his festival. I think as far as a more structured apology, that was basically what needed to happen because of that event. Not a video seeming like you just rolled out of bed, your publicist hit you, and now you're making a video. Now you're basically like, I'm so sorry. This man looking like he rubbing his eyes like he just woke up. Publicist just hit him. Like, I feel like a real apology, as far as, it doesn't have to be as far as what politicians do, as far as having a whole address of the union, but definitely a more produced type of apology, because of course, when it comes to the people who are no longer here, you being able to help their families and being able to show that you help their families, not just talking like he is in this video, I think that's what's justifiable in the overall aftermath of 10 people dying. So anyways.
I stopped the show and, help them get the help they need,
That's what he said. He stopped the show and helped them get he helped them get the help that they need. Ladies and gentlemen, going back to what I was saying, Travis Scott's set ended about 37 minutes after the mass casualty declaration. The set ended. Not they cleaned up everything after. No, the set, he was going with this. He was continuing his set, and it ended after the mass casualty declaration. Anyways, I don't want to keep beating y'all down with this. I just want y'all to know that Travis Scott is not a good human being. And at the end of the day, if you like his music, you know what I mean? So be it. People still playing R. Kelly's music to this day, right? So with that being said, Pusha T, he wanted to come out and he had his own Jacquees Webster smoke because he had enough of that flip-flopper to the point where he came out and said this.
I just thought it was disrespectful. I'm like, man, we don't even want you here, to be honest. Like, we're not here to hobnob with any rappers. And I personally don't like rappers who don't rap.
What?
Like, I don't want to hear that. Like, I don't want it. So, to come and interrupt the session, to do something backhanded and backbiting, and not for nothing, like, man, I didn't have to put my arm around you before.
Not his arm around him.
But, to go along with the title, so be it. He does this numerous times. You know what I'm saying? He'll do it with his mentor.
Not numerous.
Yay. You know what I'm saying? He was even instrumental in the whole beef now. The Like That verse.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Egging that on.
Huh.
I don't want nobody who don't rap to egg nothing on. You don't rap. Stay out of rappers' business. You specifically stay out of rappers' business. Don't do that.
So anyways, I think y'all could understand why this man had the vitriol for Travis Scott, because this track is also going at Travis Scott. And obviously I'm not going to play it because of copyright reasons, but the main thing I want to let you know that Pusha T currently has a track titled So Be It out now. And let's just say the last verse is going at Jacquees Webster to the point where I had to cover this and give it the deserve it needed as far as the lengthy coverage. Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But as far as giving it the coverage that it deserved, Pusha T actually put out the track So Be It, and actually it's not on DSPs. Only thing that's out on DSPs currently is Ace Trumpets with the Clips and Malice. I think that's different from, no, that's definitely different from So Be It. But anyways, they're promoting an upcoming album, Let God Sort Them Out, that's coming out July 11th. And if he's starting to roll out like this early, it's almost like he's incentivizing and egging somebody to say something back. He basically, you ever seen somebody and they do something and you look at them and they like say something? That's essentially what Pusha T is doing. He basically let Travis Scott know, I'm not feeling you at all. Everything, your whole movement, like everything about you. What Kendrick say on Euphoria? I hate the way that you walk. I hate the way that you talk. I hate the way that you breathe. I hate the way that you have more streams than me. All right, he didn't say all that. But anyways, you get the point. Pusha T essentially on the track So Be It showcased that he has a lot of vitriol towards Travis Scott because of his flip-flop nature. Now, of course, the line that a lot of people refer to, we're gonna have to go over that because I love getting into lyrics. So when it comes to the So Be It track, everybody goes to the third verse, which actually this track is beyond phenomenal. One of the better tracks of 2025. I'm not gonna lie to you. Malice went crazy. I love the way that rappers who actually care about the art form switch up the flows when they come over a beat. Pause.
You guys.
But basically, what I'm talking about is their approach to a beat being different is what lyricists do because they want to differentiate and make their verses unique. So anyways, verse 4. Pusha T said, "You cried in front of me. You died in front of me. Calabasas, this is a PG podcast. Calabasas took your woman and your pride in front of me. Her utopia had moved right up the street and her lip gloss was popping. She ain't need you to eat."
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
The net gonna call it the way that they see it. But I got the video. I can share and AE it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do not know what AE means. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, what does AE mean? likely referring to let's see, AE. Oh, Anthony Edwards. Oh, that's cool. That's why I like lyricists. It's like a lot of Easter eggs like that. So apparently he's talking about Anthony Edwards. You know, he's talking about send the video because, you know, Anthony Edwards is like the most popular deadbeat dad. I've never seen anything like it. Like, how you become popular for being a deadbeat? Like, this man said, I ain't taking care of it. Everybody's like, yeah, you do you. I'm like, what? Anyways, so he said, but I got the video and I can share and AE it. They wouldn't believe it, but I can't unsee it. Luckily, I ain't TMZ. So be it, so be it. Oh my goodness. When I tell you, hold on. This is a PG podcast, but sometimes I gotta let Funk Flex come in. Because, you know, with this being a PG podcast, you need some other people to spice it up a little bit. So I just want to let y'all hear this right quick because this is exactly how I feel about this entire track.
Now listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga.
Okay.
You know nothing about that.
Wait, hold on. What'd you say?
Now listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga.
Oh.
You know nothing about that.
Oh, okay. So obviously Pusha T don't know nothing. I mean, Travis Scott don't know nothing about that because he's not finna rap with Pusha T. That's not finna happen at all. I mean, I think he put up some type of lizard video, which goes back to the point that Pusha T was making about the net gonna call it the way that they see it because Travis Scott's more popular. They're gonna be like, you're basically hating on Travis Scott, right? That's why he said the net gonna call it the way they see it because the way that the internet is gonna see it is that he's hating on Travis Scott and they're gonna completely dismiss it, which is why I wanted to get into my personal reason for why I go at Travis Scott every single time he releases a track. Because until I get a real apology, not a half sleepy looking like you just took a melatonin type apology for 10 people dying at your festival, until I get a real apology for that, I'm gonna continue to bring that up. So anyways, that's basically it. Like I said, the album's not coming out to like July 11th, so I'm not gonna spend too much. I'm not gonna spend any more time on this. Basically, So Be It is out on the internet. It's not on DSPs. I just looked. So shout out to Pusha T for showcasing why he's probably one of the more authentic rappers in the game. If you come to realize Pusha T's battle with Lil Wayne all the way back when he said another double platinum rapper that can't retire, safe to say, well, another point, my favorite artist, so I don't like bringing this point up, when he said to Aubrey, right, you are hiding a child, let that boy come home, deadbeat this is a PG podcast, deadbeat MF playing border control.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So safe to say, I really like the way that Pusha T is very authentic in his music. So without, you know, I don't want to make this too long. So anyways, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. Have you heard the full track from Pusha T and Malice, which, you know, they're going as the group titled Eclipse, but if you type in Pusha T, it'll still pull up. Have you heard So Be It? And if you have, what do you feel about Pusha T taking shots at Travis Scott indirectly? Now, when it comes to Pusha T and whoever is advising him as far as marketing strategies, let's just say sometimes an idea can be golden, but the execution could be completely garbage. And the reason why I'm saying that is because when you first look at the proposed marketing strategy for Pusha T's upcoming album with Malice, which if you don't know, they go by the name of Clips. Obviously, I'm not old enough to remember the Clips, but as far as Pusha T and Drake being my favorite artist, I definitely remember Pusha T. So with that being said, the main thing I want to get across is that the only thing that's on DSPs is Ace Trumpets right now. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody has been talking about the track So Be It, and it's not even out on DSPs.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I just don't understand the convoluted marketing strategy, the bait and switch to get certain rappers to jump out of the woodworks to give you a more promotion and more eyes on your project when some of the tracks that people are already talking about is not out on DSPs. It's almost as if people are putting all this effort and marketing dollars into promotion with no work to show for it. Like, if you're listening to So Be It, if you're listening to Kendrick Lamar's verse on Chains and Whips, then ultimately you are not earning Pusha T and Malice the dollar amount that I think they would probably assume they would get from having a Travis Scott diss and also having a Kendrick Lamar feature. So I say once again, why are these tracks not out on DSPs? People are listening to these tracks for free, and you put this whole convoluted marketing strategy together. Like, oh, we're going to release this snippet of talking about Travis Scott. If y'all don't believe me, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Do y'all not know they had a pre-recorded podcast, a whole pre-recorded podcast with clips that they didn't even release? So they released the interview and left out certain clips because certain tracks had disses towards artists that they explained in the interview. So they cut out those parts of the interview and they're putting it out as those snippets mysteriously end up on the internet. Which goes back to my point. If you're going to release snippets and have people talking about it, and you're going to really, well, in So Be It's case, it's a whole track. The whole track, So Be It, is out. So if you type in Pusha T, So Be It on whatever, like SoundCloud, Spinrilla, it's just going to pop up in full, right? So all of these marketing strategies, because you're doing an interview with Apple Music, you're doing a magazine interview with GQ. Why is the only track that's out on DSP's Ace Trumpets? It should be So Be It. And I'm not going to say it should be Chains and Whips because people are going to listen to Kendrick regardless. But the overall marketing strategy, I like it from at face value, I like it, but as far as going beneath the surface level bait and switch of getting Travis Scott to jump out of the woodworks, there's really nothing there for fans to clamor to besides snippets that do not earn you as much money as them listening to your track or downloading or purchasing your album on DSPs. So anyways, with that being said, this was the first part of the marketing strategy. Release the snippet, actually the whole entire track of So Be It dissing Travis Scott. And then just coincidentally, the interview snippet of Pusha T talking about Travis Scott mysteriously ends up on the internet. And this is what he had to say.
I just thought it was disrespectful. I'm like, man, you know, we don't even want you here, to be honest. Like, we're not here to hobnob with any rappers. And
see, that's how you know Pusha T a lyricist, because who on God's green earth is out here using words like hobnob? Like, really think about that. Like, the way that these lyricists just go and use certain words like we just supposed to understand in regular sentences. Like, my brother, if you don't simplify your language, we are trying to understand why you are throwing hatred towards Travis Scott Wade, which I'm on board with the Travis Scott hate, which I've already covered. If you want to see that, just type in Pusha T Analytic Dreamz with a Z to see my coverage of Pusha T, and the So Be It cover should pop up. And I basically get into why I'm definitely on his side when it comes to going against Travis Scott. But anyways, let's get back into this.
I personally don't like rappers who don't rap.
Right.
Like, I don't want to hear that. Like, I don't want it. So, you know, to come and interrupt the session, to do something backhanded and backbiting, and not for nothing.
Not for nothing.
Like, man, I didn't have to put my arm around you before. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, to go along with the title, So Be It, he does this numerous times. You know what I'm saying? He'll do
not numerous.
Right.
Yay. You know what I'm saying? He was even instrumental in the whole beef now, the Like That verse.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Egging that on. I don't want nobody who don't rap to egg nothing on.
And I agree with him wholeheartedly. I'm not going to lie to you.
You don't rap. Stay out of rappers' business.
All right. So obviously that was the first part of the amazing marketing strategy, in my opinion. But of course, Travis Scott probably listened to his advisors, and they was definitely telling him, hey, he's trying to get you to promote his album. Please don't drop anything that could be even the inclination of a Pusha T diss track. So with that being said, Pusha T just stayed quiet. And of course, the second part of the rollout started, which was the leak Kendrick verse, which supposedly people at first was saying, oh, his label was having him take it off because, of course, they were saying that it was going at Drake or something like that. As far as why they were saying that Pusha T reportedly bought himself out of his Def Jam deal because they wanted him to take off they wanted him to censor the Kendrick verse. Because that's what he said. He said he wanted they wanted Pusha T to censor the Kendrick verse, which everybody attributed towards Drake. Because, of course, what did Big Sean say? Time and time again. This is one of my favorite clips in hip hop history.
Everything goes back to like something to do with Drake. I mean, not to be funny, but it's just like the obsession.
So hold on, I think we need that one more time. I'm gonna have to at some point put this on my soundboard because this man gave a whole revelation and then nobody cared.
Everything goes back to like something to do with Drake. I mean, not to be funny, but it's just like the obsession.
So see, just the nervous laugh. It's just like, yeah, we know, and what? Drake make this whole thing run. You know how they say money makes the world go round. Drake makes hip hop go round as we speak. There's nobody else putting up numbers in hip hop like Drake. Anyways, so with that being said, let's get back into Pusha T revealing what they wanted him to censor as far as the whole back and forth with him and what was his label? Him and Def Jam. So Def Jam, they wanted him to censor stuff from the Kendrick verse. Everybody just attributed towards Drake for some reason, right? And then Pusha T gave the real reason why, what they wanted him to censor.
Plead their case. Mm-hmm. Now, there was nothing even to be, they didn't like the in my opinion, they didn't like the optics
of two Drake foes teaming up.
Right.
Yeah. Did there a line they pinpointed to censor?
They pinpointed a line where the phrase Trump card was used. Right?
Trump card.
So stupid. Mm-hmm. Like, it's like the phrase Trump card was used, and they said that they didn't want any problem with Trump or something like that as well.
Unrelated to...
unrelated. Totally even unrelated. Yeah, totally unrelated.
Just a Trump...
Yeah.
A Trump,
yeah.
So you felt like they were...
So, with that being said, y'all already know, when it comes to this marketing rollout, you're probably thinking, why release all of these snippets, back it up with actual segments and interviews that y'all cut out to release later, as far as you specifically talking about certain snippets, to not have it out on DSPs. And that's all I'm going to say, because until he puts these tracks out on DSPs, we're not going to know the impact of this marketing rollout. I mean, unless he is running some impressions on Twitter, which doesn't pay at all, mind you, I don't see the purpose of having this elaborate marketing strategy just to not have multiple of the tracks you're leaking out on DSPs. Now, of course, H Trumpets is currently out. When it comes to the album, when's this album coming out? I actually forgot. This album is coming out July 11th. So, another thing to keep in mind, this is the first album in 14 years for the Clips. So, I mean, for Clips fans, I guess it's time to rejoice or whatever. For me, I'm just going to listen for hard-hitting bars, because as far as lyrically putting on a masterclass, Pusha T is probably one of the greatest rappers of all time. Now, you probably don't hear that too often. It's because people haven't listened to I don't think it was the White Vans. I think that's how Jay-Z ended his verse. Let me just type in Pusha T, Jay-Z. Pusha T, Jay-Z song. I think it should pop up. It wasn't Neck and Wrist. It wasn't that one. It was another one. Okay, it's not pulling up, of course. Let me see. Pusha T, Jay-Z. Drug Dealers Anonymous. When I tell y'all that's one of the greatest hip-hop tracks of all time, I am not fabricating in the slightest. Like, there's no fabrication when I tell you Drug Dealers Anonymous, one of the greatest rap tracks of all time. So anyways, the reason why I say that is because I am looking forward to Pharrell, who made that Drug Dealers Anonymous beat, I believe, to be all over this album. I believe he's making all of these beats. Clips getting in with Pharrell for a whole entire project just, for me, shapes it up so that it will ultimately, it may end up being the best album, hip-hop album, released in 2025, because you really haven't had a lot of competition. I mean, GNX came out last year. I think technically it's eligible for this year's cycle, but as far as award cycle, but honestly, I think So Be It, which is the name of the album for Pusha T and Malice and the Clips, I think that album could end up being the best album of 2025 when it comes to hip hop. So all of these very outlandish marketing tactics as far as getting Travis Scott to pop out, getting Drake to pop out, like, ultimately it just kind of reminded people how fire of a verse Meltdown had as far as Drake delivering it. So, you know, like Big Sean says, everything just seems to come back to Drake. Ain't that about it? You know what I'm saying? So, actually, let's bring that one more time just so y'all understand what Big Sean was trying to tell y'all.
Something. Everything goes back to like something to do with Drake. I mean, not to be funny, but it's just like the obsession.
So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this interesting marketing strategy from Pusha T and the Clips? And are you excited for his album to be released that will be titled Let God Sort Them Out? And will you be listening to it when it eventually releases July 11th of this year?
All right, I just got done doing the narrated version of the album. Got the idea from Selena Gomez. Full transparency. It's such a good idea. I was like, wow, that's like doing a fucking audiobook with the album. It's incredible. So basically, I narrated each song. So the song will play, and then afterwards you get me rambling for fucking 6 minutes, sometimes 3, sometimes 9. And it was so fun. That was a blast. I can't believe I've never done that before. So that is going to be available right now. That's crazy. It is available on shop.russworld.com. All right, I just got done.
So we just finished listening to one of my greatest inspirations, especially in the music field, for the simple fact that when it comes to making your own living through creative thoughts, throughout creative processes that end up bringing in revenue, I think ultimately it's people like Russ, people like a Big Sean, people who prioritize creativity over just trying to gain the masses by any means necessary. Because some artists are out here completely shameless in how they captivate the masses, to the point where that is how Russ, Big Sean, those type of artists rose on my list as far as the biggest inspirations, specifically when it comes to music. So with that being stated, I did want to talk about something else as far as Russ. And if you don't know, I'm just going to put up his album title. I don't know why this is 14 weeks ago. But anyways, Russ's album, Wild, is coming out June 27th. So with that being stated, one day, 8 hours from now, as far as me recording this album will be out for you to listen to fully. And of course, you have Pent Up in the Penthouse on there. You have Crazy on there. In total, it's 19 tracks, so not too long, but also not too short. And then, of course, you go to the bottom of the album, and it also just adds on to why Russ is one of my main inspirations when it comes to the musical industry, because this album is being put out strictly by Demon or Demon. I wonder how you pronounce his last name. Anyways, Russ is putting out this album as an independent. That's essentially what I'm trying to get across, because if you've heard of Russ, not gonna lie to you, your first sight of Russ, as far as seeing him in the music field, may have been abrasive, because a lot of things have happened in the past that I don't fault Russ for. It's really just the hip hop culture and him going against the grain as far as certain phrases that should be taken as, oh, this is a great thing in society that somebody's speaking up. But of course, in hip hop, it is the complete opposite. As when Russ had his whole wave against criticizing the drug culture back in 2017, we all know the type of backlash that he's received. Even preceding that, I don't know if this is still up. It's a classic interview, but obviously for Russ, this is probably one of his more uncomfortable interviews, because of course I think he was kind of out of bounds with this, with his approach, and by kind of, I mean definitely out of bounds. As if you go to Russ on, oh, it's still up. That's crazy. Russ on Everyday Struggle 7 years ago. And that entire interview kind of just showcased how when it comes to building something on your own, being an independent, paying yourself, just because you're not in the typical 9 to 5 and you've created a living throughout something that came from your brain, does not mean that you could just go at any and everybody who gets a check from the 9 to 5 system. Because the way that he went at Nadeska, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is simply because the reason why a lot of people are off of Russ or just are put off by Russ, because there was a whole wave back in the day. Like I said, I'm a huge Russ fan, so I'm just giving you the whole totality because I've covered Russ a lot, and for this album, I kind of want to just break down the perception of Russ and how it's changed up until now, because he's definitely evolved since then. I'm just letting y'all know that the moments in history where he was looking very crazy in the spotlight of hip hop. So the independent wave definitely had him holding some things and some grudges against people who just got a check from a 9 to 5. And as far as how he went into Nadeska, I don't know if that's one of the most uncomfortable interviews I've ever seen in life, but it's definitely up there. So fast forwarding from that to evolve from that, the reason why I said it is because his independent, I'm going to keep stressing that, independent success, especially from 2011 to 2014, landing him in a whole deal with Columbia Records for his 2017 album, There's Really a Wolf, where he maintained master ownership and creative control, and then to go on to leave Columbia in 2020, and then to still make his own label, co-founded by he said his name before. I don't know why I have trouble pronouncing it. It's Bugis, I think. Anyways, this label empowers artists with profit splits and master ownership. And of course, when you are showcasing a path of luxury via being independent, a lot of major conglomerates are not going to have that message being spread to the masses. Because guess what? As we speak, the current landscape of music market share is UMG has 57%, Sony has 24%, Warner has 13%, and of course the others, which is just smaller labels and independent acts, they have 6%. So the reason why I'm pointing this stuff out is because it's very, very difficult to be an independent and have success in the music industry. And Russ has done it since 2011, and it's 2025. And he's still putting out another album, June 27, 2025, that is titled Wild. So as far as getting specifically into that and him putting out his latest album, Wild, just know that, of course, there's a lot of different marketing strategies being put behind this album from Russ specifically and his team. When it comes to the Mr. Beast approach, I thought this was the funniest thing ever, as he had a whole video looking like it was the version of Mr. Beast. But of course, the way he did it, you already know there was no expenses held back for this type of video, because even though I am talking about how, it looks like a Mr. Beast video, you know how much money you need to have to make it look like a Mr. Beast video. It's not just random people that can make a Mr. Beast video or type video. So anyways, that's basically what Russ did, and here is a snippet of this, a snippet of it right here. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
Moonlit desert, my album logo in the sky, illuminating it like the moon, and a cage with me inside. Or is it?
The Mr. Beast of music. Ain't this crazy? So he had a whole weekend where he had his fans come out. He had a whole release party. And this just looks insane. All right, we're going to mute that because we're not trying to get copyrighted. But obviously, this just looks insane right here. And especially the optics. The intro was fire. It was all for promo for his album. It seems like he brought out some of his biggest fans. I don't know why I wasn't invited, but that's cool. You know what I'm saying?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
You know what I mean? It's all right. I didn't want to go anyway. No, just play. I'm just joking. But no, it looked like a great experience. I did like the overall approach to this video, because it does remind me of Mr. Beast. And like I said, to have a Mr. Beast type video means you probably put up a lot of money behind it. And, as I say that, it's just a huge look like I don't even know how tall that crane is holding up the logo. Like, it's just big money being spent on this. So with that being said, Russ is also going on tour, and isn't it crazy how two of the artists that's my main inspiration are going on tour together? It's almost as if their fan bases collide because of the messaging. Because sometimes it reminds me of like a Pusha T, Jay-Z type dynamic. Whenever you push certain messages in the positive and you actually are what you say, like you showcase the actions behind your words, you're not just all talk. I think that invites certain other energy into your life because, of course, now you seem you're on common ground, and like-minded people tend to get along 9 times out of 10. So I think this Russ and Big Sean tour is going to be phenomenal. I'm not going to spend too much time on Russ's album because I'm going to cover it when it comes out. And with that being said, Big Sean, Russ, as you can see right here, they're going on tour. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, but he has all the dates up right here. And yeah, they're going to be hitting a lot of dates. So as far as tickets are on sale right now, so Live Nation, Ticketmaster, pre-sale starts Wednesday. Spotify pre-sale starts Thursday. Tickets on sale to the general public Friday. So there you go. So that being said, definitely go to Russ's IG to see the actual graphic if you was wanting to sign up for it. I'm trying to see if I missed anything. That's basically it. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get back into Russ, pause, as I do. Certain artists in the music field, you just gravitate towards because of not only the positive messaging, but also their an engine that keeps you going to showcase that there are creators like yourself that don't do the most just for engagement. Sometimes you could just stick to your art form to create a living for yourself independently. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Russ and him putting out his album Wild June 27th, 2025? And are you looking forward to his album? And of course, are you looking forward to attending one of his shows with Big Sean? My album is out now, and I'm just amped, man, for real, period. I made it with these two guys, Jake and Kiri, and this was the first song that got made for the album. It was the song that sparked the idea for the whole album. This album really embodies the phase of life I'm in. It's the in-between, the chaos and clarity, the healing and hurting. I used to make music to conquer the world outside of me. Then I did! ! This one was about understanding the world inside of me. Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And that shift changed everything for me. It's given me newfound, fulfilling purpose. So to everyone who's grown with me and changed with me, thank you. Whether you've been here since the beginning or just tuned in now, your support has given me the space and luxury to make sense of myself. I've spent a lot of time chasing answers, and I think this album is just me learning to be okay having questions. Thank you for letting me be human, and I hope everyone lets the album be a part of their lives for years to come.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into one of my favorite musicians in the music industry. And just period, one of my favorite musicians as far as the evolution and the sounds of his music correlating with the evolution of his life. Because, of course, I've always said that my favorite rapper was Big Sean, right? And y'all already know this story. Big Sean is my favorite rapper. I was in high school. He went missing for a little period of time. And then Drake became my favorite rapper. And then the rest was history. But I will always put a lot more respect on the introspective rappers who evolve with the lyrics that you can also see in their life as far as the reflection of the lyrics to real world actions. As Russ has had a lot of controversy in the past, more notably in 2017 when he tweeted about drug culture and he was 100% on the mark. But because of that time, a lot of people were feeling like he was being insensitive. And so it sparked the whole F Russ movement, even though he was condemning drug use. Ain't that about it? You know what I'm saying? So anyways, of course, and then, you know, his notorious interview on everyday struggle as far as him and Nadeska having one of the most surprising back and forths I've ever had, as far as it being just blatant beef between two people I really respect in their respective industries who you think will get along. The interview happens and let's just say they did not get along. So Russ has came out to say that, of course, back then he was a little abrasive, especially the way that he felt like he got into the industry. I mean, y'all remember the whole produced rap, mixed and mastered. I mean, he made the microphone materials, made the studio, made the walls. I think he had a degree in construction or something like that. Basically, that man Russ was talking about he did any and everything by himself and nobody helped him get to the point where he was at, which is why he always said he came across as bitter, which ended up in that back and forth with Nadeska on the Everyday Struggle interview. So nowadays he's a lot different. You know, isn't it a fantastic experience on seeing how money can make somebody realize that, hey, you don't have to be bitter in society. Sometimes your time is your time, and everybody has a certain time capsule on when they become successful or what they deem success is. So anyways, with that being said, I listened to the entire album that's out now titled Wild. I said I would come back to give an overview of my review of the album. And of course, I've listened to the entire album multiple times. So when it comes to that, I do want to give my personal review. I don't really do album reviews at all, but I mean, I give reviews like here and there when I'm covering tracks, and you give, if you listen to enough reviews of me from the music industry, you get a synopsis on how I feel about the music being put out in 2025. But to give a real album review of Wild, an album that I've already listened to a bunch of times, I will tell you, this is definitely one of the more introspective hip hop albums I've heard in a while. And it's very interesting how the continuation, I don't know if that's the right word, the sequencing of the album is perfect. I like the way that he starts off the album. I like the way he goes into the middle part of the album to the end. I feel like it's definitely a real therapeutic journey that he's taken us on, and he's showcasing a lot of life's unpredictability and how to overcome it, as far as obstacles, as far as mental health, as far as growth. There's a lot of things in this album that people been clamoring for as far as other artists to embody and embrace, as far as aging up their music to match their actual age, right? Russ is 32 years old. I'm just going to say that he could have had 5 to 6 more years of just rapping about God knows what. But he chose at 32 to make a 444 type of album, as far as an introspective, really diving deep into mental health and putting the importance on self-reflection and looking backwards, but also moving forward, as far as understanding that what is in the past had to happen for you to be your present self. So when you hear all of that, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, I ain't come for a therapy session. Safe to say, there's also bangers on this album, as far as specifically some of my favorites is Crazy. I love Pent Up in a Penthouse. Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I like, what was the other one? I like some of the singing ones. I really like West. West is definitely more of a therapeutic type track. Lonely Road, I like this whole album, but I'm just giving y'all just my favorites. Trying. One of the minor critiques is 2 tracks off of here. Go Up I feel like the chorus could have been a little better, but that's just me nitpicking. Getting to it, I don't know who in the world told Russ to let this man rap on this album. If you was only going to have one feature on your album, maybe I'm missing the sentimental moment of DJ Lucas rap. I think it was DJ Lucas. I don't know who's rapping on this. But whoever has the sole verse off of this album, I'm not going to say you did a horrible job, right? Because you was definitely putting words together. You was flowing correctly over the beat. I'm just going to say, Russ, you should have just had the whole album to yourself. Because if this was your sole feature, you would have thought he was going to come out on some lyrical, miracle, spiritual type of wave. In all actuality, it just made me realize that Russ needs to come back to this album. Because how in the world is the sole feature the one that I hated the most as far as the verse? So if that was going to be your only feature on the album, I think you could have just went completely solo. And I don't think that's the biggest critique for Russ. But for the person, hopefully they don't think I have any animosity towards them. I just didn't like your verse. I just thought it was the worst verse off of the album. So with that being said, I do like the album. The album is phenomenal. I'm not going to get into a deep dive on every single track because it really is a lyrically dense album because he's getting into a lot of themes that people deal with on an everyday basis. But to break it down, I would need a lot more time than I want to give the actual album to let you know that it's out, right? So basically, this is not one of those albums where you can listen to it once and then get the entire message. You know how people be like, Kendrick is rapping in a way that's like Aristotle type of art or whatever. I don't know what they be saying. You know, they be talking about Beethoven type art. This is essentially that for lyricists. Russ is putting on a masterclass on how to get across therapeutic type of messages and mental health mantras throughout sonically pleasing sounds throughout an entire album. I really like it. It's phenomenal. Russ is independent, so music labels are gonna try any and everything to try to make this not seem like as big as it is. Russ is selling out arenas. I think he sold out stadiums before. He was definitely one of the first people to sell out Egypt, I believe, because he definitely made sure to let people know that with video proof, because of course Russ is actually walking the walk and not just talking. So yeah, music labels, if you don't know, small subsidiaries and independents combine for 6% of the entire music market share currently as far as the music industry. UMG has 62%, Warner has 16%, Sony has 16%, and then the others have a whopping 6%, which is a small subsidiaries and independent artists. So when I talk about Russ, just know he's way bigger than you think. And it's because of label games and smoke and mirrors to make him not seem as big, but he's definitely bigger than some of the artists that you may see on the charts. And the reason for that is because he's fully independent, has his own label, Demon, where he is co-founded by Bugis, which he's talked about a lot. And, you know, he's faced a lot of backlash because of that, because major labels don't like when an artist of Russ's stature selling out arenas and stadium shows you there's an independent route to do it. Major labels want you to believe the only way to get to a certain height is to go through them. And for Russ to do this completely independent at this point in time with his album Wild and his singles leading up to Wild, whether it was Crazy, whether it was Pent Up in a Penthouse, just showcases how he's really one of the more, not only is he one of the more introspective artists in the rap game, but he may be one of the greatest rappers of all time. Had to get some silence for that because some people may think I'm joking. I think Russ is shaping up to be one of the greatest rappers of all time. The same thing a lot of people be attributing to Jay-Z as far as manifestation and the way his bars lived up to his real life. Russ encapsulates that. And of course, on the business side, I feel like Jay-Z is like in a league of his own. But Russ, lyrically, I think is up there with some of the greatest rappers to ever do it. So that's probably the biggest compliment I could give somebody. So I really just wanted y'all to know that I really respect Russ in the way he makes music and the way he puts messages across in a sonically pleasing way. Because some people get preachy to the point where Now the music is hard to listen to because the replayability is not the greatest, because sonically it's not pleasing, because you're just preaching, you're giving the medicine without the candy. Russ does a great balancing act on giving us both without overwhelming us with either or. So my final thoughts on this album is fantastic. He's about to go on tour with Big Sean. Let me pull it up right here. So Big Sean and Russ is going on tour, which is insane, ain't it? I mean, it's almost like it's shaping up to be the perfect performance for me to go to. It's almost like, you know what I'm saying, if the PR team reached out, I may be there. Now, you know what I mean, just you know, click my link tree, you know where to find me. Anyways, with that being said, Russ, Big Sean is going on tour. It's starting July 8th, as you can see right here. And then it's going until August 10th. So as you can see the dates, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. They're going to be in a lot of different places. As you already know, I've already said Big Sean's one of my favorite artists. I definitely said Russ is one of the greatest rappers of all time, in my opinion. And that's definitely a hot take because people hate Russ. So it's not just no, like, you already know I've been a Russ fan for a minute. So for me to say that, I've been following him for a minute. So it's not like I'm obviously, you know, especially with the perception around him, it's definitely a hot take. So, but it's one I believe in. So, and if you listen to this album, you'll understand why I said that. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Russ's latest album, Wild? And of course, if you've listened to Wild, what is your favorite message and track off of the album? Now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see a video along with the audio, because if you wasn't sure what the crowd was chanting, let me just let you know. They were chanting one more time. And you know, of course, Kendrick's a phenomenal performer. So you're probably wondering, what's the significance of them chanting one more time? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you one more time. They was chanting one more time, but guess where they was at? Ontario, and more specifically Toronto, Ontario. So with that being said, safe to say, this is just egregious levels of hate that I can only aspire to get to. Because as far as going to an artist's hometown and performing in a sold, packed out stadium, do y'all not know the tickets started at $175? Of course, you know, it went on a little discount. You know what I'm saying? I got to keep it 8 more than 92. It did go on a discount.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Because in general, usually the tickets was way more expensive. But for the Toronto show, I don't know why they went on a discount, but they did, right? So anyways, it started at $175, went to $126, of course, went to $117. And then some tickets were $124. But usually the tickets for the SZA and Kendrick show were up to $400 to $500 a pop. And I think only for the like floor seats or whatever, it was around $400 for Toronto. But it went on discount. But you know, that's besides the point. This man and SZA, I don't know why SZA's not getting credit. I mean, I put up a clip on my social media and people was saying like, I don't know why SZA's not getting credit. Like everybody's acting like, oh, Kendrick's out here breaking all these records as far as the stadium tour. SZA's bringing out a lot of people to the point where people forget that she currently has the more popular album out of the two as far as Kendrick and Drake. SZA's SOS album is currently the 4th most played album in the world. GNX is the 7th most played album in the world. Drake's Some Sexy Songs for You is the 9th most played album in the world. So when we get to analytics and speaking objectively, SZA technically is a bigger artist than Kendrick and Drake currently with her album and singles being combined. Because what is Kendrick's most popular single currently? Luther, who's also on that track, SZA. And of course, when it comes to other tracks, Kendrick in totality outstreams SZA. But I'm just talking about what's his best performing track. Because Not Like Us did not get taken off DSPs. I know it may seem like Not Like Us fell off the charts. I don't know if he forgot to re-up with the bots. I don't know what it is. But you're not telling me that Not Like Us is just completely off of the charts. Like, how in the world does that happen? Like, if you look at the charts, right? Luther is his most popular track, being the 4th most played track in the world. 30 for 30 is the 28th most played track in the world. TV Off is the 40th most played track in the world. And then you have Squabble Up, which is the 47th most played track in the world. And then Pickaboo, which is the 67th most played track in the world. All of these tracks have been on the charts for at least 20 to 25 weeks. So, well, specifically, it's been 28 weeks. Phenomenal accomplishment. Definitely classics from a specific album. But you're not telling, well, besides Luther, you're not telling me those other 4 tracks are more popular than Not Like Us. Why is Not Like Us completely off of the charts? Can I get an answer? Like, at some point, you just look at objective metrics, you point something out, and then K-Bot say you're hating. Like, if I bring up the chart, hold up, because actually I'm not going to show my source. But y'all know that as far as Billboard and chart data, specifically, they show the charts. Y'all find Not Like Us in the year of 2025, June 13th, and I will eat my words and say I was incorrect. But I looked at this chart, and I'm like, Not Like Us, where is it? Hold on, let me show y'all this screenshot, right? Because y'all gonna think I'm just making this up. So, here we go. All right, so here's the charts right here, right? So this is the Billboard charts. I typed in Not Like Us 0 for 0. You know what that means? Basically, for the tech nerds out there, that means you type in a specific phrase and it's supposed to pop up. And Not Like Us is completely off of the charts. It's 100 tracks to be considered. Ladies and gentlemen, something fishy is going on with that. Something absolutely egregious is going on with that. Maybe it's because Drake is suing UMG that they had to take some sort of action behind the scenes to let Kendrick know, like, hey, we can't renew up on the K-Bots for Not Like Us, but it completely falling off the charts. Why is nobody talking about it? It's almost like, oh, we're just gonna act like it didn't happen. Like, no, Not Like Us has literally been the best performing diss track of all time, the best performing hip hop track, forget disses, of all time, and it's just completely off of the charts. Anyways, all right. So that being said, Kendrick has been in Toronto running rampant to the point where a lot of people is out here with reports like he tripled security and things of that nature. If y'all don't know, when Drake and Meek Mill was beefing and he went to Philadelphia, of course, security is going to be doubled and tripled because it's not even the artist's decision. If the police from that particular place wants the venue to go well, you think they want shootouts in their venue? There's a reason why they want to treat these artists in a certain light, because they bring a certain number of a certain dollar amount into that venue. So they want to make sure they have the safest experience possible. I don't think Size 7, White Tank Top, is out here calling at the police authorities in Toronto, in Ontario, Toronto. I think I'm supposed to flip that, but y'all get the point. Calling Ontario authorities and saying, hey, I think I need triple the amount of security that you usually give artists. I don't think he's calling and saying that. I think Ontario probably realizes that if Kendrick Lamar if he's in the stadium and he's gonna sell out the stadium with SZA, which he did, and it's back-to-back nights. So if you actually want to go to the concert, you can still do that. They're performing again at 7 p.m. as far as today. So let me see. So yeah, he performed yesterday at 7. He's performing again today at 7. And you know, when it comes to the back-to-back performances in the stadium, mind you, selling at a stadium back-to-back is just rubbing it in your opponent's face. Because if you don't know, the expense in the overhead for stadiums is much higher, which is why popular superstar-like figures do arenas 2 to 3 to 4 times in popular cities, right? Because it's easier to manage as far as the overhead and expenses. And you know, you probably ask, well, how do you know this? If you study the game enough, listen to Steve Stout, listen to Larry Jackson, you'll come to figure out why it's so expensive. But anyways, a stadium, they usually only do once because of the overhead and the amount of staffing you need. So to do it twice in Toronto, Ontario, they know exactly what they're doing. And you know what? I can't fault them for it.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
If you completely mutilate your opponent verbally, and now you have the ability to sell a stadium not once but twice in his hometown, to the point where they're out here chanting one more time. Hold on, let me bring this back up, because I think y'all don't understand. This man that's in Toronto got the crowd acting like this. Like, this is different levels of hate that I just aspire to get to. This is Ontario. This is where Drake lies his head. So, when it comes to that, I do believe Kendrick emphatically just received his icing on the cake, because this was the last thing in the feud that a lot of people was looking forward to. We had the Super Bowl, we had the Grammys, and then we had Kendrick performing in Toronto, Ontario. And that, as far as around 7 p.m. tonight, will be accomplished as far as the victory lap to Kendrick completely mutilating Drake verbally. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Kendrick and SZA performing in Toronto, Ontario, but more specifically performing at the Rogers Center Stadium? And will you be trying to get a ticket for the last show in Toronto for Kendrick, as far as later tonight at 7 p.m.? Now, of course, when it comes to the landscape of music, you have to know that Notorious Mass Effect is going to cover everything. So with that being said, definitely make sure to subscribe if you're new. But with that being said, also rate this 5 stars, because guess what? It's also being rated 5 stars as far as the masses being considered as, when it comes to the artist Hunter/X, which, if you don't know, this group, as far as the soundtrack for the Netflix movie out now titled K-Pop Demon Hunters, I already covered this back on June 30th of 2025 of this year, of course. And when it comes to my coverage of that, I basically dived into how it's a Netflix movie by Sony Animation, the same people behind Spider-Verse soundtrack. And I ultimately made a clip. I don't know if I put that clip out yet. But anyways, I made a clip about how the people behind the soundtrack were also the people behind both of the Spider-Verse soundtracks, to the point where you come to realize Sunflower is arguably one of the most successful tracks in the past 5 years. The latest Spider-Verse movie, Across the Spider-Verse, as far as having Metro Boomin making the soundtrack, I think it's Across. Let me see if I got that right. Across Spider-Verse. So as far as Across the Spider-Verse, that was the first one. So I think it's Beyond. So Beyond the Spider-Verse. Yeah, that's the right one. So Beyond the Spider-Verse is the soundtrack that Metro Boomin had his hands on as far as cultivating that soundtrack. And that was also phenomenal. Now they're back again. And some would say they may have just pulled a 3-peat as far as putting out hit soundtrack after hit soundtrack after. Well, you get the point, right? At the end of the day, when you look at K-Pop Demon Hunters, objectively speaking, because we're only talking about consumption and actual analytics, K-Pop Demon Hunters, the soundtrack, is currently the 3rd most played project in the world. And we're talking about some of the biggest names you can imagine, and they still have the accolade and the overall credence, and just, hold on, let me see. They have the ultimate status of having the 3rd most played album in the world. So go to Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because right now I'm just literally showcasing how insane this achievement is of a soundtrack being the 3rd most played project in the world. As you can see right here, last week it was at number 9. So the only thing it's doing is going up. So we don't know if it's going to hit number 1, because 60,000 after it's been out. How long has this been out? Let me see. K-Pop Demon Hunters Netflix release date. Let me see. So anyways, June 20th is when this movie came out on Netflix, and the soundtrack came out along with it. And now July 5th, we come to see, let me see, how long is it? It's like a full week 2 full weeks after, and it's only rising on the charts. As you see, Morgan Wallen has the most popular project in the world. Then you have Lord, and of course, what do we see right here? Demon Hunters has the 3rd most played soundtrack in the world. That's actually insane for a soundtrack. So another thing that's insane is the actual analytics that I have as far as the future chart data, as far as July 12th being considered. And let's just say they have not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, but 7 tracks slated to chart in the top 65 on Billboard Hot 100. That is actually insane for one soundtrack. Which, if you look at it, the soundtrack has 12 tracks. So having 7 of the 12 tracks go in the top 65, some would say is one of the more phenomenal accomplishments, because over half of the tracks that you put out on one specific soundtrack is having a Notorious Mass Effect, pun intended. And people are streaming this like as an actual musician putting out the project instead of it actually being a soundtrack. Because I don't know, I can't remember the last time this soundtrack or a soundtrack had this amount of dominance on the musical charts. Last time I can remember, I believe it was the Disney movie Encanto. I think it was Encanto, as far as having such a phenomenal soundtrack to the point where I forget what it was called, but it was a specific, was it this? Okay, yeah, this is the right movie. So let me see if I can pull that up. Soundtrack. This is the last time I know a soundtrack had this type of heavy consumption on the musical charts. But let me see. It was a specific track. I'll know when I see it. Yeah, okay, so We Don't Talk About Bruno. That specific track went crazy on the charts and ultimately showcases how soundtracks, if cultivated correctly, can end up having as much appeal to the masses as a Taylor Swift album, as a Morgan Wallen album, because the numbers that they're putting up, like I said, objectively makes it objectively makes it, the 3rd most played project in the world, while also having a movie out on Netflix. I mean, some would say that, obviously you have a major label behind it and it's going to go up on the chart. So if that was the case, every single soundtrack for every single blockbuster would be in top 5 as far as soundtracks being considered. But that's just not the case. You know how many soundtracks are put out by blockbuster movies that don't even crack the top 50 or top 40 most played projects in the world? And K-pop Demon Hunters is here sitting at number 3 as far as the most played musical project in the world. Some could say that the soundtrack may be even more popular than the actual movie. So anyways, if you don't know what this is, if you don't know what the soundtrack is, it's essentially a K-pop soundtrack. It has EJAE. I don't know if I pronounced this. EJ. There's 3 vocalists. It's EJ, Audrey Nuna, and Ri Ami. I think it's Ri Ami. All of these musicians are Korean American artists, and they're under Sony, of course, as far as the production for this. No, they're actually under Republic Records, a division of UMG Recordings. And with that being said, I already talked about the overall the overall people behind cultivating the soundtrack, as far as them also making the Across the Spider-Verse and Beyond the Spider-Verse soundtrack. But also, the main thing you need to know is that the most popular track off of this album is Golden, because I haven't even gotten to its placement. So the most popular track off of the project is Golden, which is the 22nd most popular. Well, this is future. These are future chart predictions, so take this with a grain of salt. But as the roller coaster ride it is right now, as far as it increasing on the charts, this is where it's slated to be. So on July 12th, Golden is set to be the 22nd most popular track in the world. How's It Done is set to be the 42nd most popular track in the world. Then you have Soda Pop that's set to be the 48th. What It Sounds Like set to be the 54th. Free set to be the 55th. Takedown set to be the 63rd. And then that's the last one. So as you can tell, the most popular track off of this album, off of the soundtrack so far, is Golden, which they even have its own single as far as on DSPs. Like, that's the only Golden is the only track that has its own like placement on DSPs by itself, because they have Golden, they have the instrumental, and then they have acapella. So they ultimately know that Golden is by far and away the most successful track off of this soundtrack. So they've started to put marketing dollars behind this. But of course, in North Korea, this music is going insane as it charted number 14 on YouTube Music. And then you have the Billboard charts, which I already just went over. And then, of course, when it comes to Spotify, it's the highest peak ever for a female K-pop group. And it came from a soundtrack that was for a movie. So pretty insane as far as in 2025. I could ultimately see this group having accolades in the future from the Grammys. Because Encanto, remember that... well, let me fact check. I think Encanto won a Grammy. Let's see. Encanto. I believe Encanto won a Grammy. Okay, it didn't win a Grammy, but it was nominated for 2 awards at the 65th annual Grammys in 2023. It was nominated for Best Compilation Soundtrack for Visual Media and Best Score Soundtrack for Visual Media for the track We Don't Talk About Bruno. Let me see. What ended up beating this? What in the world? How did something end up beating Encanto in the soundtrack category? Let me see. It was beaten by Top Gun Maverick. Isn't that Tom Cruise? Is that Tom Cruise? He's back at it again, pulling strings. Let me see. Top Gun Maverick. I think that's Tom Cruise. I don't really watch movies like that, but I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Yeah, it is Tom Cruise. Okay, yeah. You see Tom Cruise, and then you ultimately realize that if it's that close, because Top Gun Maverick was also a huge success, not for the soundtrack, in my opinion, for the actual movie. I think Encanto, the soundtrack was one of the bigger parts of Encanto. Like, if you don't believe me, just think, what would a sing-along for Encanto look like? And then what would a sing-along for Top Gun Maverick look like? Obviously, they're going to be like, oh, it's a soundtrack. But at the end of the day, Encanto had everything. The instrumentals, the vocals, everything. Top Gun Maverick, seemingly to me, just had more of it was probably just like the tone setter for each scene in a movie. But anyways, it lost to that, and that's unfortunate. So yeah, that's unfortunate. But shout out to Tom Cruise for ended up pulling strings once more. But at the end of the day, such a huge accomplishment in general for the people behind the Spider-Verse soundtrack, and then to follow up with this soundtrack. It's set to be the highest charting K-pop girl group track in U.S. history as far as the golden track, which I'm just letting you know how big this track is. Like, some people aren't as aware of different genres, but that's what this platform is for, because we cover the entire music industry as far as, singles and tracks, or singles and albums that notoriously affect the masses. So, outperformed actual real K-pop, well, not real, but actual K-pop groups that specifically focus on music. So it's just, the soundtrack is outperforming actual musicians that only make music. This soundtrack is actually one of the more impressive feats I've seen in quite some time. That's why I brought up Encanto. And when was Encanto released? Encanto was released, it was released in 2021. So 4 years ago. And now I'm seeing a replication of the engagement for a soundtrack that I haven't seen in a while, because 2021 was a while ago. So at the end of the day, if you didn't know about K-pop Demon Hunters, if you didn't know about its fictional group going crazy on the charts, but ultimately there are real singers behind them, as I've already listed out their names, as far as the 3 vocalists being EJ, which is like EJAE, there's Audrey Nuna, and then there's Ri Ami. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the K-pop Demon Hunters soundtrack? And then, of course, if you enjoyed the soundtrack, will you be willing to go watch the actual movie out right now on Netflix? Getting into an artist that I talked about all the way back in April 25th of this year as far as her single, What Was That? Ultimately leading up to the album that's out now on all DSPs and is titled Virgin by the artist that goes by the name of Lorde. Now, of course, y'all probably heard this name a plethora of times, especially when you talk about her rise to fame, especially with her breakout hit as far as Royals back in 2013 that topped the Billboard Hot 100 for 9 weeks and was certified diamond by RIAA. And also, Lorde won Best Pop Solo Performance and Song of the Year for Royals at the 2014 Grammys, making her unequivocally the youngest winner at age 17. Now, of course, with that being said, it is 2025 and Lorde is back again with an album titled Version that's 11 tracks, 34 minutes in length, and of course is put out by the big dogs in the music industry as far as Universal Music Group, New Zealand Limited. Now, of course, when it comes to her tour, fall 2025 is selling out, especially it's titled Ultrasound World Tour, and it's happening fall of this year. And of course, like I said, it's selling out, and I think the date she already has up on her Instagram. I believe she actually may not have it up on her Instagram. I thought that was TOS for a second. I was like, what in the world? I don't see what's that. But anyways, she's going on tour and it's happening fall of 2025. So if you're a huge Lorde fan, I'll definitely be on the lookout for that, as it's definitely selling out. She's adding more dates, but when it comes to her previous album, it came out all the way back in 2021. So especially when you're looking at albums and you come to realize the 4-year hiatus or gap between these two albums, because the more you age, the more you realize that, especially with her, well, with artist albums, sometimes you need real life experiences to cultivate a new album. So that takes some time, right? So as far as Solar Power coming out in 2021 and then now Virgin coming out in 2025, safe to say that she has a lot to talk about and get into. As with her main producers for this album is Jim E. Stack, Bon Iver, Casey Hill, and then you have additional contributors as far as Daniel, what in the world? Oh yeah, I forgot. I've talked about him before. Daniel, Daniel, I think it's Daniel. But anyways, I believe this person was very famous for producing for Olivia Rodrigo and Chappelle Rowan, and he's Grammy nominated, I believe, which is why, his name threw me all the way off. But with that being said, the other producers is Dev Hines, Fabiana Palladino, Rob Moose, and that was Rob Moose is the person who did the strings on Shapeshifter. And then of course you have the overall themes of the album, as you can tell by the title. It's getting a lot of gender identity, especially with the lyrics on Hammer being specifically, quote, "Some days I'm a woman / some days I'm a man," end quote, for Lorde. End quote for that artist. So with that being said, no one get clipped out of context. So when you're getting into a lot of things as far as the mother-daughter trauma, as far as on the track Favorite Daughter, as far as fertility and womanhood on the track Clear Blue, there's a lot of things that Lorde is getting into, especially on an introspective type of scale, when getting more of a glimpse as a consumer, right? She's doing that and more on this album Virgin. A lot of people are definitely going to be wanting to know her creative process. So if you didn't know that, the creative process for this album Virgin, it was written late 2023 into 2024. She was in New York City and London when she was writing this. And of course, the ultimate inspirations for this album came from breakup from a long-term relationship, recovery from an eating disorder, and psychedelic therapy, MDMA and what in the world? Psilocybin. I think that's how you say it. And then she also talks about self-discovery around gender and body. So the album gets into a lot of introspective work. It's out now. Obviously, I've covered Lorde before and covered the track What Was That leading up to this album. So hopefully y'all check out the album. It's definitely a lot of introspective things going on. Very emotional type of album. And at the end of the day, for her long-term fans, that she's continuing her 4-year album cycle, as Pure Heroin came out in 2013. Melodrama came out in 2017. Solo Power came out in 2021, and then now she has Virgin that's out now on all DSPs. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Lord's latest album titled Virgin? And if you've heard it already, what is your favorite track off of the album? Now I know Lizzo did not just put out a full rap mixtape today.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And I don't know if my rap card is going to be taken for saying this, but I'm not going to lie to you. This mixtape kind of fire.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I mean, Kendrick who? Drake who? Nicki who? Oh, my fault.
Then, you know,
yeah, I can't be saying that. But, you know, at the end of the day, Lizzo is straight up giving bars all over this mixtape. I'm not gonna lie to you. As far as a surprise release and it being 13 tracks in length and having Doja Cat and SZA on it, the quality of the mixtape, because I've listened to it, and there's straight bars all throughout this mixtape. Now, of course, at first glance, you're probably thinking to yourself, Analytic, ain't no way you co-signing Lizzo rapping on an entire project. And that's exactly what I'm doing.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Sometimes you have to open your mind and realize that you have to expand your palette to be entertained. And let's just say this mixtape is beyond entertainment or entertaining. And as far as listening to the bars, I kept saying to myself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
every time she gave a double, triple entendre,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
every time she kept giving bars as far as her being outside,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
every time she consistently was sounding like Prime, Lotto / Nicki / Cardi. I kept saying to myself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So after 2 minutes of ultimately just glazing this project, I just gotta let y'all know that Lizzo just put out a surprise mixtape. It's beyond phenomenal. The beats, I don't know who's making all of these beats, but let's just say they laced Lizzo with the greatest beat pack you could imagine for this mixtape. So not only is she giving bars, not only are the beats phenomenal, but she also has superstar-like figures on her project, whether it's Doja Cat, whether it's SZA, and you know, sales set to the side, because I always get into the charts and things of that nature. I just want to talk about the quality for a second. This project is definitely going to be played by you know who. They are going to be out here and letting you know that they are outside. Literally, the first track of this project, she's repeating over and over, we're outside. I'm just thinking, where's Cardi B in a time like this?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I'm thinking Cardi B put out the track Outside, which is set to do phenomenal, by the way. Like, as far as future chart data set for July 5th, the track Outside is set to be the 9th most played track in the world. So Cardi B did what she needed to do with her track Outside. It's set to be a phenomenally performing track on the charts. Quality-wise, I would say that a lot of her previous singles that she never followed up with an album, as far as WAP specifically, those were straight fire. Now, Outside compared to those tracks is not the greatest, but Outside is not a bad track. And obviously, as you see with her slated to have the 9th most played track in the world as far as future chart predictions for July 5th, you can see how the marketing budget is completely behind this rollout. As I've already talked about her album coming out as far as Am I the Drama, and that album is set to come out September 19th, 2025. So from here on, well, from right now, as far as June 27th until September 19th, I think Lizzo is giving the audience, the hip hop audience, our fix as far as what to expect for the foreseeable future, with the city girls just wrapping up a storm and giving anthems to people who want to follow in their footsteps. As this is a phenomenal project. I can't even lie. This is straight fire. Like, I was listening and I just could not believe my ears. Lizzo is out here giving phenomenally placed and executed bars over fire beats. Like, I wish I knew the whole list of producers on this album. I don't know all of them, but I think I don't want to say the wrong producer. But anyways, there's a lot of beats. Okay, so that makes sense. Zaytoven and Tay Keith is over this mixtape, which makes absolute sense. Tay Keith has one of my favorite producer tags out of all of hip hop. I just like Tay Keith, which is PG podcast, but y'all get, it's like Tay Keith mess these people up. That's the PG version. But that's one of my favorite tags in all of hip hop. And of course, when Drake did Take Heed This Too Hard and then something Drip Too Hard or whatever, but that's also another one. But I'm a Drake stan, so that's I'm a little biased. But anyways, we're gonna get into the track with Lizzo and Doja Cat right after this, and then we're gonna get into the track with Lizzo and SZA, because this surprise, like, I was really just going to focus on the IRL track with SZA. And then I realized it was a whole surprise mixtape. And then I had to take even more time to listen to the mixtape to give you my honest thoughts about the quality. And let's just say, it's beyond phenomenal. I would highly recommend you check this out. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. Will you be checking out Lizzo's surprise mixtape, giving straight bars, a lyrical exercise on her mixtape titled My Face Hurts From Smiling, out now on all DSPs.
Now listen! That's called motherfucking bars, nigga! You know nothing about that! Now listen! That's called motherfucking bars, nigga! You know nothing about...
Oh, hold on, Funk. Hold up, Flex. This is a PG podcast. Who in the world let him come on here just cussing up a storm? Anyways, that is exactly how I feel about this entire project, as the track that I was wanting to get into as far as still can't, and it's a PG podcast, so let's just say still can't have a promiscuous activity with me. Let's just put it like that, right? This is featuring Doja Cat. So the first 5 seconds, and I don't know if Lizzo should have went into the rap field or the comedic field, because at the end of the day, the way that the two is perfectly seamlessly blended, y'all gonna say this is ultimate glaze, but I kid you not, my rap card may be taken for this or for this take, but Lizzo is just out here giving phenomenal execution as far as a rap mixtape.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Like, some of the subject matters as far as what she's giving off lyrically is something that everybody aspires to be who wants to be a city girl, right? Now, of course, I don't have too much, I can't relate to a lot of these bars that she's giving as far as her doing certain things with other males, right? But as far as the lyrical execution, as far as the double, triple entendres, the breath control, I don't know if she was punching in or punching out, but let's just say she was giving and delivering all throughout this project. So as far as the track, Doja Cat obviously gets the better hand. I mean, Doja Cat, in my opinion, is one of the top rappers in the women's space and just the rapper space in general. If I had to give a list, it would probably be, I'll probably say like, Nicki's obviously number one. I mean, come on now.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
And then we'll probably have, actually, that's tough. I ain't really thought about that because, without putting it in order, I mean, Nicki's number one. But the rest would probably be like Doja Cat. I'm thinking Lotto, Doechii, Flo Milli. It'd probably be in that order. And then you have to think of Rhapsody, but she's not really in the commercial lane. And I try to keep that in there when I'm talking about the charts. Because, I always say if you sell a lot does not mean it's just automatically high quality. But, of course, when covering the entire landscape of music, you do want to talk about artists that people have heard consistently. So that would probably be my top women rappers currently. I know some people are probably screaming Cardi B. And I'm like, no. And people are obviously rapping or writing for you. Oh, how did I miss Megan Thee Stallion? I was just thinking. No, okay, so I'll probably say Nicki, Megan, and either Doja Cat or Lotto, right? And then I'll probably get into Flo Milli, Doechii. That's probably my list right now. That's my tier. But anyways, oh yeah, as far as Cardi, if people write your raps, I don't think you can be in a top rapper conversation. Like if you just like openly like, oh yeah, Offset was writing my raps. Oh yeah, Partisan was writing my raps. Oh yeah, so and so was right. Like, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, I mean, it is a sport, And if somebody else was performing on the court and then you just coming out during the press conference like, yeah, man, he just put up 55 points for me. I can't lie. Like, now I can't put you in the top players. And the same goes for Drake, which is why I always say like Kendrick right now has a real case on if he's the greatest rapper of all time. Anyways, that was just a crazy side hot take, but you know, we're sticking to Lizzo. So Lizzo, with this mixtape, is beyond phenomenal. I would definitely check it out. As far as the premise with Doja Cat, the still can't, you know what? The subject matter is beyond hilarious. And in the way she executed it and in the way Doja Cat came on the track, it just lets you know that she had a blast making this mixtape. Like, I can only imagine the studio sessions with Lizzo in there wrapping up a storm and Zaytoven and Tay Keith looking at each other like, hold up now.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
You telling me a singer came into the studio time and time again and came out with this body of work that other rappers who only are in rap can't accomplish?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Sometimes you just gotta look at the state of hip hop and realize, like, maybe Lizzo was the savior that we never knew we needed. So, with that being said, now we're gonna move into Lizzo and SZA, as that's more of a rap R&B type of vibe. This one with Doja Cat was just two rappers at this point. Like, at this point, we gotta call Lizzo a rapper. I mean, she gave 34 minutes straight bars. Like, it's crazy. But anyways, now we're gonna get into the Lizzo and SZA track right now.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Yes. Oh, period.
I know that's right.
Period. Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Lizzo and SZA's dynamic throughout the entire music industry. And ultimately, when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, it reminds me of whenever a group comes together and they're authentically vibing with one another, and it's not just industry antics to boost your engagement. Now, at the end of the day, of course, SZA's a huge artist. Of course, Lizzo is a huge artist. But I do want to talk about how this specific track off of a surprise mixtape titled IRL is very interesting, because the way that Lizzo executed on every single track in this surprise mixtape, mind you, she just dropped this out of nowhere. Whole time I'm about to cover the IRL track with Lizzo and SZA, realize she has a whole surprise mixtape. And she's rapping over it. And it's 34 minutes, to the point where I had to say to myself, we about to listen to this whole mixtape and then cover it, because I had to know exactly what type of bars she was getting off. And safe to say that she was inevitably giving straight heat on this entire rap mixtape, to the point where I kept saying to myself time and time again,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Every single time I heard her deliver double, triple entendres over a fire beat throughout this 34-minute project, I kept saying to myself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So with that being said, I think this surprise mixtape is actually insane and very surprising, because at the beginning of summer, to deliver something like this that's definitely playing off the vibes of summer. I mean, if she's outside, or if you couldn't tell that she was outside before this project, best believe you can now tell that Lizzo is 100% outside, especially the way that she's rapping on this mixtape. And as you know, Kazanet was asking, you know, a lot of people, especially, well, I can't say that, a lot of people are going to be asking and inquiring about Lizzo's relationship status. You know, at some point in time, you know, I just covered aespa, the K-pop group, right? And then I was covering aespa and Flo Milli, only to realize that Flo Milli's pregnant.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
and then, you know, as far as that, you know, she could do what she want. All I'm going to say is she acting out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say why she acting out. I'm just going to tell y'all she acting out for the cameras. You know what I'm saying? Out here getting pregnant, but you know what I mean? It's whatever, though. So anyways, all jokes aside, the Lizzo SZA track is phenomenal. I really like the relationship. If you don't know, they've been friends since 2013. So this is not some overnight friendship that you're seeing now because they both blew up and are superstars in their respective rights. And if you think about it, they could have collabed over a straight ballad, right? They didn't have to do, Lizzo raps and SZA does some R&B. They could, obviously you already know that Lizzo can sing, right? So they could have a whole duet for a whole project and nobody will say a word. Lizzo's out here rapping on this entire project, which is the most surprising drop from an singer we've ever seen in the past 5 years, especially the commercial side of things. We ain't even talking about the experimental or just the risk factor, because her label, because Lizzo's under Atlantic Recording Corporation, they probably looked at this project and it was like, there's no way you think we finna let you put out a whole rap project until you realize it's Lizzo. Lizzo can do whatever she want. So she put out an entire rap project. Her label is behind it, putting all type of marketing dollars. And I do believe that all of these hard-hitting beats, especially with this being at the beginning of summer, this surprise mixtape should definitely hold fans over until her next studio album, which I think will be her 5th. But as far as right now and the vibes of the summer and Lizzo giving you an anthem, let's just say that this is going to be one of the more surprising rap projects that we will probably get in 2025, as this took us completely by storm and the quality level is immaculate. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about my coverage of Lizzo's surprise mixtape, My Face Hurts from Smiling? And if you've listened to it, what is your favorite track? But not only what's your favorite track, what is your favorite bar from the renowned lyricist that is now Lizzo?
Shepard. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think to myself, what is going on? Because if you think about it, there was this whole movement, right? And you want to know what the name of the movement was? The name of the movement was Drop the Price. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this movement was specifically for Nintendo because, of course, the Switch 2 being announced at $459 wasn't really breaking the bank, right? But then we realized Mario Kart World, which was the opening video game for the console release, was $79. Now, if you're new to Switch releases as far as video games, just know that price was significantly higher than the original Switch's prices for games as far as $59.99. So going from $59 to $79, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, it seems like the drop the price movement came at the right time, because as far as the exact timeline of this game being announced, the drop the price movement happening shortly after, to the point where a lot of future Nintendo streams was just flooded with comments saying drop the price. You would have thunk that the people who stuck to that movement would have banded together.
Shepard. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
The Nintendo Switch 2 ended up selling 3.5 million units. And you're probably thinking, over a span of a month? Over a span of 60 days? Over a span of 90? No, ladies and gentlemen. It sold 3.5 million units in its first day.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Whenever I think about the gaming industry and just different movements, I come back to drop the price movement, and I just look at the end of the non-effective nature of that movement, and I think to myself,
Shepard. Just look at the state of gaming.
And I look at the state of gaming, and I just realized the drop the price movement is probably one of the worst movements of all time. I mean, Martin Luther King would be ashamed, because I feel like he laid the blueprint for certain movements. I mean, you do something, you band together, and of course the corporation is going to fold at some point in the movement, because of course when it comes to Q4 sales being around the corner, investors are not going to want to hear, oh, our audience is just on strike right now, so they're not buying anything. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear, oh, we just increased in sales for this quarter going into the fourth quarter. So now they probably would have put it at a discount. As far as Mario Kart World, they would have put it at the regular price of $59.99. Now, as far as the Nintendo Switch 2, I'm not as mad as far as that initial price point because it makes sense. The original Switch was about $299. So the Switch 2 being $449, that's actually not crazy. But as far as the video games attached to it, the flagship video game, because of course Mario being attached to it, Mario Kart being one of the more esteemed video game franchises of all time, it raising in price from $59.99 to $70.99 is just inexcusable because, of course, when you get into the review roundup of this particular game, you come to realize it's basically Mario Kart 8 with an open world. And even the open world is not too much to do. So now that you get past that, there's not too many games on the Nintendo Switch that you're going to be playing that's going to give you the satisfaction of realizing you just paid $80 for it. So anyways, the previous record, because this whole segment is really just about talking about the sales for Nintendo Switch 2. So to put in comparison, the original Nintendo Switch sold 2.7 million units its launch month as far as March 2017, which is why the Nintendo Switch 2 selling 3.5 million units in 3 days is in 4 days is very insane because of a lot of consoles not even be able to match those metrics, let alone the PS5 and the Xbox Series X and S, the Stream Deck. Like, a lot of these launches, as far as the lifetime, as far as the sales in a month, don't even come close to the 4 days of sales that Nintendo Switch 2 did. So not only did it drop the price movement end up being one of the more abysmal movements we've ever seen in gaming history, but I would say that it added to the overall sales revenue because at this point in time, Nintendo Switch 2 is outselling all these other hardware consoles, and now you're looking at Nintendo like, hold up, maybe we need to raise our prices, and that's where it gets tricky.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
That's what I'm going to be saying to everybody who looks at Xbox and PlayStation follow this model and complain about it. I'm going to look at them and say,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Weren't y'all just supporting the drop the price movement only to make the Nintendo Switch 2 one of the fastest selling consoles of all time? So anyways, essentially speaking, the only bad thing I have to say about the Nintendo Switch 2, because of course when it comes to the Nintendo Switch 2, is a phenomenal success, and people buying the hardware, not having any games on it, they could care less, right? 3.5 million units in 4 days. Obviously, somebody wants it for something as far as the Switch games, because there's only so many Switch 2 games you could play on it. So when it, besides it being the fastest selling console in Nintendo history, as far as the U.S. tariffs being a complete non-factor, as far as the new features on the Nintendo Switch 2, including a larger screen, upgraded hardware, added social tools, as far as you being able to have party chat on games that you didn't have before, as far as the original Switch, you come to realize that this is just shaping up to be one of the more popular consoles for the next 5 years, because of course that's when they re-up on the upgrades for the hardware. So Mario Kart World, like I was saying, is doing phenomenal. Mario always sells exceptionally well on the Nintendo platform. And when it comes to the actual charts, it should be number one. Let me see. Because I didn't even check it, because I already know it's probably number one. So, yeah, Mario Kart World is number one by far. 917,000 copies. The closest is 123,000. Shout out to Fantasy Life 1. But, Mario Kart World by far is the best-selling game on that hardware, which brings me to my other point. Nintendo shares rose 7.1% post Nintendo Switch 2 launch. Biggest jump in the past 2 months. Well, no, biggest jump in 2 months that they've had in company history. So once again, the drop the price movement just showcases how if people don't band together, they're just gonna do whatever they want with you. And you take that how you will. So anyways, as far as the 100 million units sold by the end of 2029 being the fiscal projection as far as analytics and DFC intelligence projection, as far as how Nintendo Switch 2 is going to just keep selling like hotcakes. And of course, you have Nintendo's fiscal target, which is 15 million units sold by March of 2026. Safe to say, they're on a great track to hit that metric. So the other thing I was going to get into is third-party games on this platform. That's the only negative and the only slight critique I have of the hardware, because of course they said the Nintendo Switch 2 is not the greatest of improvements from the original Switch. So when the third-party games came out and said that they're facing the same issue that the Switch faced, which, you know, granted, was really a Nintendo thing compared to the hardware, but nonetheless, it definitely is an issue. So third-party games like Cyberpunk being one of the more actually, Cyberpunk is the best-selling third-party game on the Nintendo Switch 2. But when it comes to other titles, like, I forget, what was the other one I was looking at? It was another title I was looking at. I think I just have the top 3 up. Oh, the Unnamed. Oh, okay. Well, isn't that fantastic? So I guess they didn't want to just throw their game under the bus. So a lot of unnamed developers came out and said their sales are below our lowest estimates, which is why you see time and time again, even with the Switch, whenever people ask, oh, is this game coming to Switch? Developers always laugh it off, because if your overhead is higher than the actual revenue you're going to be bringing in for putting your game and optimizing it for a certain platform, they're probably not going to put it on that platform at all. So if reports are coming out already that third-party games are struggling on the platform to get sales because of Mario Kart World, because of Cyberpunk 2077, because of Bravely Default Flying, Fairy HD Remaster, because of Survival Kids. Those are the top performing games on the Nintendo currently. But anyways, the main thing I want to let you know is that don't expect a lot of third-party games to include the Nintendo Switch 2 in the foreseeable future, because of people just not being able to get the eyes, the exposure, the compensation for optimizing the game for that platform that they see or that they deem fit. So of course, they just would do without the platform entirely. So the trend of a lot of games coming out without the Switch being without the Switch being a part of the platforms that's releasing on, is probably going to continue. You're probably just going to see PlayStation, Xbox, PC, and then that's it. So Nintendo's still running into that as far as, you know, retailers coming out and citing a lot of low sales for third-party games. And of course, the game key cards are a newer installment of the Nintendo Switch 2 as far as physical game cases containing only a download code, not a cartridge, meaning that it requires large downloads before you play. And this is the whole evolution of gaming as far as people wanting to move from physical to digital. If I was to give a slight critique of the Game Pass, because like I've always said, Game Pass is the most cost-effective way to be a gamer in the year of 2025. But anyways, the main thing about the Game Pass is that the physical and digital copies is really it's a huge gap as far as having physical copies and digital copies if you have the Game Pass, because everything's digital. So that's where everything's moving, and that's what Nintendo is doing with having these physical game cases containing only a download code, which is insane, because if you think about it, who in the world is going out to a store to buy a game in person just for it to be a code? Why not just go to the marketplace online and download it instead of going to an actual store just to get a physical copy of the game, but it's a download code? I don't think it hits the same. So these corporations are just making it more obvious that we're switching more to a digital front instead of a physical, which is just, it's upsetting, especially for people who want to collect games, because if you don't know, gaming has always had an interesting preservation issue. You know, as far as me being a huge Mass Effect fan, I remember when the Legendary Edition came out and the original developers were talking about how they couldn't find the coding for a certain DLC mission, so it's not in the Legendary Edition as far as the remaster. But if you play the original, it's there. So sometimes when it comes to game preservation, things get lost in the shuffle, which is why people like to collect. And these key cards are very interesting as far as shrinking that pool of games you could get physically because of these physical game cases that only come with a download code. So when it comes to that, that's basically the only slight nitpick I have about the Nintendo Switch 2. At the end of the day, despite the drop the price movement being one of the worst movements in gaming history, the Nintendo Switch 2 is just going to completely outsell every other console and PC hardware out there, because right now that's just the hottest console to get. Donkey Kong Bonanza is coming out soon. As far as exactly, let me see, Donkey Kong Bonanza. So Donkey Kong Bonanza is coming out July 17th of this year. So not only did they have Mario Kart World, they also have Donkey Kong. And before you think that Donkey Kong is $80, I believe Donkey Kong is only $60. So I think it's only going to be $60. Let me see. It brought up the amiibo. What in the world? I am not trying to buy amiibo. Let me see. Donkey Kong video. Wait, Bonanza. Price. Okay, so the Donkey Kong game, because I would be hard pressed to find out it's the same as Mario Kart World. So it's priced at $70. So the Mario Kart World game was priced at $79.99. Donkey Kong Bonanza, which of course is a new 3D platforming action adventure game, featuring Donkey Kong, of course, and that game is $70. So yeah. As far as the drop the price movement, I wouldn't be surprised if they just mess around and increase that for no reason. Because another thing about the third-party woes, that I have to go back to that, because that's a huge deal. People wonder why a lot of games don't come to Nintendo like straight out the gate, as far as them being a part of the trinity of consoles, whether it's PlayStation, Xbox, or Nintendo. It's because when you look at it, Nintendo really has a great discrepancy in first party to third party. Because if you look at it from an analytics standpoint, first party shares is 81%. Of course, that's going to include games like Mario Kart World, Zelda Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom remastered for the Switch 2. And then you have third party shares that has a whopping 19%. So when third party developers come out and want to be unnamed while they say, oh, we're not happy on this platform, it's probably why. It's probably because every single publisher been saying that the overhead does not match the revenue, and it just not make sense to make a whole game optimized for a platform that's not going to sell on. So if these huge discrepancies still exist in the foreseeable future, as far as first party shares having 81%, as far as third party shares having 19%, as far as the physical unit share just under 40%, right? People are not going to put their games on your platform day one, because there's just no profitability in it. So that's one of the things I did want to hammer home, because a lot of people out there are probably going to think now that there's upgraded hardware for the Switch 2, there's going to be more games to come out on it day one, which is just simply not the case. And for the reason I just explained. So that's basically it. At the end of the day, the Switch 2, if you do have it, hopefully you enjoy Mario Kart World. If you have a Nintendo Switch 2, I would make sure to preserve it, because it's gonna shape up to be one of the more impactful consoles in the gaming industry, especially the way it's sold like hotcakes, especially the way it's going right now. 5 to 10 years, I know that's a long time for some, but 5 to 10 years down the line, if you preserve that hardware, you could say you had the first launch and the first releases of the Nintendo Switch 2. And that is why a lot of people like physical copies, to do a little callback. So with that being said, that's all I really had to say. People who started to drop the price movement, congratulations, you played yourself.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Nintendo Switch 2 selling 3.5 million units in 4 days? And it's set to be one of the most successful consoles of all time. And at the end of the day, what is your favorite thing about the Nintendo Switch 2? And where do you stand on physical versus digital copies?
You about to bring tears to my eyes. God, wow, chat, do you hear that?
Find out you're just a hurt one.
Woo! Chat, this is what you call.
That's not it. That's
that
not
was
it.
The first time I ever played it for anybody was on that live. And I wrote that record like so, and I've held on to it for like a year. He was so excited about my music, and you know, he said he prayed to God about me, and I was right under his nose the whole time because I had known him for years. I wanted to believe it. I would answer when I was even serving tables at work. And he's like, we got to get you like a videographer to your job and serving tables and like tell the story, like, cause you won't be there long kind of thing. He put this song Suspicions into his AI, which is Baby Timbo. And he was on the next day on March 8th calling me being like, I changed your voice. Like I had a different accent. Like I was a man at some point. And he was having fun. And at first I was like, this is cool. Like I didn't realize the whole weight of it all, you know?
This is something that you granted him permission to do?
I didn't really understand anything. I was just excited to be on FaceTime and
sad day in history.
And then
I'm just gonna pause it for a little bit because we only have like a minute left. But of course, I want to say Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because this is one of the few examples that some of the examples I'm about to show is just minuscule in the overall problem that is AI in the music industry. So anyways, let's get back to this blatant ripoff and showcasing how evil the use of AI can be in the music industry.
it was just a lot of that and then nothing.
You're moving like it's you in the mirror.
So as you can see right here, we're gonna mute that because we're not trying to get copyrighted, of course. So in general, when it comes to this, right? Obviously you could see how this overall scenario could be off-putting for some artists, but all I gotta say is when it comes to the use of AI, a lot of people still advocating for real humans behind the music. Personally, I like music that's ultimately reflecting someone's life. That's why some of my favorite musicians of all time is a Jay-Z, a Big Sean, a Russ, and obviously when it comes to that, introspection into your lyrics and the deep dive you give people into your life via lyrics. I think that's very essential that you're actually living that, right? So I think when it comes to AI, it's a lot of the heart taken out of the musical process. So even though that Timbaland is going, he's going viral for all the wrong reasons, I'm not gonna lie to you. So he's going viral for essentially being a prominent musician and producer in the music industry using an AI platform like Suno AI, a platform that literally generates music using artificial intelligence. And it doesn't just use it, it straight up copies, steals, whatever you want to say, mimics, emulates, it straight up rips off actual art and creates its own version of that. But still, the basis of it has to be able to be tracked. I don't know. I mean, hey, the conglomerates know way more than me. I think they have the resources to be able to track specifically where it gained and garnered that inspiration from to create whatever AI slop it ends up coming out with, right? Because ultimately, it's pulling from art, which is how it ends up coming out with this different variation of the original art that it stole off of. So this is just one of the many examples I could show. So anyways, let's get back into it right now.
I obviously know something you don't.
One of the first things you see that pops up instead of the promises that were put forth, this song that is generated by one of his collaborators using this Baby Timbo AI.
I was confused, that's all. I was just like, why does it sound like me? And I even commented that, and then a lot of people commented that. He kind of just like didn't really respond. And then when it came out about the AI stuff with Tata, that's why I was like, wait, hold on, that literally sounded like me. I wanted to get on this platform and just like kind of be an advocate and a voice for independent songwriters. Don't not release something just because someone says they're going to do something. Continue with your vision. And
all right, so with that being said, basically just showing the evil ways of the industry, which I talk about all the time. Like if there's one industry that is really predatory and takes a lot of liberties when it comes to your creative vision, it's definitely the music industry, which is insane to say. But at the same time, that is what's wrong with a lot of the perceptions of the music industry in general. A lot of people just see the predatory the overall capitalization off of other people's work time and time again, that they come to the realization.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So that being said, instead of just blatantly stealing, we're actually going to give credit as we dive into the rest of this topic. So shout out to Mr. Who's the boss for the ultimate AI battle. I'm essentially just using this for a background, but I just want y'all to see that y'all can go follow him and definitely like the video. You know, got to follow, you know, as you seen, you saw that? Hold up. I mean, you got to practice what you preach, not just say it. So anyways, definitely make sure to go like him. Follow him on YouTube. Anyways, we're going to use this as a background to showcase the different AI or the capabilities of AI as I dive into this topic. So when we're talking about this, essentially I brought up that instance of Tim Million using Suno AI to replicate another artist's voice, right? Without really giving that artist credit. The reason why I say that is because SoundCloud has found itself in a huge hoopla. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I just said hoopla.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So that being said, SoundCloud had an overall mammoth of a backlash as people came out because of the February 2024 SoundCloud terms changing the AI use to allow it, right? To the point where SoundCloud had to come out and clarify that the AI is limited to discovery tools like recommendations, playlisting, and fraud detection, not generative AI training. And a no AI tag prevents unauthorized scraping. So that being said, the CEO, Elias Sinton, also came out as well because this really was a big deal. And they came out with a letter, an open letter this year, reaffirming the transparency, basically saying that artists consent and control, ensuring that AI enhances human creativity, and went on to say the First Fans algorithm delivers over 7 million track recommendations to boost emerging artists. I don't know what that means, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of jargon to say we are using AI, but essentially they're saying that they're not using generative AI training. They're only using it for tools like recommendations, playlisting, and fraud detection, which, you know, at the end of the day, you let them take an inch and they end up taking them out. Ain't that right?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So with that being said, the Museo acquisition that happened back in 2022, that was a huge deal as SoundCloud acquired Museo, I believe that's how you say it, an AI music curation company to enhance discovery. So that's what it's all started. That's why the terms in 2024 was met with such backlash, because it's been brewing for quite some time. And SoundCloud acquiring them, something that's literally AI to listen to tracks and automate tagging, it was just automated to listen to track, right? And then after that, who knows what happens to it. SoundCloud, they are out here confessing that it only helps with recommendations for emerging artists, but at the end of the day, this really is using a lot of the predicting trends and listening to different tracks and artists emerging and putting it into our AI system that is Museo. So what is it really doing, right? And hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. I'm probably not, but anyways. So SoundCloud, to be fair, is not the only platform that does this. You know I keep it 8 more than 92 because we have to talk about Spotify. So Spotify, they use AI for personalized playlists, which is the Discover Weekly, and recommendations, but face a lot of criticism because of the data practices and potential artist exploitation, right? Because to make a playlist, you're taking data from somewhere. Now that AI is recommending you tracks, but what if they're recommending you tracks that they already want you to hear, and they're just using AI to filter out the people who give them more incentive to push them to the masses? Let's just put it like that. I'm not trying to get sued. Obviously, I made a living through Spotify. You know what I mean? It's all good. You know what I mean? Y'all don't come after me. I'm just trying to deliver the good word to the people. So let's switch to Apple Music. So Apple Music, they employ AI for curation, and they use Shazam predictions via the AI. And then they also focus on fan-driven discovery. So if you come to realize, a lot of the AI implementation into Spotify, Apple Music, SoundCloud, they're being labeled as discovery tools. One more time. Discovery tools. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But let's just say.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Sometimes I look at the state of music and the ultimate rapid pace that is the evolvement of intelligence as far as AI. And I say to myself, we are in trouble. The way that AI is just continuing with the replication of voices authentically sounding like them is insane, to the point where there was this particular track, which we all know, The Heart on My Sleeve via Drake and The Weeknd, which is just hugely fun. It's just insanely funny to me, because at the end of the day, imagine all the artists dead or alive you could bring back with this AI. And to be fair, we did see a lot of Michael Jackson covers with AI, and then it got crazy with like Patrick and SpongeBob and stuff. Because I covered that whole AI. It was a whole boom. Like, in those who like follow Notorious Mass Effect, you already know. I think I even covered The Heart on My Sleeve. Let me see. Yeah, so I even covered The Heart on My Sleeve all the way back in April 21st, 2023. And oh man, I was doing phenomenal. Yeah, I talked about how that track was created by Ghostwriter 977, an entrepreneur that hit 11 million views on TikTok, while Axios reports it was streamed 15 million times after being originally uploaded on the platform. And then it was is now disabled tweet featuring the song raked in 20 million views. So of course, UMG had a complaint since to get the song removed, and before it got removed, it had like 600,000 plays on Apple, Amazon, SoundCloud, Tidal, Deezer. You get the point, right? It was insanely popular, to the point where even the Grammys, I think they was teasing Drake and The Weeknd, because if you don't know, Drake and The Weeknd have a beef with the Grammys. But recently, The Weeknd squashed his beef with the Grammys, but Drake is still on. So at some point, Drake and The Weeknd were beefing with the Grammys. So when the Grammys came out and they literally said Heart on My Sleeve would be considered for Grammy nominations, literally, like, let me see. Grammy Heart on My Sleeve. So yeah, okay, so they was basically coming out, they wasn't saying like, oh, it's going to be nominated. They was basically clarifying that it's eligible. And then they quickly came out, because of the backlash, and said that it's not eligible as far as to receive a Grammy. And that was the quickest backpedaling I've ever seen in the span of 24 hours. Because I think they was trying to be funny towards Drake and The Weeknd because they're beefing, right? So basically, even though it was submitted, right? So that the person who made this, which was Ghostwriter 977, he submitted the Drake and Weeknd song to the Grammys. The Recording Academy CEO says, quote, "It's absolutely eligible because it was written by a human."
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And before you say, oh, is I made it up as far as sources, this is from Popbase, which you already know, the ultimate credence Popbase has in the music industry. They reported this. And it was multiple reports, but I'm just bringing them up just so you know I'm not just pulling this out of my you know what I'm saying. So a lot of this stuff when it comes to AI is very interesting, because we're gonna get to a point where they're gonna successfully put out an AI artist that captivates the masses. People forget when The Weeknd first came out, we did not know what that man looked like, and his music was going insane. So now, if you're an AI artist and you have this fabricated look, who's going to be able to tell? What if you pull an MF Doom where every time you go to an interview after you blow up, mind you, because everything's about visuals. So if you make an AI character, put out a bunch of promotional material about a specific track using that AI character, it blows up, somebody asks for an interview, guess what? Now you can go on their MF Doom style and nobody will ever know your face. Or you could just not do interviews and keep blowing up.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, I don't want to give anybody any ideas. I'm just letting y'all know how impactful and how demonstrative the AI use can be in music industry, especially when it comes to the heart being taken out of the craft, because it's all about the soul being put into the music, in my opinion. That's why it's always been. That's why my favorite artists have always been a certain type of archetype. It's because if you're introspective, if you give your life through the music, somebody is going to resonate, right? When Big Sean made One Man Can Change the World, nobody listened to that track and was like, man, I don't believe it at all. Like, I'm looking at this man and I don't believe he has a granny at all. Like, nobody was saying that. Everybody knows how Big Sean talks about his grandma, his mother throughout his time. So when he put out One Man Can Change the World, it was very hard hitting. That's not going to happen with an AI. I don't care what you say. There's nothing that AI could put out that's introspective like a Big Sean's track, One Man Can Change the World. So, yeah, I'm very passionate about music in general, but I'm just letting you know that AI is a huge obstacle that we're going to have to overcome because, of course, it lacks emotional depth. And a lot of the things that people are talking about as far as the benefits of AI is going to end up expediting that process of music lacking emotional depth. So a lot of the artists out here it's fair to be worried about the evolutions of AI because it's not seeming like it's stopping anytime soon. Like it seems like we are in that age where those futuristic movies talk about, where there's this boom, there's this innovation, and then it's off to the races. Literally, we are at the beginning. I'm not going to be as extreme and say it's as important as the iPhone, but the first iPhone, AI, as far as chatbot, that's going to go down as some of the most innovative creations. Obviously, besides like light and, slice, I don't know, like, the regular stuff as far as like food, water, like a shelter, stuff like that, like, those evolutions is not going to be that important. But as far as the evolution of futuristic stuff, the iPhone and chatbot, the initial release of that is going to go down to some of the greatest human creations of all time, because we're just now seeing what they ultimately was striving for, and now it's multiple AIs that you can use, and it's getting spooky. So with SoundCloud coming out and basically saying they're only using these for discovery tools, just like Spotify, just like Apple, just like YouTube came out, it was like, oh, we're only using it for discovery, right? And any AI generated videos must be labeled. I've seen so many people get around that, it's not even funny. So it's kind of crazy how they're just coming out and just blatantly using these AI tools. And I like Timbaland, but for him to come out and talk about the use of AI and the way that it makes the process a lot easier, and he's blatantly ripping off a real artist that he's been talking to, it's crazy. So it's insane how this is going down. We're gonna have to see what it ultimately results in. I definitely wanted to touch on this because I've already talked about it before. I think I talked about this before. Let me see. I just type in AI. So I do remember talking about AI. You type in AI and all type of stuff pop up. So it's not the best way to look at stuff. But in general, I think, let me see, the tariffs, that wasn't it. I think this is probably my first time ever just like putting it exactly in the title. Yeah, I talked about the tariffs. I talked about industry, the music industry hits an all-time recording revenue high, 8.4 billion. Goodness gracious.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
8.4 billion in the first half of 2023. I mean, we're in 2025. Safe to say that number then doubled and quadrupled. So I don't know, with this AI, man, they're just gonna get even more greedy. So it's just this is gonna be my first time specifically titling something like music versus AI, because I thought I did in the past. I'm pretty sure I've talked about this before. I probably did when that time span where like the AI tracks was going insane. You had SpongeBob and Barney putting out a hit like during that time, and I was covering every single AI track. I probably talked about like the damages of it, but now that we've seen how evolved it's gotten to where we're making whole movies that looks exactly like film production, like they're using like the best IMAX cameras in the world, it's kind of insane how the place that we're going to get to in the foreseeable future. So yeah, I did not think this was going to be that long, but I think it was a pretty good discussion. So if you enjoyed it, make sure to click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias, what do you think about music and the use of AI in it? And at the end of the day, do you believe that these platforms such as a Spotify, such as a Apple, such as a who else? Such as Amazon Music, such as SoundCloud. Do you think they should be able to use AI in their overall DSP platform? Now, of course, over here at Notorious Mass Effect, we get into analytics, and of course, I call myself Analytic Dreamz, getting into a lot of the business behind the creation. But unfortunately, today, we have to get into some abysmal analytics, as I'm not cutting Microsoft any slack, right? And I'm not letting them off the hook, but I will let you know that when it comes to the tech sector specifically, the layoffs have reached over 76,000 in the first half of the year, as far as January to June. Now, that being said, comparing Microsoft and what we're going to get into today as far as to the rest of the world, you have to understand that Microsoft has laid off over 15,000 employees, but also companies like Meta that came out and was talking about how they've been having the lowest performance as far as in the Q3 fiscal year of 2025. Disney came out and said they've cut 2,000 across divisions. Estee Lauder, I think that's how you say it. They've cut off 5,800, more specifically 5,800 to 7,000 employees. Sonos, I don't know why they're in here, but they cut off around 200. Well, it's not funny. None of this is funny. But as far as the numbers, it's a little, it's not as big. Southwest Airlines, they've cut 1,750 employees. And in general, as far as the tech sector in totality, the layoffs have been over 76,000 in just this year alone, from January to June. So that being said, let's dive into Microsoft specifically, as they made news across all outlets as they have laid off 9,000 workers. 4% of the global workforce, just to let you know how big of a deal this is. And it's the largest cut since January 2023, when 10,000 employees from Microsoft were laid off. As far as 2025 specifically, they've surpassed that number and then more. 15,000 to be exact, as far as employees. Now, as far as global workforce, as of June 2024, it's 228,000 employees. I don't know if that's just for Microsoft specifically. I think that's for Microsoft. So, well, yeah, obviously, I'm tripping. So as far as the layoffs in 2025, for Microsoft specifically, May 2025, they laid off 6,000 employees, 3% of its staff. June 2025, they laid off hundreds more, including 300 in Redmond. Redmond? I don't even know. Why does it trip me up? Let me see. Get this specifically. Redmond. I still messed it up. Washington. And July of this year, an additional 9,000 employees were cut. So you're probably thinking to yourself, why in the world would they keep cutting off all of these employees? Well, they basically came out talking about Microsoft and said, quote, and this is from Microsoft, they said, quote, organizational changes to position for success in a dynamic marketplace. Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard corporate jargon for we had to fire some folks. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, all of this is sad news as far as the layoffs specifically in the tech sector. Like I said, I'm gonna keep reiterating this because people are going through it. People are going through it and are also growing through it. Should I be a rapper? Anyways, my fault. All right, so at the end of the day, Microsoft laid off all of these employees. It basically just said that there was changes to position for success in a dynamic marketplace. So if you never heard corporate jargon, well, there you go. Also, they came out and said, quote, reducing managerial layers and streamlining processes, end quote. The CFO, Amy Hood, that definitely kept it, you know what, as far as talking about how they was cutting off people. They basically said, we're building high performing teams. She said, I could care less about how you feed your families, because guess what? We just focusing on high performers. Sad day in the business world, as when it comes to a lot of people talking about this and the ultimate effect it has on mental health specifically, because a lot of people really think about money and it not being, or it not equating to happiness. But there's a lot of quotes out there that'll let you know money brings a certain amount of security that indeed lead to happiness, right? I don't know why people say money don't make you happy, right? You would rather cry in a Lamborghini than cry homeless on the street. That's just any human, in my opinion, right? Because, well, not even say a Lamborghini, right? If you have a roof over your head, you would rather cry with a roof over your head than homeless. So more specifically, when they say money don't buy you happiness, I think the love of money over a lot of other things, as far as family and your overall mental wellness, I think that's when it gets tricky. But as far as money, it helps you get certain security that indeed leads to happiness. So when a lot of people are losing their jobs, that happiness, whatever scale it is being taken away from them, and now they got to start from ground zero. They are hitting Indeed, ZipRecruiter, a lot of these other job sites, and letting it be known that they are looking for a job at the same time that all of these 9,000 other employees are looking for a job, and they may have the same resume and then some, because they just got laid off at the same time. So now you're competing with people for a specific job. The people who are managers, hiring managers, they're looking at your resume, seeing you just got cut off along with 9,000 other people, and they probably thinking to themselves, I'm about to lowball you because everybody else is looking for the same job. So I'm about to see who is desperate enough to take our lowest offer. And now you get into a cycle of a recession, as far as people ultimately taking less because they have nothing currently because they just got laid off. Now, of course, that's an oversimplification, but I just wanted to let you know how pivotal these layoffs are and how damaging it is for just the ecosystem of people not having food in their pockets and a roof over their head. And with that being said, you never know how far somebody will take it to put food on the table and to give shelter to their family and their loved ones. So with that being said, that's why you should always treat people nicely and treat people the way you want to be treated, right? Not to be on my soapbox, but you have to when it comes to these layoffs, because a lot of people are thinking a lot of things right now. And hopefully they get their money through law-abiding ways. That's where I'm going to leave it at. So Microsoft literally came out after these reports went out because, you know, they had to play some type of PR games. And they said this was not performance-based. I don't know who in the world told them that was a great statement to make. But they said this is not performance-based. And then the CFO, Amy Hood, comes out and says we're building high-performing teams. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why I say corporate jargon should always be looked at as just something that's just a backhand, whatever. It's never just straightforward, right? It's always a backhand coming from somewhere. Left, right, up, down. It's coming from somewhere if they say something specifically talking about performers, right? Microsoft came out and says not performance-based. The CFO came out and was like, hold up now. Y'all are getting laid off specifically so we can build high-performing teams. So anyways, it just overall showcases the broader reconstructing of companies aimed, quote-unquote, at efficiency. And, of course, like I said, with the overall tech division numbers of the layoffs reaching over 76,000 as far as this year alone from January to June, it also shows how big tech firms are reducing just the workforce to save money. So when it comes to Meta, Amazon, Google, I already talked about how Google basically cut 10% of its VP and manager roles. Amazon's Andy Jassy, which you have to keep note of these names. A lot of people think of the Illuminati as something that's like not out there. You know, there's a reason, and I don't want to get canceled by this, but you know, as far as certain research that leads to certain actions, right? There's people who actually pay attention to the names at the top of these companies. And that's what I'm gonna leave it at, because I don't want the Vans pulling up. I'm just gonna say what Luigi did was wrong, but the research that he did led him to his law-breaking action, because it's definitely law-breaking. He's going to jail. I'm not condoning it. I'm just letting you know that as far as keeping a note of these names, you have to know who's at the top of the businesses so you can follow them to see who you want to work for and who you want to avoid going forward, because maybe they overtly showcase the morale, basically letting you know that their intentions are to scam you. They want to scam you. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you have to keep note of these names. So Amazon's Andy Jassy said that AI will reduce headcount long term. Sad day in history, man. When people start talking like that, you just gotta think to yourself, man. You really have to use your 24 hours in a day effectively, because right now we're in spooky times. If you have a job, do not take that for granted, because the current workforce, I know I'm talking about the tech sector specifically, but this is just the workforce in general. I know people have been getting laid off from other sectors of the workforce, and it has nothing to do with tech. I think right now we're just in very interesting times. That's why you should definitely be grateful for whatever you have, whether it's a roof over your head, whether it's whatever type of exposable income you have. It's a very interesting time in society when all of these people are getting laid off at the same time, because we don't know what the long-term ramifications are. So when it comes to that, companies are also hiring fewer workers and investing more in GPUs and data centers than in traditional labor. Let me repeat that one more time. Companies are hiring fewer workers and investing more in GPUs and data centers than in traditional labor, which goes back to Amazon's Andy Jassy's point. AI will reduce headcount long term. And now you see all of these layoffs happening. Now, one could say it's not because of a lack of high performers. It's because of businesses wanting to take the shortcut and save money on the back end by hiring these AI robots to do what humans used to do, which is a fair point. Some would say that people talking about the fiscal year and the quarter 1, 2, and 3 performances throughout 2025 is taking away the fact that AI has evolved to a point where it could do a lot of complex tasks way quicker and more efficiently than humans can. And I think we're seeing that in the number of layoffs currently. So with that being said, it's very unfortunate. The affected employees of Microsoft specifically, they're receiving 60 days of paid leave after signing. That's more of a general, because it's over 9,000. So you don't know how many of those 9,000 employees are getting that 60 days of paid leave. You would hope it's all of them, but you never know. They have until July 8th. So tomorrow they have until July 8th. Well, if you're listening to this in the future, July 8th is when the affected employees can sign a severance agreement. So very unfortunate in today's society. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I just wanted to bring it to y'all's attention that the current society and the workforce is going under a huge turmoil as far as the battle between human and AI, which is why I talked about how the music industry specifically, because I get into music and gaming. It's just things like this that affect overall gaming, to the point where Xbox CEO Phil Spencer came out and talked about these layoffs, saying that, well, addressing the cuts, saying, quote, follow Microsoft's lead and in removing layers of management to increase agility and effectiveness. And that's from Phil Spencer. I'll read it again. Quote, Phil Spencer said, quote, follow Microsoft's lead in removing layers of management to increase agility and effectiveness. Sad day we're living in right now. But anyways, as far as AI, I just talked about this July 6th of this year and broke down how AI is affecting even the music industry as far as tools like Music LM and Isotope having a lot of, let's just say, creative freedom as far as taking from actual artists. And I dive into specific examples as far as Timbaland and the way that he used AI to completely rip off an actual artist that he was quote unquote cultivating to be a star. So I unpack that specifically. So if you want to hear my coverage of AI, just type in AI Analytic Dreamz with the Z and it should pop up. But as far as my coverage of this, that's all I have for you. It's very unfortunate. Over 15,000 employees laid off by Microsoft specifically, and an entire half of, as far as the first half of the year in the tech sector, 76,000, over 76,000 have been laid off in the first half of 2025. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Microsoft laying off over 9,000 workers just in July? And with that being said, what is your overall reaction to the current landscape of the workforce? Now, of course, getting into a game that is interestingly based off of Pinocchio, to the point where I even covered this all the way back in February 15, 2025, as far as Lies Over P, the announcement trailer for PS5 and PS4, Xbox One, Windows, Mac OS, things of that nature, right? It's on every platform. And with that being considered, just know that this is a continuation of the original game of Lies of P, which, if you didn't know, is currently the 57th most played game on Steam. And of course, when it comes to consoles, it's the third most played game on Xbox. But of course, interestingly, it's not on PlayStation as far as top 10. So with that being said, we're getting into the continuation of Lies of P, as if you don't know, it's a Souls-like action RPG. It's developed by NeoWiz, which is the publisher. Well, no, it's the NeoWiz is the publisher. Round 8 Studio is the developer. And of course, when it comes to the release strategy of this particular game, it's very interesting, as it literally dropped out of nowhere. Like, at some point, games have to announce the release dates, because how are we going to prepare for a game that we're anticipating if it just drops out of nowhere? Like, what if we had plans that game? You know, what if we had plans that day? They looking at us, we looking at them, and they like, hey, guess what? We just took your whole day.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
You know, there's only 24 hours in a day, and sometimes you want to play a game as soon as it comes out. But if a shadow drops like this DLC did for Lies of P, then guess what? Now your whole day is in a tornado, because now you got to structure your day around playing the game. Now, I'm talking about people who are huge fans of Lies of P. Me personally, the story didn't really intrigue me like that. If you don't know, it's really centered around puppets and things of that nature. Like, it's a lot of Pinocchio inspiration, to the point where the protagonist is Pinocchio, literally, accompanied by Gemini. No, it's Gemini. My fault. Why did I say Gemini? What in the world? So anyways, the narrative explores the origins as far as the DLC. It explores the origin of Krat's downfall, the Alchemist faction, and the legendary Stalker. Now, this is the prequel to the 2023 base game, like I said before, and that was set around the puppet frenzy and petrification disease outbreak. Now, what in the Michael Jackson is going on in that game? I'm not gonna lie to you, from watching it, from hearing the snippets, as far as doing my research before I got into this review and sales roundup, I was thinking to myself, there's no way you'll be able to follow this game if you do not pay attention. Like, you have to make sure that no stone is unturned as far as understanding everything as far as the story in this game. But usually that's how Souls-like is. Like, I know from experience playing Elden Ring, a lot of the story I learned through YouTube videos and research. Throughout the game, they give you little tidbits here and there, but of course, when it comes to the overall story, they'll be giving you tidbits and little like archives and index. But one could be like, you got to unlock them, right? An index of a story point or plot point C will pop up and you unlock it, but now you understand A or B. But and then vice versa, you could unlock A but never unlock B or C, but now you're unlocking other story plot points and you just confused. So at that point, you come to realize that we just here for the gameplay. So with that being said, the playtime for the main story is about 12 to 15 hours. With side content is 20 to 25 hours. So as far as the combat, like I said, it's a Souls-like. More specifically with this game, is Bloodborne inspired, fast paced with narrow parry windows as far as perfect guard. And from different reviews, they say that the parry takes some getting used to. It's not as fluid as Expedition 33 or as a Sekiro. The timing for the parry is a custom taste, right? It is an acquired taste. That's what I meant to say. It takes some time to get used to. So anyways, with that being said, there's a stagger system via charge attacks that allows for critical damage, just like in every Souls game. And of course, with the new weapons for the DLC, that's what a lot of people are clamoring for. There is the Royal Horn Bow. First bow. I feel like a UK artist. Anyways, first ranged weapon in the franchise. And then you have the Death's Talon, which is claw based. And then you have Pale Knight Gunblade, which is an explosive recoil weapon. And then you have the new Legion Arms, which is a shotgun blast and spinning disc for AoE. So of course, a lot of people are going to be excited to hear that, as when it comes to DLC, you want to see them improve upon their original foundation, not just copy and paste and act like everything's going to be all right. So they definitely added some more things as far as the DLC being considered, as there's a P organ skill tree and additional post sales that heals, amulet slots, and consumable capacity upgrades. And then there's new modes like battle memories, where you get to rematch bosses with scaling difficulty. That was another thing I was hearing throughout the community. There's a huge discussion going on right now about difficulty in gaming.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think that myself, like, what is going on, to the point where we out here battling and having a civil war over a difficulty slider. Do y'all not know what sliders are for? It means that if you pay your hard-earned money, you get to play the game the way you want to.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And people out here looking at your hard-earned money getting spent on a game that they ain't paid, like they ain't paid to get that game for you. And they looking at your gameplay and they're like, hey, that's Mickey.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
They're looking at you using all the resources and settings in the world to make it easy mode for you. And they trying to degrade and demean you.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Sometimes I look at the video game ecosystem and I think to myself,
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Like, literally, I just think to myself, what is going on where we're going to war over a difficulty slider? So anyways, that was a huge kerfuffle amongst the Souls-like community. I'm not even just going to put down the lies of P fans. I think in the midst of Souls-like games, a lot of people get pretentious in the way that you play their sacred Souls-like games. Because if you're playing a game and you want to enjoy it, so you turn down the difficulty setting, what is the problem with that, right? I think we've gotten to a point in gaming where people try to tell you how to play a game that you spent your hard-earned money on. Next time somebody tell you how to play your game, this is all you gotta do right here. I learned this from the Black Okage. This is all you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? But like, here, just stop the game, pause the game, pick up the controller. Hey, how about you play, man? You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Like, shout out to Black Okage. But no, like in general, like honestly speaking, when you're talking about difficulty settings in a video game, I believe you should be able to play a game however you want. So as far as the addition of being able to have a scaling difficulty as far as the battle memories new mode, you know, that's just an acquired taste. So with that being said, The other new mode is Death March, where boss rush with resource limitations. And of course, you have the morality system player, which influences the decision of narrative and endings, which is something, there's something called, actually, I probably shouldn't say that. I think that's a spoiler. But anyways, at the end of Liza P, there's something where you could do, there's something you could do by making certain decisions. And that's like the hardest boss in the game. I don't know if that's a spoiler. Is that a spoiler? I don't know. My fault if it is, but I don't think it is. I think it's just showcasing how there's an optional, very hard boss, but I'm not telling you what the story implications are. So I think it's like a halfway spoiler. I don't know, man. Whatever. So with that being said, some of the other complaints amongst the, you know, the difficulty sliding and things of that nature is the new game plus. A lot of people are complaining about the new game plus only having two the new game plus players are complaining about getting two-shotted by regular mobs. Now, of course, I'm just letting you know because this is a review roundup. I don't know why in the world they will be complaining about that. If you're new game plus, I would assume you wouldn't get two-shotted. So maybe that's where the crust of their argument lies. Then you have bosses passing the second required perfect parries due to unreactable combos. Now, I have seen this, but that's also a spoiler. The boss I was talking about, there's a lot of things going on the screen to where if the main premise is parrying the enemy and there's flashing lights everywhere, so you don't know when to parry, isn't that an issue? You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just right in your face. So anyways, then you have developer Ji-Won Chow, the game director, confirming that balance issues are being reviewed. So they basically hear your concerns. They thought to themselves, if we don't fix this game, they may stop playing. They basically understood the revelation that a lot of gaming developers have, where you think to yourself, what in the world is going on to the point where they might stop playing our games? Well, a lot of unreactable combos as far as them trying to parry, and they can't because of, you know, like they say, it's unreactable. So they're going to fix some of the balance issues. But, well, they said review, so you never know, but they may come back, you know, in every sports game, something gets reviewed, right? And the official may come back and be like, nah, we got the call right. And then everybody's just going to be upset and irate. So, you know what I mean? I don't know which way they're going to go with it. But anyways, with that being said, the Steam numbers, as far as the concurrent player count, 6,800 people are playing the game right now. And of course, it had a 24-hour peak of 13,000, more specifically 13,616. And of course, the all-time peak was 9 days ago. So a lot of people was enjoying this game as far as not only the DLC, because if you look at the DLC compared to the base game on Steam, the DLC is is the 71st most popular game currently, and then the actual Liza P game, the base game, is around the 50th mark, the 57th. So to be exact, it's the 57th most popular game in the world on Steam. So a lot of people are clamoring for the DLC, but also, of course, more people are playing the base game, which, you know, if people want to get into a DLC, safe to say you got to play the base game first. You know what I mean? I think that's just common knowledge. So anyway, that's probably why the numbers look like that, especially when it comes to Xbox. A lot of people are enjoying the Liza P on, is Xbox? Well, hold up. Is Liza P on Game Pass? Let me see. Liza P on Game Pass. Let me see. So Liza P, I don't know about the DLC. Okay, so Liza P is no longer available on Game Pass. Boy, they took that with the quickness, didn't they? They saw that DLC coming. It was like, you thought, you know what I'm saying? It was like, we gonna make y'all spend some money. Take that game off of Game Pass. So anyways, it was a day one release, so safe to say that they definitely gave you a chance to play it day one, so that's cool as far as back in September 2023, but it was removed March 15th. Oh yeah, they definitely want y'all money. Anyways, it literally says shortly before the launch of Overture DLC, because since it was a shadow drop, I actually don't know the release date of. Let me see. Overture release date. I don't know the exact release date because it was such a out of the blue drop. So June 6, 2025 is when Overture came out. And now I used to have a little bit of time before Overture, because I remember covering this back in February 15th. So if they took it off March 15th, they gave you a little bit of time to play the game. I mean, come on now. So as far as the DLC, you know, is you know, I guess you can't play that day one, but you could buy the game. You know what I'm saying? That's always an option, you know. But yeah, so with that being said, some of the reviews I want to get into as far as the review roundup, IGN gave this game an 8 out of 10, basically calling it a creepy puppet show. Well, you know, as far as a description for a good game, that's an interesting one. That's all I gotta say. GameSpot gave this an 8 out of 10. Game Informer gave it a 9 out of 10, describing that Lies of P Overture is a victory lap and has emotional storytelling and a 20+ hour runtime. Like I said, it is 20+ hours with side content. So then you have, who else? Eurogamer gave this an 8 out of 10. GameSpot gave this an 8 out of 10. A lot of people just love the storytelling. You know how I talked about how people don't pay attention to Souls-like stories? Well, I guess this is the complete opposite. A lot of people, as far as from a review roundup consensus, a lot of people are coming out and saying that the story is really one of the highlights as far as the beyond the surface level storytelling that's going on. Because if you base it off Pinocchio, best believe you better have some type of substance or high quality storytelling going on. So that's the review roundup. Those are the sales roundup. As far as everything else in the game, just know the game is selling phenomenally. But the base game, right? Back in September 2023, when the game came out, it sold 1 million units in the first month. So safe to say it's already very successful, to the point where in March 2024, and ended up surpassing 7 million players. So a lot of people are loving this Pinocchio-inspired game. When it comes to Overture, I already said it's the 74th or 71st most popular title on Steam. And then the base game, Lies of P, because you know some people are probably wanting to hop into the base game. The base game before Overture DLC, the base game is essentially the 57th most played game in the world. And then if you come to Xbox, it's the 3rd most played game. And of course, PlayStation is not in the top 10. But I would assume that a lot of people are playing on PlayStation as well. So the sales are doing phenomenal. As far as PS5 performances, they say that the Pro has an enhanced version. Well, of course, you know, it's the Pro, but it has flawless performance in HFR/quality mode. If you was actually wanting to know if there was a difference. So there's a noticeable difference between the PS5 Pro and the PS5 for this specific game. And of course, you know, PC is still superior when it comes to everything. Frame rate, graphics, everything. So some people did note that there's minor stutters due to shader compilation, some controller input bugs on first boot. So, you know, that's just normal PC stuff, but the game runs fine on every platform from what I've seen. So with that being said, that's essentially my review and sales roundup of Lies of P DLC, which is titled Overture. Make sure to click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. Will you be trying out Lies of P Overture? Or will you be trying out the base game and Overture if you haven't tried out the title at all? And at the end of the day, where do you stand on gamers being able to have difficulty sliders in their video games? Now, I just want to start off by saying, you know, when it comes to game review and sales roundup that I do frequently for every single video, well, not every single one, but you know, the big video games, you're probably wondering, why in the world is this one of the games you're doing a review of? Well, because it is definitely one of the more pivotal changes in the gaming industry, as whenever you say you're an ex-president of a certain company, and then your next installment or your next offering to the gaming community is something that's abysmal to the point where everybody has to speak on it being trash, you know that you probably was an ex-president for a reason.
Shepard, Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think to myself, what is going on with the game we're covering today? That is MindsEye. Because currently on PC, because when it comes to this game, it's currently out on PS5, Xbox Series X, and PC, of course. But it initially released June 10th of this year. And let's just say there's exactly 57 people playing this game on Steam.
Shepard.
I mean, I get the point as far as looking at the analytics and not saying, and thinking to yourself, well, just because something doesn't sell well does not mean it's absolutely garbage, right? I say that frequently throughout my podcast. If you sell a lot, does not mean you make the highest quality. But if you don't sell at all, it doesn't mean you make it absolute garbage. Maybe the consumption just isn't there. The two don't correlate. But for this, it is very indicative of the quality, because let me just tell you, there is not one single review that scored this higher than a 5. So when it comes to reviews, of course, you're probably wondering, what is wrong with this game? Well, everything. Nah, I'm just playing. We're going to specifically get into what's wrong, because, of course, we don't want to just dogpile on a game without getting objective facts. So as far as objectively speaking, the game is crashing. There's low frame rates. There's bugs. As far as the review roundup, everybody has came out to say that the missions are poorly designed. It's basically very atrocious combat. And when it comes to the whole cyberpunk being brought into GTA type of mashup, it was not executed properly at all. And then, of course, when you bundle that with the fact that now there's been a lot of internal turmoil and management departures, to the point where C-suite exits, as far as the chief legal officer and chief financial officer both was left 1 week before launch. They basically looked at this game and said to themselves, what is going on in the state of MindsEye? Because when it comes to the studio, which at this point, Build a Rocket Boy do not want to be attached to this game, but we have to do it because they are, objectively speaking, the studio behind this game. So Build a Rocket Boy made this game. Of course, it was founded by Leslie Benzies. I'm not going to put up the picture because, we ain't trying to do all that. I'm just letting you know the people behind this atrocity. So this is the ex-Rockstar Games president. And then when it comes to the reviews, I already said it's mostly negative. But of course, me getting into review roundups and sales roundups, I just got to let you know, this game's not selling well at all. I looked at the PlayStation, the Xbox analytics, obviously is not there at all. When it comes to Steam, there's 57 people playing the game right now. And let's just say that's not a great metric. So when it comes to layoffs, it was a huge deal because, of course, a lot of people was talking about how there was redundancies, and it was described as a painful process within the studio. And then the focus started to shift to post-launch support, long-term performance optimization, and rebuilding community trust because of the ultimate perception that is now negative towards this game. As when this game initially was founded, right, and they was basically proposing this game to a lot of people, not a lot of people wanted to pick it up because of the uncertainty of it being able to work, especially with their main claim to fame being a ex-Rockstar president. So now we kind of see why everybody was hesitant to pick the game up, because not only were there only a lot of layoffs, but it's very indicative of the gaming industry, as people who've put out a good game have been getting laid off. I mean, we're talking about key studios affected like Free Jam, Splash Damage, Piranha Games, Ubisoft. The list goes on and on. People are getting let go left and right in just the workforce, but more specifically the gaming industry, even if you do put out a good game. So with MindsEye being complete garbage can as far as quality, people are expeditiously being left off or let go. So MindsEye was intended to rival GTA, but now it's seemingly not going to be ETA for any future installments into this particular game, because a lot of people don't like it. I mean, so many scores have came out and everybody just talks about how the overall atmosphere is just straight boring, highlighting a lot of the flashy graphics and cinematics, but then you realize it's a buggy mess and lacks substance because, of course, if you're running this game and it's glitching throughout the map, it's freezing on you, if you have one of the more optimized PC in the land as far as a gaming PC and it's still not working, and you come to realize that not only is this game breaking down on consoles, but even on PCs, when you come to look at the performance issue, whether it's the trouble launch, of course, you know, a lot of people talked about that compared to the Cyberpunk, which I do think is fair as far as Cyberpunk being compared to this game on the objectively buggy level, because we all know the abysmal launch that Cyberpunk had. But of course, they came back and completely renovated the game to the point where, in my opinion, it's one of the greatest games ever made. So you could come back to it if you have a strong foundation, except when it comes to MindsEye, it's far from a solid foundation. The main story, as far as people who want to play this game for themselves, because of course, at the end of the day, I just give you the review roundup and sales roundup and let you do with that information what you will. So if you did want to play the game, just know the main story is estimated to be 14 to 18 hours if you just play the main story exclusively. But if you want to do the side content as well, it's going to be 18 to 30 hours as far as how much you can get out of this game. But it definitely depends on how much you're willing to tolerate as far as the low quality that you will be playing. So, of course, there's been no future announcements regarding console, as far as additional DLC for this game. And when it comes to the technical issues, I already went over that. As far as the community, they've already came out with hopes of a significant post-launch improvement, because people who purchase this game are not trying to hear all of these layoffs. They're trying to hear, are you going to fix the game that I paid $70 for? Because when it comes to this is actually one of the worst launches we've ever seen in the gaming industry. And when it comes to the overall people in the game and still playing it, the 24-hour peak was 82. The all-time peak was 14 days ago at 3,000. I mean, at this point, I'm actively giving them premium promotion, even though we're trashing the game, because, you know, some people say all promotion is good promotion. And I wasn't even going to cover this game, but the way that they just laid people off as soon as the game came out kind of just showed you how the inner turmoil was ultimately elevating to a point where we just couldn't ignore it anymore. Because, of course, when it comes to the layoffs and the scope of the layoffs, there's been 100+ employees at risk, and of course it's not officially going to be confirmed by the studio, because who wants to say, oh yeah, it's just inner storm going on and it's just all bad? Like, what studio is going to come out and be like, you know what, y'all are exactly right as far as us just not knowing what we're doing and firing people left and right? Because if you have a certain number of people working on a game and it's already bad, and then you let those people go, and now it doesn't seem like you're gonna have more people joining your team, so now you have less people and it's already a buggy mess. Seemingly this game has no type of savior that's gonna come through and save this game. So when I'm talking about certain games as far as in the gaming landscape, just remember, for every Split Fiction, for every Expedition 33, there are a ton of MindsEyes out here just completely showcasing why it is good to focus on the high quality games, because if you don't, then you get stuff like this, right? So I didn't want to just completely trash this game. I wanted to give objective reasons for why this game is getting bad scores throughout the gaming industry, but I also wanted to let you know that when it comes to the studio, because that's the main thing, people need to start putting names to these video games when it comes to developers and presidents, because when it comes to Build a Rocket Boy, the next time they're attached to a game, you can always remember that they made MindsEye. So when it comes to a good game, I mean, ultimately Expedition 33 is out there, Elden Ring Nightreign. There was another game that just dropped not too long ago. Death Stranding 2 just dropped. There's a lot of games out there that you could play besides this. So unless you just want to suffer as a gamer, I would not play this game. I would not even, I wouldn't even offer to play the game if it was for free. So it's like, even if the game's free, you don't want to put yourself through this, because of course, when it comes to an objectively buggy game, that means that you could be playing a mission, it could crash on you whenever it wants to, and now you have to start all the way over. So I don't think you want to go through that. So the Cyberpunk launch is something that you could definitely compare this to, as far as it having a lot of similarities. With that being said, this is just ultimately one of the worst performing games of 2025. Overall, I did watch a lot of gameplay as far as this particular game, and you could see where they're going as far as the story and wanting to make a GTA type of, make a Cyberpunk type of game set in the GTA landscape, as far as more modern, less of people just being completely like redone with robot parts, right? So you can kind of see where they're coming from as far as the story aspect, but overall the execution is just abysmal. Is nothing short of an atrocity. And as far as build a Rocket Boy, and the impact that's going to have on that studio, we've already seen it. As with MindsEye 2 setting to have a focus on multiplayer, seemingly is not going to happen for quite some time, because now with the original MindsEye doing horrendously on the charts and people's living rooms and wherever you play the game at, it's just not performing well. So it's a lot of these future installments that are going to be shelved as far as multiplayer being the focus after the fact, because now nobody's playing the game. And that's what happens when you release a buggy mess and the whole world has the internet to let you know how much of a buggy mess it is. So it was really nothing else I was wanting to get into. I just want to let you know that they laid off a bunch of people. Like I said, 100+ employees. Obviously, they're not going to come out and confirm those numbers, but it's a lot of employees, not even talking about the UK staff total, the global head count being 500. So when you're looking to let off 100+ employees, safe to say that over 1/3 of their workforce is going to be affected if we're not counting the global head count. So as far as that, if you want to play one of the most talked about games for all the wrong reasons, then have at it. But as far as the review roundup, IGN came out and gave this a 4 out of 10, talking about how it lacks substance, boring missions, poor enemy AI, and major performance issues on high-end PCs. That's a whole nother tidbit that you have to add. A high-end PC having trouble running a game probably means the game is unoptimized. And then you get into GameSpot giving this game a 3 out of 10. I didn't even know scores could get that low. They basically said that MindsEye is a stringent and relentlessly dull game. Well, goodness. Games Radar gave this a 2 out of 5, approximately 4 out of 10. And they said it's uninspired and forgettable sci-fi action adventure. And when it comes to digital trends, I think this is the lowest score I've seen. They gave it the lowest score is from Eurogamer. They gave it a 1 out of 5. That's insane. Saying that MindsEye is a unmitigated disaster with a ridiculous story, inconsistent writing, poorly designed missions, and atrocious combat, failing to live up to his GTA clone promise. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about MindsEye letting go of a lot of the employees following the botched launch of the game that's we've come to know as MindsEye? And at the end of the day, you think they're being too hard on them, or if they're telling it exactly like it is, and if you played the game, what is something that you actually like about the game? And also, what is something that you believe that they could improve on in the foreseeable future? Now, of course, Elden Ring holds a special place in my heart, because sometimes I be thinking to myself, and then I hear,
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Like, what is going on in the gaming community? And then I realized, as long as we have Elden Ring, and From Software is behind it, I would be just all right. But the reason I say that is because, of course, all jokes aside, Notorious Mass Effect, the first time I ever put out gameplay on the Spotify platform, as far as my tenure under Anchor, was back in 2021. So, of course, I had Elden Ring as far as Mass Effect go. I had Elden Ring gameplay footage, which happened because I was a part of the ambassador program, which we had exclusive access to video feature, and I ended up using that to play Elden Ring on it. So that was a huge opportunity that I'm sincerely grateful for. And the reason why I bring that up is because From Software is back again in the big year of 2025, as Elden Ring Nightreign is not only notoriously impacting the masses, but also it's the 14th most played game on Steam currently, with a 24-hour peak of 118,000. Of course, the concurrent player count as of right now is 62,975. So as far as people really clamoring for this game, the excitement, the anticipation was through the roof, and people followed through and playing this game. As when you look at it individually, Nightreign is the top 10, was number 10 specifically, in top sellers. So whenever I get into numbers and analytics, especially on this show, it's basically just to compare consumption amongst the GOATs, amongst the greats in the gaming and, of course, the music industry. As when it comes to Elden Ring and the quality level being top tier, to the point where I always have to state, just because you sell a lot does not mean you make top tier quality. And just because you don't sell at all, it doesn't mean you make it absolute garbage. The two don't correlate. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for Elden Ring, it correlates exactly, as far as people post 2021 in the year of 2025 still being enamored by the gameplay mechanics of Elden Ring, as the top tier quality is being respected by the masses with top tier sales. As with this being directed by Junya Ishizaki, I always have trouble pronouncing it, but with conceptual input from Hidetaki Miyazaki, and of course everybody knows the overall Elden Ring story with Millennia, with Radon, and with the consorts, and then of course Shadow of the Erdtree, built upon that foundation as far as the story they laid out in the original game. And now they're back again with Nightreign. Well, you're probably thinking to yourself, what's the difference between Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, and Nightreign? Well, I'm glad you asked. Nightreign specifically is a 3-player co-op primarily, and there's no duo mode, but you can go solo, but it's very difficult. So primarily they want you to play this game with 3 players, right? When it comes to this game and the way that they actually have it put together, you come to realize that not only is the 3-player co-op mode essential because of a lot of the enemies you run into the game, especially the bosses. I mean, aggro, it needs to be a term that you have in your lexicon if you want to be successful at this game. If you do not know what aggro means, actually, this is what we're going to do right now. We're just going to type it in for the people because I want to give the actual Webster definition of aggro. All right. So now you got to time it. You got to type in the gaming definition. They done brought up agriculture. So anyways, aggro is a term used in gaming to describe the act of getting the attention of an NPC. It is associated with role-playing games in which there are no random battles, but instead the enemy monsters are visible on the field, period. Aggro is now more commonly used in gaming circles to refer to attacks on a player by hostile NPCs. It is commonly spelled AGRO. So with that being said, now that you know what aggro means, to give you my version of it, when I say aggro, I basically mean somebody get the enemy's attention and somebody else attacks it from behind. Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But anyways, as far as the structure of Elden Ring Nightreign, it's 3 days. There's day 1, night 1, day 2, night 2. So it's like a hotel. You feel me? the final Night Lord boss is essential as far as building up your resources for, as the map shrinks in a battle royale type of shrinkage with the circle mechanic, right? And then with the Nightfarers, there's 8 classes, so you get to pick from 8 classes. There's the Wielder, the Guardian, the Duchess, the Recluse, the Iron Eye, the Raider, the Executioner, my fault, and then the Summoner. So with that being said, the combat is very different from the base Elden Ring game. How different, you might ask? It's essentially way faster. There's wall running, there's gliding via the Spectral Hawk. And of course, when you sprint, you will find out expeditiously why I say this game is way faster than the base game. So anyways, with that being said, your inevitable downfall is going to happen in this game. And you're probably thinking to yourself, well, how am I going to get up if I keep dying time and time again to the enemies because my health bar is not as large as it used to be? So when you go down, allies must damage you to revive. Solo requires rare items. So as far as you going down, essentially, somebody is just going to have to hit you over and over. And okay, y'all get the point, right? So when it comes to you being down, your friend just has to attack you and it's going to work as a revive, and then you're going to come back up. So anyways, inventory. When it comes to the game, there's max 3 weapons per hand, each with passive buffs. Of course, you have runes, like everybody knows from the base game. You have relics, auto stat upgrades based on class, full reset per expedition, roguelike type of loot, meaning that I would say a battle royale type of loot or gameplay loot, as you have to start over every time as far as getting your weapons and abilities and things of that nature. So, of course, the procedural aspect of this game makes it the most unique feature out of the base game of Elden Ring and, of course, Shadow of the Erdtree. As when you come to the procedural aspect, there's a lot of enemy places. There's a lot of enemy placements, structure, randomization, meteor impacts that changes the landscape every single time you jump into the battlefield. So that keeps it fresh and new for people wanting to play this over and over. And when it comes to procedurally generated and playing this with your friends, I would compare it, obviously not the gameplay loop or the gameplay mechanics, but as far as the setting, I will compare it to Remnant 2 as far as how you will always be surprised what you run into on every single map, because everything's procedurally generated. Somebody could find an enemy in a certain part of the map. Next game, somebody could go to that same part of the map and find a completely different enemy. So that's what I mean by procedurally generated. Now, as far as Nightreign, it is technically it's on the short side, right? The main story by itself is 10 to 15 hours. Full completion, though, with Remembrance Quest is 30 to 40 hours. So you have to keep that in mind when it comes to Nightreign, because, of course, a lot of people are going to be looking at this DLC and they're going to be thinking to yourself, they're going to be thinking to themselves, well, is this worth my dollar, right? Because, of course, with this specific game, I forget how much it is, but actually, let's look at it right now, because obviously the base game, let me see how much the base game is running for right now. So the base game of Elden Ring is seemingly, I can't find it either. Okay, let's just look it up right now. So how much is the base game of Elden Ring and then Nightreign? I would assume it's not over 50, because the game's been out for a minute. Even though it's still phenomenal, I think it should still charge the full price tag. But I don't want consumers getting mad at me unless you have a Nintendo. Hey, if you have a Nintendo, we not talking about prices. Y'all buy whatever. So, anyways, so it is $60 on Steam. On consoles, it's $60 as well. Sales often drop it to $29, $39, so be on the lookout for sales in the future. Obviously, it's probably not on sale right now, but when it comes to Nightreign Nightreign was $40 on Steam, and of course, as far as consoles being considered, it is also $40. So safe to say, From Software thought to themselves, let's take that off Game Pass expeditiously. That's what you call a callback. Anyways, so they definitely want to take your money, but with the quality level that they're giving, I believe this is one of the games that is justifiable in having their price tag what it is, as far as the $40 for Nightreign, and of course when it comes to the base game being $60. So Nightreign actually doesn't require the base game of Elden Ring. So that's good to know. So if you just want to go straight to Nightreign, which I don't know if you they did say this game still has the difficulty that we all come to love about Elden Ring. So if you play the game and you haven't played the base game, you're going to get demolished. It's not like, oh, I could just jump in and learn it. No. Your health bar is lower. A lot more, like, Elden Ring players know this who've played the game, right? You play the game for quite some time. You level up. You have a long health bar, feeling like you're a boss in the game. You come against one random enemy. It's not even the main boss. You come up against an enemy, hits you one time, okay, half your health bar gone. Hits you again, okay, now you're dead. Right? Only the potions keep you alive, but the thing about the potions is you have to use a potion before it gets to 0. And it's safe to say 1 or 2 attacks can get your health bar from full to completely empty. So that means the potions are non-existent if you can't get acclimated with dodging and being able to time certain attacks. So anyways, the reason why I say that is because your health bar is much smaller in Nightreign. So if you're thinking you're going to go into it just on a whim, not ever playing the base game, I would advise you to play the base game first. This is one of the things I would say a lot of people who jump into Souls-like get hesitant about, because they jump into the game thinking one thing, not doing their due diligence, which, that's what platforms are that's why platforms like this exist, is to let you know you got to put in a little time in the gym if you want to shoot around in actual NBA games, right? You got to put some time in the gym before you hop in the NBA game and get completely demolished, because it's going to happen. Everybody gets demolished in Souls-like games. It's literally par for the course. It's how you increase your gamer rep, and also the muscle memory of being able to dodge you certain mechanics. So that is taken all the way into Nightreign, which is why I say you should definitely play the base game before hopping into Nightreign. So anyways, when Nightreign came out, it was a phenomenal success, right? But of course, Elden Ring was a phenomenal success. I mean, when it came out 2022, I had 30 million lifetime sales. So when it comes to that, and of course my coverage of Elden Ring was before, like I said, 2021 is when I first October 18, 2021 is when I first covered this game. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2025. Talk about longevity, right? Anyways, my fault. I had to pat myself on the back. All right, so when it comes to this particular game, Elden Ring is phenomenal as far as analytic metrics, but you're probably wondering about Nightreign, right? Elden Ring sold 2 million units day one. Sold 3.5 units in the first 5 days. It is currently still the 14th most played game on the Steam platform. And of course, I already said it is top 10 in sales specifically for Nightreign. So it's number 10 specifically as far as top sellers. So this game is doing and performing at a phenomenal rate, to the point where whenever From Software wants to make another game, people are going to be there and then some, as far as them already putting things in works, as far as From Software parent Kadokawa confirming Sony's PlayStation buyout intent. Because of course, it's like in any sports league. You ball out, everybody doubted you. You ball out, put up numbers on Billboard, on the leaderboards, and then people double back and they be like, hey, can I sign you for this amount? Like, nah. What Fat Joe say? Yesterday's price is not today's price. So when it comes to Elden Ring and YouTube approaching Kadokawa to buy From Software, they basically told them yesterday's price is not today's price. This is which I covered more extensively in that segment, but I basically unpacked the actual number as far as they was throwing around if they really want. Like, it was like, hey, you got to come off this bag if you want us. And PlayStation was like, you know what? We ain't really got it. We ain't got it at all. So I think they're just working on some television animation show. But let me see if I can find this. Yeah, okay. So anyways, so Kodoka will basically hit PlayStation with this. Oh, that's great. It's on mute. That's fantastic. That's exactly what I was needing. Okay, let's see if we can get this right quick. Kadokawa literally said,
price is not today's price. And that's because you're worth more. You deserve more. That's why yesterday's price is not today's price.
Wait, hold on. Say that one more time for the people in the back.
Today's price. And that's because you're worth. And so, you know, I always say yesterday's price is not today's price.
It's not today?
And that's because you're worth more.
Oh.
You deserve more. That's why yesterday's price is not today's price.
Oh, okay. So that's why I needed him to break it down in such a notorious fashion, because y'all already know Fat Joe's one of the greatest in this game. This the main one. Now that the mute button popped up, so the volume's back. All right, let's get the original the vocal inflection of him saying that.
Today's price.
Yesterday's price.
This Kadoka one talking to PlayStation. PlayStation came trying to buy Kadoka.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Kadoka was like, do you not know we got Elden Ring?
Yesterday's price.
We got Armored Core?
Not today's price.
PlayStation better come off that bag if they're trying to acquire From Software. So anyways, that's why I had to bring that up, because of course everybody was sleeping on From Software back in 2021. Fast forward to 2025, everybody and their mama is trying to get in on the IP that From Software created with Elden Ring. So anyways, getting into some of the review roundups of this particular game as far as Elden Ring Nightreign specifically, IGN of course gave this game a 7 out of 10, which is very interesting, but they did say that it lacks its lack of cross-play, poor solo balance, which I talked about that. It's very difficult on solo. I would just advise you not to play the game solo. If you don't have any friends, well, for one, you know, there's definitely ways to get friends. You know, go to certain things that you are interested in, find like-minded people, and, you know, come out your comfort zone a little bit, and then make a friend, right? I know I just made that sound really simplistic, but it's literally that simple. Anyways, so if you don't have friends, I wouldn't play this game at all. I'm not going to lie to you. The solo mode in Nightreign is beyond egregious as far as difficulty. So they talked about that, and they also said limited communication tools make it hard to achieve optimal conditions, magnifying its flaws. But to be honest, IGN is one of the lower reviews of this game as far as the review roundup. GameSpot gave it a 9 out of 10. Basically said that the open world depth, the lack of open world depth, so that's the only critique. But they basically praised it for being a succession of Elden Ring's franchise. And then, of course, GameRant gave it a 9 out of 10. Game Informer gave it an 8 out of 10. Dextero gave it a 4 out of 5, which, of course, is the 8 out of 10 equivalent. And they're all praising it because of it being a great addition to From Software's portfolio. So don't forget, they put out Armored Core in the midst of Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree, just to show y'all that it's not just Elden Ring. It's not just some fluke. We can make a completely different genre in Armored Core and still put out a hit, right? So From Software is really like that. Probably one of the greater developers in the gaming industry right now. And when it comes to the review roundups, you know, besides IGN gave it the lowest score, but it's 7 out of 10. But it's still not that bad. But obviously when you see 8 and 9 out of 10s across the board, you look at IGN with 7 out of 10, be like, hey, what's up with y'all? So anyways, when it comes to that, they are still working on a game. They're taking in a lot of feedback as From Software came out this month. They basically improved solo revive options, fixed vaulting bugs, matchmaking issues, enhanced the Night Lord boss tuning, and then they confirm upcoming updates such as duo expeditions. Yes, for that person out there that has one friend but not two, they have a duo expedition mode just for you.
Shepard, Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
From Software looked at what was going on, and it was like, you know what he needs? A duo expedition mode. So in the future, that's coming. Of course, Night Lord boss upgrades. New DLC is slated for Nightreign in quarter 4. So late of this year, probably September, October, December, one of those months. But basically, later this year, they're gonna give a DLC for Nightreign. And then, of course, with the Battle Royale style map shrinking, you know, I think that adds a lot as far as overall uniqueness of this differentiating itself from Shadow of the Erdtree in the base game of Elden Ring. Then, of course, the Spectral Hawk gliding is actually something that sounds super fire because that wasn't in any of the renditions of Elden Ring before. So getting across the map, safe to say, is very easy. I mean, you're basically zooming across the map. But, of course, you're going to have to be zooming across the map when the circle starts to shrink. So, anyways, that's basically it for Nightreign. At the end of the day, it's doing phenomenal. Like I said, when it came out day one, it sold 2 million units for day one. So 3.5 million units in the first 5 days. And if history says anything, especially with the 30 million lifetime sales of Elden Ring, as far as that coming back out and as far as that initially coming out in 2022 and then having 30 million in lifetime sales, safe to say. Oh, and then of course, you know, it's just accolades for days. And then of course, Shadow of the Erdtree DLC having 5 million copies in 3 days. Safe to say that Nightreign selling 2 million in day one, 3.5 million in the first 5 days showcases how From Software definitely has one of the most successful video games in the Souls-like franchises of all time with Elden Ring. And with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Elden Ring, Nightreign specifically? And of course, your 3 friends, make sure to share send this review to them and tell them that we hopping in to Elden Ring, because now you get to hop in with your 2 friends that are good at gaming. Mind you, they have to be good at gaming, but now you can finally say in Elden Ring, where are we dropping, boys? Now here I am thinking I just signed up for UPS and FedEx only to figure out that we're talking about Death Stranding.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now, all jokes aside, the only thing you're going to be doing is just, you know, delivering cargo, navigating terrain, you feel me? A lot of different transversal tools as far as ladders, ropes, customizable trucks. Oh, my fault. We're not talking about UPS and FedEx. My fault. We're talking about Death Stranding 2, which, jokes set to the side for a second. This game is going to have a phenomenal release, especially coming off of the original Death Stranding, as that game sold over 10 million copies across the PS4, PS5, and PC by 2022, reaching 20 million players by April 2025. And if that wasn't enough for you, just know that the original Death Stranding ended up grossing $91.6 million. And if that wasn't enough for you, the director's cut came out, and that earned another $14.6 million. Safe to say, well, not even safe to say, objectively speaking, it was the best selling physical game in Japan, with a debut of 185,000 copies in its first week. Topping the charts in Taiwan, South Korea, Italy, France. Okay, y'all get the point, right? As far as the 93%, as far as positive reviews and a lot of hours being watched on Twitch, to the point where it was 22.2 million Twitch hours watched back in 2019, y'all could probably understand the huge anticipation built up for the game that's about to come out, which is Death Stranding 2. Safe to say, by the time this review comes out, this game would have already been played by the masses to the point where everybody and their mama are going to be talking about this song. So usually I like to do sales review and roundups for games, but especially since I've never even covered Death Stranding. Like, let me see. Death Stranding So the first Death Stranding came out July 14, 2022. I believe my podcast started in 2020, but I think it started like at the beginning of 2020. So Death Stranding was definitely not on my radar back then. But of course, now being more in tune with the industry and gaining more of a identity as far as Notorious Mass Effect, I kind of realized what type of products I want to get into, especially on the gaming and music side, to let people know what's notoriously affecting the masses, pun intended. So anyways, this game, Death Stranding 2, is developed by Kojima Productions. It's published by Sony Interactive Entertainment, and actually is a PS5 exclusive with PC release likely in 2026. So sometimes as an Xbox gamer, you just look at your game log and you realize to yourself, Death Stranding 2 is not on it. You cannot go on your Xbox Marketplace and type in Death Stranding 2, because guess what? It's just gonna look at you and say
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
They're gonna be thinking, what is going on that one of the most popular games in the world is completely inaccessible? Is that a word? Hold on, let's look it up right now. Inaccessible. I think I said that right. Hold up. We're looking at yeah, okay, I said that right. I'm keeping that in there too. It's inaccessible to Xbox players. So I'm not really trying to rub it in your faces, because I've always said the Game Pass is beyond phenomenal. I mean, you have Xbox, you have Expedition 33, you have South of Midnight, you have other games you can play. You have other games you can play. All jokes aside, set to the side, the Xbox Game Pass is definitely one of the best platforms, especially for gamers that want to play a lot of games in this economy. It's definitely the most cost-effective way to be a true gamer that I think is accessible right now. So that being said, the platforms is only PS5. It's a PS5 exclusive. PlayStation wins again. They're looking at the competition, and they're basically saying that not only do we have another PlayStation exclusive, but we have another PlayStation exclusive that sold phenomenally, as far as back when it came out in 2020, selling 10 million copies by the year of 2022. So getting more into what this game is about, just know it's set in apocalyptic Australia and Mexico. I wonder what type of human-sized spiders they have out in the Death Stranding version of Australia. So anyways, genres, you have action, adventure, and of course, when it comes to protagonists, is Sam Porter Bridges. And with that being, the reason why I paused is because I was going to make a Bridge the Gap joke, but I didn't want to do that. You know, I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm going to continue on with my coverage. So then this game is directed by Hideo Kojima. I forget which way. As far as Jeff Keighley and the Game Awards show and the Summer Games Fest, I'm not going to lie to you. At some point in time, I think Kojima is going to have a whole award based off his name if he doesn't already. I don't know what type of, backing he's given Jeff Keighley, allegedly. But all I'm going to say is he definitely gets a lot of support. Some would say it's warranted. Others would raise some red flags as far as how much support he be getting compared to other developers. But that's besides the point. So you have Hideo Kojima. The engine that this game runs on is the Decima engine. I haven't heard of that before. I've heard of the Unreal. Let me see. What is Decima engine? I haven't really heard that ever. All you really hear is like the Unreal Engine 5 and maybe like the Unity, the other engine. I've never heard of Decima. Anyways, the Decima engine is a game development engine created by Guerrilla Games used for crafting high fidelity open world games, known for its advanced rendering, physics, and AI capabilities. Help for titles, it was a part of titles such as Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West, and Death Stranding, and Death Stranding 2. Okay, so it doesn't work on a lot of games. So I would assume this game should look like, obviously what you're seeing right now doesn't do it justice, especially if you're playing on a PS5 Pro. It may run a little smoother, it may look greater, but right now it's just 1080p. So I don't know what type of I don't know what the engine does for when you're playing the in game. Maybe it looks better than this, maybe it looks the same, but y'all would have to be the judge of that, as we don't have actual a roundup of players playing the game. We have of course the gaming publications and things of that nature, but I would like to give another review later down the line of people actually playing the game, because I love doing review roundups. But of course, with Death Stranding 2 on the horizon, and me, I've never touched Death Stranding as far as when it came out back in 2020, so I wanted to give just a sales roundup of that game while also letting you know that Death Stranding 2 is coming out tomorrow. So with that being said, we don't really know too much about how good the game is or how bad it is. The publications, the conglomerates, have came out and gave it raving reviews to the point where safe to say Kojima has found himself another Game of the Year nomination. And I do not say that lightly, as this year has been jam-packed with great games. And for Death Stranding to be shaping up to be a nominee for Game of the Year, you already know the think pieces that are going to come out, as Death Stranding 2 is literally getting better reviews than the first Death Stranding. Now, granted, these are just from gaming publications, but IGN gave this a 9 out of 10. VGC gave this a 5 out of 5. What in the actual? These are all perfect scores. It's my first time seeing this. Okay, hold up. Because usually I do review roundups with like actual people who played the game. I try not to do only publications, but this is insane. Like, I have to show y'all this. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. See the video along with the audio. That's currently what the review roundups are. Like, hold up. Can y'all see that? Is that close enough? I'm trying to be a W Tech guy. Hold up, give me a second. There we go. Okay. That is insane. It's just straight 10 out of 10s, 5 out of 5s. Obviously, you have your 9.5s. You have your GameSpot being completely different in all of these. Like, all of these are perfect scores, and then you get the GameSpot with a 7 out of 10. I bet you Kojima is going to give them a strongly worded email. So, that threw me all the way off. I did not know the scores were just, well, they're saying, well, not saying, it's just, I didn't know the scores were just so perfect. Like, what in the world? Like, usually it's 8, 9s, 10s. Like, usually it's in that range. Everybody is coming out and just going. I wonder what, I don't know, man. Kojima, like, I don't know. Maybe I need to start a marketing campaign for Kojima. I don't know what he's doing. Like, maybe the game's actually good. Let me not hate. But, seeing perfect scores across the board, hey, to each his own, man. Maybe people like UPS simulators more than me. But anyways, so to get more into the game, there's a asynchronous multiplayer, meaning players can build infrastructure such as bridges, monorails that persist in others' games. What? That's insane. There's holographic signs and resource sharing boost indirect player collaboration. Maybe it's like an Elden Ring type of format where if you never play Elden Ring, throughout the game, there's these little messages, right? And if you like the message, the player who put that message there could get a boost of health, right? And that can happen whenever. So you could be playing the game, somebody could like your message, and now instead of dying because you was one hit, now you get a boost of health, and now you don't face defeat, right? Because it incentivizes you to put more messages, well, helpful messages, because if they don't like it, like if you just put some troll message on the edge of a cliff to make people fall off, there's not going to be a lot of people liking that message. So you won't get the benefits of people liking it. So it incentivizes people to leave messages, but also leave helpful messages. So maybe that's what they're talking about as far as the holographic signs and resource sharing that indirectly boost player collaboration. But that's just me guessing. Obviously, that I don't know exactly how that works. I'm just, just from the description, I'm just going to say to me, that's what it sounds like. And then you have the inventory management. I'm sorry, I had to laugh. I mean, the UPS and FedEx comparisons just are beyond funny, especially when you see the gameplay. You're like, imagine getting off of you know what? Hold up. Let me pull this up right quick. I wonder if this is still on the internet. This is one of the funniest skits I've ever seen. Let me see. I think it should pull up. So let me see if I can find this right quick. But while I look this up, the comparisons to Death Stranding to UPS and FedEx is simply because of the whole gameplay loop. Like, delivering packages should not be this fun. And the way that Kojima's set out to make Death Stranding completely about that premise is insane, because they actually like made it enjoyable. So, but yeah, this yeah, Analytic Dreamz Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because we're about to show what it looks like. For everybody making jokes about Death Stranding 2, myself included, let's just say this is how they're going to be acting after seeing all these perfect review scores.
Hey, there's probably my stuff right here.
Here you go, sir.
Who are you?
UPS man.
What's wrong?
Check out the watch.
Oh shit, nothing really. What's up?
Why are you dressed like this?
Like what?
A Dior shirt? A chain? Is them Cartiers?
Oh, this little shit, man. Nah, man.
Are you wearing Cartiers?
Nah, I'm not wearing no Cartiers. This some shit you ain't heard of, bro. Chill out, bro.
Look, I'm not gonna lie to you. Looking at these reviews, let me see if I can pull this up again. This is how every Death Stranding player is gonna be acting because of this game getting phenomenal reviews. Like, hold on, let me see if I can pull this. Okay, here we go. Yes, sir. Here we go. All right, this is how every Death Stranding player is gonna be acting because of these perfect reviews out right now.
Where's your truck at?
My truck?
Your UPS truck.
Oh, man, I let that little shit alone. I went and got me a Lambo real quick, fresh out the lot. I drove it straight over here. I almost forgot your boxes, for real. Silly me.
You bought a Lambo off the lot, bro. How much is UPS paying y'all?
You ain't heard the news?
Tens across the board.
News, shocking news.
What news?
They just start paying UPS men a little bit over $1.50. You know.
Why? So, y'all get the point, right? They about to start showing out because these reviews are beyond perfect. We don't know if it's gonna stay like that, especially as far as the actual public being able to get their hands on the game. But as of right now, it's shaping up to showcase how Kojima is going to continue to get high praise throughout the gaming industry, as they're saying that Death Stranding 2, as far as huge conglomerates, are objectively getting better scores than the first Death Stranding. So with that being said, if you want to know the estimate runtime, because we have estimates, because, you know, of course, IGN had the game entirely. So they basically said they are estimating 35 hours as far as the main story specifically. But of course, when it comes to side content, side missions, which you should be doing, I think, in an RPG open world setting, if you do other side content, it's going to be 40 to 80 hours of content. So safe to say, you can get your bang for your buck if you explore throughout this game. And then, of course, there's a lot of content to transverse and to explore, whether it's the biomes, the deserts, the forests, mountains, whether it's optional story events, explorative only encounters, which happened in the first game, many fetch quest style missions that add to the lore and world building. Y'all see the jacket, right? I don't have to tell y'all I'm a huge Mass Effect fan. Like, if y'all don't know by now that I'm a huge Mass Effect fan, they don't know what it is, you know, I can't save you. But anyways, the reason why I say that is because exploring in an open world game will make you realize that Mass Effect 1 was leading up into Mass Effect 2 in a more obvious way than you would have initially understood, because all of these Cerberus projects behind the scenes was showcasing how Cerberus was such an evil corporation, so that Mass Effect 2, it made all the sense in the world that, yes, you came back from the dead, but people aren't as happy because you're working with Cerberus. As Mass Effect 1 set it up perfectly, how evil Cerberus was behind the scenes. You go to a random camp. I'm not going to spoil too much. You go to a random camp, and let's just say some experiments was going on that wasn't humane. Let's just put it like that. And in Mass Effect 2, those side type of missions don't exist because now you're working for Cerberus and you're doing other things. It just wasn't a part of Mass Effect 2. But Mass Effect 1, you was doing a lot of side content, exploring, and you ran into stuff that really added on to the lore to why you understood why Mass Effect 2 was so hard-hitting as far as Shepard working with Cerberus. So anyways, don't you love when you're talking about UPS simulator and you're able to correlate Mass Effect to it? So anyways, when it comes to the performance, right, the PS5 reportedly has near instant loading times with HDR support, 60 frames performance mode, default 30 frames per second. As far as people saying it causes headaches or whatever, so they would like prefer 60 frames per second. So if you prefer that, definitely put in performance mode. PS5 Pro version offers enhanced visuals, which you would hope if you had a base PS5 going from, like, I went from the base PS5 to the PS5 Pro, and let's just say I saw a huge improvement on graphics in Assassin's Creed specifically. No other game have I seen that big discrepancy in performance plus graphics besides the Assassin's Creed game. That was the only game I saw a huge jump after I upgraded to the PS5 Pro. All the other games, I'm not gonna lie to you, it looks the same. So with that being said, they did say that there's a lot of improvements as far as quality of life. You have better menus, you have better route planning, and of course you have better vehicle handling, which is always, I don't know what it is. I wish I could sit down with a gaming dev so he could talk to me and like explain to me how difficult it is to get vehicles to maneuver certain ways in video games, because apparently it's like harder than doing rocket science. Like I'm being a little facetious, but as far as having vehicles transverse the environment to developers is a very difficult task. So I can't break it down. I'm not a gaming developer, but apparently that's harder than it looks. With that being said, I think that's basically it. I was trying to see what else I had to cover for this game. So they said the combat versus delivery loop is balanced well. They said the narrative accessibility could be better as far as clearer exposition. That's another thing. What in the world is the story of this game? Like, what is he doing? I do not know what this man is doing. I need to watch some type of recap, because I looked at Death Stranding. He's kissing some baby, and I'm so confused because he's delivering package throughout the whole game. I'm like, where is the baby at? Is the baby with him? And if he is, somebody call the Child Protective Services, wherever to call. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is happening right now? So I don't know what's happening in the story. People are enjoying it, of course. As far as the first Death Stranding, as far as the overall story that they're building up to Death Stranding 2, people are enjoying it. We'll have to see how much they're enjoying it when the game eventually comes out tomorrow. And for people watching this after the fact, just know it officially launched June 26, 2025. And I'm recording this June 25th, 2025. So safe to say, we're going to see if those perfect scores from many publications are true in the foreseeable future. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Death Stranding 2 coming out tomorrow? And at the end of the day, do realize that it's only out on PS5 exclusively. Maybe it'll come to PC, but that's likely only to happen in 2026. But in between time, will you be playing Death Stranding 2 when it comes out June 26th of 2025? Getting into Naraka Bladepoint, you're probably thinking to yourself, why in the world are we covering a game that came out August 11th, 2021 for the PC platform? Well, I'm glad you asked, as when it comes to Naraka Bladepoint, it's one of the more poignant examples of longevity in the gaming industry, especially talking about its initial release, as it sold over 10 million copies globally by up to June 2022, and then up from 6 million in November 2021 as far as it transitioning to free to play in July 2023. So as far as it sustaining its longevity, there was a lot of marketing strategies put in place, which is, making the game free for people to play. But of course, if it's free, just because a game is free does not mean the sales are going to be indicative of it being free to play if it's not high quality. So of course, with the game sustaining its engagement with over 300,000 people playing the game on an everyday basis, you come to realize that a lot of people love this game, and it stems from not only the regular updates, including new heroes, as you see right now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, but the Persona 5 collaboration And then, actually, let me see if, I believe it was the Persona 5. So yeah, the Persona 5 collaboration. And of course, there's other collaborations such as Nier Automata. And then you have collaborations with Long Men Grow Toes. I was just making sure I read that correctly. I was like, what in the world? That also enhanced the appeal. And of course, as far as the esports scene, with events specifically like the J-Cup World Championships and the Battle Pass system along with the game, it helps drive retention, which is why it's one of the more important examples on why it's great to make a high quality game rather than just thinking about how many dollars we can get out of the people who's playing our game. So that has a lot to do with why it's still popular in the year of 2025, even though it initially released back in August 11, 2021. And of course, with that being said, people are probably wondering, if you've never played the game, what is this game about? Well, it's a battle royale, a 60-player battle royale, melee-focused battle royale, and it has wuxia, I don't even know how to pronounce that, I'm not even gonna lie to you, / martial arts theme as far as what you're doing throughout the game. It's developed by 24 Entertainment, published by the great NetEase Games. I'm not gonna lie to you, every single time I see a popular game as far as in captivating the masses, it just so happens that NetEase is behind a lot of them. Like the way that NetEase is running throughout the gaming industry behind the scenes, putting out some high quality content for people to enjoy. It needs to be a whole documentary on NetEase Games, because right now they are going insane with the high quality games that they've been publishing. So anyways, along with the battle royale format, just know that it's close quarters combat, vertical mobility, and hero-based abilities set in the mythical Morris Island. And when it comes to gameplay mechanics, some will say the combat system is more of a rock paper scissors type of engagement, as when it comes to normal attacks, you have your counters, and then you have your counters that's countered by charged attacks, and then your charged attacks are countered by normal attacks. Y'all get the point, right? Rock paper scissors is why I started off with that. It's a very interesting parrying system. And of course, the more you get into the game, the more you realize how advanced the mechanics actually are. There's a lot of different weapons, such as the longsword, katana, spears, great swords, and then you have your ranged weapons, such as the bows, muskets, pistols, automatic crossbows. So they're covering the entire spectrum of how you can take out your opponent. And with that being said, the transversal is a lot of grappling, parkour, and getting into the heroes. There's 22 plus heroes with unique F skills and ultimates, and examples of it being Viper Ning with her with the stun ability, Yodo Him with the Heim with the spectral blade, and then Matari with the stealth aspect. So of course, the different game modes are not only battle royale, as you have Bloodbath, which is a deathmatch 1v1 duels. You have PvE Showdown, which is more roguelike. You have the Fortress Siege, which is objective-based PvPvE, which is very interesting, especially when you're looking to shape up the overall flow of gameplay, especially in a longevity type of game. You can't have the gameplay or just the meta being the same throughout its entire lifespan, or people are going to get bored of it. So it definitely switches up the aspect, especially with the different game modes and the flow of the combat. And then you have your different maps, such as the Morris Island, like I said earlier, the Holoroth, the Pordoria, and with that being said, there's a lot of side content in case people is wondering, how long is this game actually? Well, with side content, it's 20 to 40 hours. And of course, if you just want to focus strictly on the story with minimal narrative, is 15 to 20 minute tutorial. And of course, the overall runtime of the game would be from 15 to 25 hours. But technically, you could get 40 to 50 hours out of this game if you include all of the side content. So a lot of people like this, especially when it comes to the crossplay and cross progression. If you don't know, it's supported on PC, Xbox cross save, optional cross play. So that means you can play on your PC and then keep that same save file for your Xbox console. And then all of the platforms I just named, as far as PC, Xbox Series X and S, PS5, mobile, Xbox One, sadly, it's not on the Nintendo Switch. So, as far as the Nintendo Switch, hey, may have to get them next time, buddy. But anyways, as far as what I really want to get into, because I like to do review roundups, but also I like to get into the analytical data, especially with these games being so popular amongst the masses. As like I said earlier, as far as it coming out the gate, selling over 10 million copies globally, as far as 2021 to 2022, just know as of 2025, it has 20 plus million global players on the game, and the peak concurrent Steam data has 300,000 daily, as far as what I was saying in earlier. And that's as of this year, so it's up to date as far as the 300,000 concurrent peak from Steam. So with that being said, there was a lot of copies sold even before it went free to play. So a lot of people are probably just thinking to themselves, well, if this game wasn't free to play, nobody would be playing it, which is far from the truth, as it sold over 6 million copies when it was $20. So this game went from being $20 to completely free. And it wasn't because people wasn't playing the game. They just wanted to open up lower the barrier of entry, especially for people who was excited about the game. Because of course, especially in today's age, a lot of people don't have the disposable income to play all these different games. Because of course, like I always say, gaming is an expensive hobby. It's a luxury, not a necessity. Should not be picking certain games over base necessities like food and water, right? Hopefully, that's not news to anybody, but just wanted to say that just in case people don't understand as far as the whole making a game free to play so more people can get into it. So some people just don't have the disposable funds to get into a lot of different games. And with this game going free to play all the way back in 2023, as far as July specifically, people started to play it even more. And then they come to realize that they like the Battle Royale format, because it always just takes a little bit for people who are stuck in their ways to kind of realize, hey, I actually like this different format that I've never played in gaming before. Let me keep putting more time into it. And then that's how it happens. So as far as the UI, a lot of people, as far as the roundup, a lot of people is talking about the UI and talking about how there's too many currencies and the user interface is way too convoluted. These are just some of the nitpicks that people have. Some people are saying that there's a lot of balance issues as far as heroes being OP / certain weapons being really OP, whether it's the spear specifically in the game. And they talk about the slow balancing pace as far as patches and the developers as far as 24 Entertainment taking their time to patch some of the OP mechanics in the game. And of course, when it comes to NetEase, the old NetEase kerfuffle always comes up in the light of day as far as them talking about privacy concerns over account linking, such as a Facebook, NetEase, Google. NetEase always finds themselves in the privacy concerns from the masses, even though every single game you hop on, there's a whole terms and agreement type of contract that nobody reads, and they just sign it blindly. Like literally on one of those type of contracts, they could be putting, oh, y'all gonna pay us $500 an hour. And then because nobody reads the terms and agreement before you get into the game, they'll probably just not even know, right? Because who's out here reading the terms of agreement before they get into a game? Exactly. So anyways, getting back into the game, when it comes to a lot of the interesting aspects, like I already talked about, as far as how they've kept their longevity, just know the esports growth, like I talked about earlier, the J Cup, the Celestial Cup, there's a lot of competitive events and scenes that flourish in China. So that's one of the main reasons why this game is still impacting the masses to this day, because of course that helps out a lot as far as the esports growing, getting enamored with your game to the point where now it's a staple in esports, not just something that's here today, gone tomorrow. It's really one of the more pivotal games when it comes to the esports scene, but also the Battle Royale scene. So, a lot of people attribute Battle Royale to an H1Z1 or a PUBG or I forgot to turn my alerts off. Shout out to Holly Fan for subscribing. How do I say that? I don't even know. Isn't that crazy? I'm recording and I forgot to turn my alerts off. But shout out to you for subscribing. I don't even know what platform it is because I don't have my my thing up. But anyways, let's get back into it. But shout out to you. See, if you subscribe or follow, well, I'm gonna try to turn it off next time. But you know, if I'm streaming, that stuff pops up. So anyways, I'm just gonna keep that in there. I'm definitely not editing that out. You know, shout out to shout out to people supporting while you're not even streaming. So anyways, getting back into Naraka Bladepoint, that's it. That's funny. The launch. I already talked about the launch and the success of that. Now, I do want to get into a little bit of the review roundup because that's what I do with every video game. I get into the sales because analytical data is something that I try to pride myself on as far as having it and giving it and disseminating it to the public. And then also the review roundup is something I wanted to give you a consensus on what people think about this particular game. Because IGN gave this an 8 out of 10, praising this game for its superb melee combat and gravity defying movement, offering a fresh spin on battle royale. And then they said though network issues and bot matches were drawbacks. And then you have PC Gamer giving this a 75 out of 100, highlighting a lot of the complex skill-based combat and fluid parkour, but noted a steep learning curve and erratic animations. And then Gamer, actually, let me see. PC Games. Well, I already went with PC Gamer. NME, for those who don't know what that platform is. Hold up. I'm not talking about my podcast, Notorious Mass Effect. Let me see. Gaming publication. I probably heard of it, hopefully. It's the British music website, and the NME stands for New Musical Express, which is interesting because they're covering this game. But anyways, they gave no numerical score but found it fun with satisfying melee. So I don't know why in the world they reviewed this game when the music publication, but they basically just came out like, hey, this game's so good, we're gonna let you know how we feel about it. So shout out to them. But and then let me see, MMORPG.com gave this a 7 out of 10, saying they appreciate the innovative melee combat and weapons variety, but felt longevity suffered due to a stale gameplay loop. So of course they fixed that, as that was put out back in 2021 as far as that review. It's 2025, still having a peak concurrent of 300,000 players. So safe to say that I think a lot of the marketing strategies put behind this game, whether it's collaborating with Persona 5 Royale, whether it's collaborating with Nier Automata, it's just showcasing how and what to do if you want people to stay in your game for the long haul. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Naraka Bladepoint? And of course, like I said, it's on PC, Xbox, PS5, mobile. So with that being said, are you more willing to give this game a try? And if so, what stood out to you the most as far as throughout this review? So getting into Crystal of Atlan and diving into the mobile game landscape once again, it being in the top 10 as far as one of the most played mobile games currently is very impressive, considering it's in the midst of mobile games that's been out for at least 5 to 10 years, as far as a Cookie Run Kingdom, a Roblox, a Pokemon Go being amongst some of the most played mobile games in the world. Crystal of Atlan has broken into that, and then even more, as currently it's the 6th most played mobile game globally, as it came out May 28th of this year. So that's a phenomenal accomplishment as far as it starting off on a strong foot, and definitely showcasing how it's going to impact the masses for quite some time. As when it comes to the sales and performance, just know as of June 2025, it surpassed 500,000 downloads across all platforms. And the strongest markets are Asia and North America. And then of course, for people who are wondering, we're going to get into we just got into the sales. So we're going to get into the reviews and sell roundups of this particular mobile game. And of course, over here at Notorious Mass Effect, we love to talk about the entire gaming industry. So of course, when it comes to this game specifically, I'm gonna tell you what it is. We're gonna get into the review roundups. I already talked about the sales, but I'll dive into that again. But getting into what this game is about is a free-to-play, cross-platform Magic Punk MMO action RPG developed by VI Games, published by Skystone Games, formerly known as Newverse. And then, of course, the platforms are mobile, right? iOS, Android. But the interesting thing about this is that it's also available on PC, but more specifically Epic plus standalone, and then PS5 with full crossplay. So that's a huge accomplishment in itself. As with the visual and tech enhancements on the consoles, PS5 has HUD optimization, HDR, DualSense haptics, and PSSR support. So when it comes to this game, best believe they didn't just ship a port over to the consoles. They actually optimized certain things because of the hardware being able to having the capabilities for the upgrades and the upgraded gameplay. So with that being said, if you didn't know, this game is more like 3D real-time ARPG with XYZ axis aerial movement, as there's a skill system equipping up to 12 active skills, including finishers, pet attacks, and then the base classes you have 5. So the swordsman, musketeer, magister, fighter, and puppeteer. The advanced classes have 11 total, including the Magi Blade and the Berserker that's unlocked at level 15. And of course, we're not going to get into a lot of the spoilers, but with the skills pool, just know there's no gotcha or paywall. So if you're increasing your character in this game, just know you don't have to worry about the corporation as far as Skystone Games trying to run you dry in your pocketbook. So you don't have to worry about that. But ultimately, what a lot of people do as far as Crystal of Atlan, they get into the PvE aspect of the game. As the adventure main story missions, a lot of people enjoy that part of it. And of course, the elite harder enemies, the Abyss boss dungeons, that's only for people level 32 plus. So of course, it rewards you for certain things that's locked off until you hit a certain level, which I mean, ultimately helps out for people who want to feel fulfilled when they upgrade their character. And it, of course, gives newcomers something to strive towards, especially when hopping into a whole new game. And then Hex Chess is more of as far as this game, the PvE aspect is an 8-player tactical co-op as far as the Hex Chess mode. And then you have PvP, which is 1v1 and 3v3, reliant on player skill. And then you have Fleet System, which has guild mechanics for raids and dallies. I think I said that. I think I pronounced that right. But as far as the free to play, it does limit the daily runs. So as far as the stamina system, it limits daily dungeon runs, refills every 24 hours. So the free to play aspect, there's no gotcha elements, but of course, if it's free to play and if you don't want to spend anything on the game, there's a overall stamina system that refills every 24 hours, which I haven't heard any reports as far as the consensus as far as that being too short. So apparently people don't have any problem with that. As far as the world and design, there's an aesthetic magic punk, which combines arcane magic with steampunk / Victorian era machinery. As far as camera options, you have dynamic or top-down toggle for accessibility. A lot of the customization in this game includes skill builds, subclasses, cosmetic, pets, and mounts. So for the people out there who game just to have pets that go along with them, this game is essentially for you. And it also, you come to realize, this game has a whole One Punch Man crossover to the point where it happened not too long ago, as far as June 26th, and then is going into July 26th, as the boss for this crossover event is Boros in Path to Hero Dungeon. And then the rewards for this One Punch Man crossover is Mark of the Dominator, which is boss drops, Master's License, Saitama, is that how you pronounce his name? That's One Punch Man, right? The Saitama transformation, avatar frames and cosmetics, S-grade pet, which is the Terrible Tornado, and then you have mounts such as the Sky Knight Genos and the Windride skateboard Hellish Blizzard. Man, talk about nerd terminology.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And speaking about what's going on, we also have the main story, which is about 20 to 25 hours across the linear zones such as Rhine City and Atlan ruins. But to be fair, if you wanted to explore, which, you know, I feel like in every game that has explorable options and optional bosses, and especially gives you more rewards for beating those bosses, I think you should explore. So if you wanted to do the side content as well, you would easily get 40 to 50 hours out of this game by going into the elite enemies, the abyss, and the seasonal events. So when it comes to the sales surpassing 500,000 across all platforms, you can see how that ends up happening as far as the masses just clamoring for more and more as far as this game, and then them having One Punch Man type crossovers. You come to realize that developers also want you to stay on this game. So not only are people enjoying this from a gameplay aesthetic, but also with the developers, with the publisher, you come to realize that a One Punch Man crossover is not easy to pull off, especially when you start pocket watching. So with that being said, there has been some controversies for this game, and then after that we're going to get into the review roundups. But the controversies for this game is the data privacy concern, as I feel like for every mobile game I review, there's always that concern of privacy, which, you know, is very concerning for somebody who covers the entire gaming ecosystem, because if you look at it, console games really don't get that too often, right? I mean, unless it's NetEase, right? NetEase that made Marvel Rivals. A lot of people was like, oh, NetEase is going to take our data, but I'm like, Newverse, NetEase, I wonder what's the similarities. Like, these people are just out here wilding. Like, I do believe when it comes to people specifically being like, oh, they're gonna take our data, there's a lot of things out here that is vying for your data. Not saying that's a good thing, but I just wonder why they always target Newverse, NetEase type of corporation. But, you know, that's besides the point. I ain't trying to get canceled. So then you have Skystone Games acquisition praised for transparency. As far as, I guess with this publisher, they have a huge reputation in being like respectful to their gamers and consumers that don't try to like steal their data or whatever. So I guess that was a positive acquisition as far as Skystone Games getting this. So, and then the PvP balance, a lot of people have talked about how the Musketeer / the Mystrix dominate the PvP meta. So of course, I haven't played the game, so I won't be able to tell you specifically if that's true. But as far as the consensus, that's what a lot of people are saying. And then of course, when you're getting into other things, as far as the unique selling points of this game, a lot of people really love the Magic Punk design as far as the unique hybrid of magic and steampunk visuals. They do enjoy the no gotcha elements as far as fully free classes and skill access, which is a huge positive for people, especially getting into mobile games. Then you have aerial combat as far as the XYZ axis with float, dodge, and combo chains, which makes a mobile game feel more intuitive, because of usually it's not as many mechanics when you're playing a mobile game. So with this game having that in the aerial combat, that's a big selling point off of this game. And then when it comes to the full crossplay, a lot of people do like how it's a true crossplay as far as across console, PC, and mobile. And then when you come to the licensed crossover collabs, such as a One Punch Man crossover, you kind of realize how that could expand the appeal to casual people who are really into other things, but then they realize their favorite character, which could be Saitama as far as One Punch Man, being in this game, Crystal of Atlas, and now you look Crystal of Atlan, and then you're looking at the game and you're like, hold up, I actually like this game, let me give it a try. And then that's how it happens. So that's why a lot of these crossover events happen in general. So getting into the review roundups, we have IGN that gave it a 8. They gave Crystal of Atlan an 8 out of 10, saying that they commended the combat depth, but the they commended the combat depth, the visual design, stamina grind was criticized though. So as far as the stamina grind, I guess they didn't enjoy it. I didn't see a lot of sentiments as far as people not enjoying that part, but that's IGN really didn't like that aspect of the game. And then GameSpot gave this a 7.5 out of 10, praising it for class variety and no gotcha model, noted repetitive side quests. And then Metacritic has more of a positive review as far as this game, because, you know, you come to realize that Metacritic is always going to go up and down, but majority of the time, if you look at it, like, I would say probably like 2-3 weeks after the fact, if somebody's like review bombing it, if you look at Metacritic, that's usually a good depiction of how people are enjoying the game. So overall, the scores are pretty positive. When it comes to this mobile game, just know that currently it is the 6th most played mobile game in the world. Just came out, well, I say just, it came out May 28th, which compared to the rest of the popular games on this list is the newest game to be on this list that I've seen in quite some time. Usually the games I review in the mobile segment of the episode, they've been out for like at least 2 to 3 years. So for this to be such a new game already, the 6th most played game, the 6th most played mobile game, and then when it comes to when I got into when I was introduced to this game, it was like a while ago. It was like a week or two ago. And it was in the top 10 list. And then it kept being in the list to the point where now I'm making an episode, and now it's moved up from like 9 to 10 to number 6. So I think more people are starting to enjoy this game. Obviously, it just came out. So we have to see what the foreseeable sales are as far as if it increases and decreases. Because as we've seen with games like Marvel Rivals, to bring them up again, you could fluctuate but then go back down to your new normal. So I don't know if this is the new normal for Crystal of Atlan, but all I know as of right now, it is one of the most played mobile games in the world, which as of me recording this is the 6th most played mobile game in the world specifically. So with that being said, click my link here in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. Are you willing to play? Are you willing to try out this free to play cross-platform Magic Punk MMO action RPG? And if you are, what intrigues you the most about Crystal of Atlan? Now, of course, when it comes to the gaming industry, Mario is unequivocally one of the characters that we have to put immense respect as far as on his name, on Luigi's name, and of course the entire IP that is the Mario world.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
As you can see right here, the episode is essentially titled after Kendrick Lamar performing Not Like Us in Toronto, Ontario, of course. But when it comes to the gaming side, obviously we're getting into Mario Kart World. As you can see right here that he's front and center of the gaming portion of the episode, and there's a strong reason for that. The reason for that is simply because, ladies and gentlemen, Mario Kart World, along with the Nintendo Switch 2, is out now. So with that being said, we have to label out not only, or just label and describe how big this game is, but also just talk about the ultimate cachet that is on Mario's name as far as the gaming industry. Because if you don't know, taking it all the way back to 1981, as Mario changed the landscape for platforming forever. As when Mario came out as Jumpman, literally was titled Jumpman before Mario. You know, that's to all my creators out there that have a phenomenal idea. Maybe it's just not fleshed out yet, because Mario came out as Jumpman. No, we're not talking about MJ. We're not talking about the Drake and Future track. We're talking about Mario specifically, as he debuted as Jumpman in Donkey Kong 1981. And of course, the platforming innovated that genre forever. To the point where when Super Mario Bros. Came out in 1985, of course, launched on the NES, ended up selling over 40 million copies back when the gaming industry was in an abysmal state. Mario was out here selling like hotcakes. So selling over 40 million copies with the Super Mario Bros. Back in 1985. Of course, when it comes to the global respect of Mario, everybody knows that Mario is the flagship character for Nintendo. But I don't think they specifically know how Mario innovated and just changed gaming forever, which is why I think is as lucrative as it is right now. So that's why forever and always, especially with the ultimate banner that I use time and time again. Trying to see if I can find it. Yeah, the banner that I use time and time again has Mario on it. As you can see over there with Jay-Z, you know, right next to Biggie. There's a reason why he's placed right there, right after, well, to be the first character along with Fortnite, of course. Just the iconic nature and status of Mario just ends up showcasing why in the world we put so much respect on his name. Because gaming would not be what it is if it wasn't for Mario.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So speaking about what's going on, we're getting into Mario Kart specifically, right? As I've already talked about the Nintendo Switch 2. If you was wanting to see my deep dive into that, all you have to do is just type in Nintendo. Actually, let me type it in with you. Nintendo Analytic Dreamz with the Z, and of course my coverage of Nintendo will pop up, which I got into how the Nintendo Switch 2 not only broke records but obliterated the records as it sold 3.5 million units in 4 days. Ladies and gentlemen, that surpassed all type of console sales in the past. So it surpassed the Xbox and PS5 as far as the greatest console release, and is setting up to be the fastest selling console. Now I know people are like, oh, PS5 would have broke that, but they didn't have enough consoles to ship out as far as people ordering them, because it was during COVID. But hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. Nintendo was out here at the right time and ended up breaking the metrics. So with that being said, now getting into the flagship game that was released along with the console, Mario Kart World ultimately ended up breaking records in itself, as far as the sales, sold 1 million copies as of June 2022. Well, over, as far as in Japan specifically, right? So we're going to get to worldwide in a second, but I just want to let you know how big this game is. 782,000 copies sold in its first 4 days. We're talking about Japan, with an additional 122,000 copies in the third week. So we're talking about one country, right? Now let's get into another country. United States, it approximately sold 869,000 physical units, and based on the estimated data, 79% of this game, people bought it attached to the Nintendo Switch 2. So this is unequivocally one of the greatest flagship IPs for Nintendo. And then, of course, when you get into globally, 3.5 million Switch 2 units. I've already talked about that, right? So including the estimates of the Mario Kart World being attached to it, an estimated 3 million units were sold worldwide by mid-June of this year. Safe to say that this is a phenomenal accomplishment in the gaming space. So when you look at the Famitsu sales specifically, and you see that Mario Kart World is at number 1 and is not even close, like the next, the closest to Mario Kart World right now, as of me recording this, is Raydu Remastered Super Strength Corpse Miracle. Shout out to them, but they sold, as far as this week being considered, they sold 21,000 units. Mario Kart World is at number 1 as far as selling 122,000. So safe to say, there's a little bit of a discrepancy in those numbers. So Mario Kart World is going to be the most popular title on Nintendo for quite some time. With that being said, now let's jump into the overall game, because hopefully I don't have to break down too much of what Mario Kart World is. But if people are new, just know that Mario Kart World is essentially an addition to the Mario Kart franchise. And with that being said, it's on the Nintendo Switch 2 exclusively. It was released June 5th. And of course, you have your OG mechanics, such as the charge jump. Not charge jump. The OG mechanics, such as the items, the drifting, a lot of the boosts at the start, like a lot of things you get into as far as the Mario Kart World routine, and the ultimate consistency and the enjoyment that it brings, and beating or getting defeated in every single race. They brought that into this as well. But the new thing they have is they have the charge jump, which you can hold jump from height and speed. They have rail grinding / wall riding, which has advanced shortcuts. They have the feather item, so that's a new item. The high jumps for obstacle evasion. And then you have water skiing, which replaces the underwater sections. You have retractable wings, which replaces the gliders for flight. And then when it comes to the map, it's all interconnected, meaning that it's essentially the first ever Mario Kart open world game, because all of the maps are interconnected via highways. So you're probably wondering, how does that work? Well, as far as all the maps being connected, you can have battle mode, which is a closed loop or aggressive type of mode if you want to battle it out or 1v1 somebody. You have the Grand Prix Road Trip, which has 4 races per cup plus transitional road segments. And then, of course, you have the free roam, which capitalizes off of the open world aspect, as when it comes to the exploration, when it comes to the P switch missions, when it comes to panels, Peach medallions, there has been repetitiveness noted, because you got to keep in mind this is a review and sales roundup, so we're getting into everybody's consensus when it comes to this game. So there has been people that came out and said that the open world is a little repetitive, and I'm not gonna say it's dull, but if you're gonna have an open world and you're driving around, I think there should be a little more activities to do that's enjoyable on your own, not just with others, right? So a lot of people came out and said it was a little boring. So as far as the progression, you do unlock characters, custom vehicles via coins, missions, and random Kamek/dash snack transformations. What in the world? I don't know what that is. But when it comes to the objection, the objective metrics of this game, the performance is 60 frames per second, 30 frames per second if you're playing split screen. And then some of the issues that were noted by the masses is clunky free roam map access, no collectible tracker, sparse side activities, which I talked about in the free roaming, and then no free roam local co-op, which is interesting because you would think that would be anyways. So apparently there's a main story, and whenever I play Mario Kart games, I didn't even know there was a story. I thought you just raced against your friends and that was it. That was the story. You know, Nintendo was basically like, we gave you one of the most enjoyable gameplay loops of all time. We're not adding the story. So essentially the main story, which is 8 cups, is 6 to 8 hours. Plus mirror mode adds an additional 4 to 6 hours. And then for the completionists out there that want to cover everything in every single map, you can get 30 to 50 hours out of the mission/unlocks in the game. But always keep in mind, a lot of people play this game with their friends, so you can really get an infinite amount of gameplay and enjoyment out of it, depending on your friend group and how many of them play the game, because you can always go back and race time and time again to try to answer the consistent question of who's the best racer in Mario Kart out of the friend group. So with that being said, there's 50 characters total, 32 default, 18 unlockable. There's 30 returning, 20 new as far as Cattle Quack and Penguin. Is that the penguin you kick off the ledge on Mario 64? What in the world? Let me see. Ain't no way they didn't added the penguin. He didn't got his get back. Mario Kart. I wonder if he's racing around with a blicky. Let me see. It is the penguin you kick. Oh, wow. That's crazy. If y'all want to see it, hold up. Let me see if I can see this right quick. I guess it was on Mario Kart 8, but I don't know if that was a mod or not, but it's officially in Mario Kart World. I'm trying to see if they have like a picture that I can pull up. Oh, here he is. Okay. They have the penguin from Mario 64 in this game. Ain't that crazy? Like, what in the world? What is going on?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
That penguin got kicked off the ledge. He was like, hold up, I'm finna have the last laugh. Let me get my vehicle. So anyways, I guess the penguin is in Mario Kart World. So that's very interesting. But anyways, getting back into the costumes for the characters, there's 24 characters with alternate outfits as far as Vampire, Waluigi via Dash Snacks. There's 24 types of vehicles, no customization. So that's interesting. 28 tracks, which you can mix, which is a mix of new and retro. And then when it comes to the music side of things, there's 200 plus tracks made by Atsuko Asahi. I think that's how you say it. Atsuko Asahi, which obviously is playing off of the nostalgia-like feature of the past soundtracks with new tracks implemented. So I already went over the sales. With that being considered, I did want to get into some of the review roundups because, of course, that's what I do over here. I give you a consensus review and sales roundup of every single game that comes out in the gaming industry with my own personal thoughts if I play the game or not. Obviously, I haven't played this game. When it comes to the Nintendo Switch 2, A lot of people are talking about stick drift. A lot of people are having their screens completely broken via staples, and we're talking about the masses. So if you didn't specifically experience this, just know there's actual, hold up, because some people just gonna think I'm playing. So literally with the Nintendo Switch 2, and this has been multiple people. Let me see, Nintendo. Let me just type in staple. I'm pretty sure it's gonna pop up. So yeah, literally, I don't know if I should. This is dox the person. I don't know if this. Let me see. What does this look like? I do not think this doxes the person because they blurred a lot out. But anyways, okay, so let me show you this again. So anyways, as always, GameStop is just one of the worst stores of all time as far as not being competent. So when it comes to this, right? Let me see if y'all can see. Y'all should be able to see that. When it comes to people buying a Nintendo Switch 2, and then for some reason, the employee thought it was a good idea to staple the receipt to the front of the box. And then guess what? This is the actual screen. So what you're looking at on the right side is the actual Nintendo Switch screen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think to myself, what is going on to happen? So what is going on in an employee's mind to think that stapling the front of a screen wouldn't damage it? I don't care if it's behind the box. Who staples receipts to the front of something that's fragile? Anyways, so yeah, so he had those staple marks. Obviously, he put it on the internet, and the rest was history. So that's why I say, when it comes to you specifically, if you haven't had this happen to you, just know a lot of people have. So that's what I'm talking about as far as the consensus and the roundup. So I haven't got a Nintendo Switch 2 because at the end of the day, I'm more of a single player type gamer. Shameless plug, I'm currently playing Death Stranding 2 that just came out. So that just goes back to my, like, I'm a single player type of guy. Whenever Donkey Kong Bananza comes out, I may hop on that game, but in general, I do prefer solo player games. So as far as the games that Nintendo Switch 2 had coming out, it's not my cup of tea, right? Donkey Kong Bananza is a whole nother story. But as far as Mario Kart World, like, I'm not just trying to drive around for fun and play like my friends 2 or 3 times and then we play other games, right? So with that being said, the review roundups for this game from major conglomerates is such as IGN gave this game a 9 out of 10, saying that they love the open world, and they basically were saying, because I watched that whole video, they was basically saying the free roam was boring, sort of like I was saying, as far as a lot of people coming together to say, like, it's like a general consensus. The open world is a little lackluster. So hopefully via DLC or via DLC, they add more activities that make it enjoyable. But as of right now, it's very bare bones. So GameSpot gave this an 8 out of 10, praising the Knockout Tour, and noted, I don't know what that word is, the opaque, what in the world? I don't know what that is. So we're just going to say that GameSpot gave this an 8 out of 10, praising the Knockout Tour. And then getting into Eurogamer, Metacritic, sitting at an 85 out of 100. So it showcases that a lot of people are enjoying the game, and it's a pretty high score, especially what Mario fans have come to consider, what they've come to, what they've grown accustomed to as far as the Mario review scores. Because at the end of the day, Mario is one of the greatest IPs in history, but it's also because they give high quality consistently. It's not just it sells the most, so we like it. Like, no, it's actual high quality. And if you've known the landscape of gaming, you know how high quality Mario is, to have innovated the platforming mechanics indefinitely, right? Platforming would not be what it is today if it wasn't because of Mario. Obviously, this is Mario Kart. And some would say, to be fair, that Sonic, what's the racing Sonic game? Let me see, Sonic. Some will say that when it comes to, and not the latest Sonic racing game, but when it comes to the previous Sonic racing games, to be fair, they did say that the overall transversal mechanics, when it came to going from the street to the sky or to the water, some would say that Sonic did that first. But that's just me. I'm not trying to make any Mario fans upset. I'm just pointing out there that Sonic fans may have a little one up on you when it comes to the overall innovative factor and when it comes to racing specifically. Anyways, with that out the way, obviously, this is a humongous game in the landscape of gaming, because specifically being on the Nintendo Switch platform and still having all of the sales in the world as far as 3 million units being sold as of mid-June 2025. So it's probably way more, right? And with their, I say only, but with there being more than 3.5 million Switch 2 units out, and then you already surpassed the 3 million unit threshold for Mario Kart World, is a very humongous accomplishment, because you have to keep in mind that this game and the console came out at the same time. Because, let me see, Nintendo Switch 2 release date. I believe it came out at the same time. Yeah, they both came out at June 5th. So you could always get a game and play older Switch games if you don't have the, because some people, as far as exposable income, a lot of people can't afford more than 1 or 2 games, right? Some can afford, most can only afford the console. So now if you buy the Switch 2 to play older games, it just shows how impressive it is that the Mario Kart World sales are literally catching up, or not catching up, but it's so close to the actual overall Nintendo Switch 2 sales. So I would say that this is a W for Nintendo. It's definitely an L for the drop the price movement. Safe to say, I did not forget all of the people out there advocating for the drop the price movement, to the point where y'all were in those poor developers' streams. And I say poor because, of course, I felt bad for them, saying drop the price. Time and time again, y'all saying drop the price. Those developers are just trying to show the latest mechanics for Mario Kart World. And then now, come to find out, the Nintendo Switch 2 is not only selling, but it's also selling more than any other console currently. And of course, when it comes to the first week, it outsold any console in the first 4 days of all time.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So when it comes to the drop the price movement, I will scream from, I don't even know the phrase, but when it comes to the drop the price movement, I would scream from the heavens and back. Let's just say it like that, right? That it was one of the worst movements of all time in gaming, because people came out, they were saying specifically this game. Obviously, I haven't even got into it because y'all already know that's been beaten like a dead horse, right? The main thing about this game is basically, this game is way more expensive than previous games. But the ultimate thing with the price is that it's Mario. So a lot of people was like, oh, we hate the price. We hate that is, I think it's like $79 or something like that. Let me see how much it is right now. I don't know if it probably didn't go on. Nintendo games do not go on sale, but let me see the actual price of Mario Kart World price, because it should be that same price. So essentially, Mario Kart World compared to the field, right? Mario Kart World is $79 for the digital version, and then the retail for up to $90 in some regions. I mean, but that varies, right? Essentially, it's $79. But usually games are $50 to $60. And I think Donkey Kong Bananza is even one of the two as far as $50 or $60. Usually, let me see. And with the drop the price movement being non-effective against the console that was the Nintendo Switch 2, you come to realize that Nintendo games are usually, okay, so basically what I was saying is the Nintendo games are usually $59, right? Mario Kart World is $79.99. So if it's basically $80, the typical price for a Nintendo Switch game is $60. There's a whole drop the price movement even before the console, because guess what? This game came out exactly when the console came out. They was basically letting you know, we don't care what y'all think. It's going to stay that same exact price. But I was a proponent of, if we band together and ultimately did not support the console or the game for at least a month, they would have looked at their fourth quarter predictions and they would have dropped those prices expeditiously. But guess what? People folded like cheap lawn chairs.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So of course, I'm not mad that people are putting Spectre on Mario's name. I'm just mad that they fell victim to corporate greed once again because we could not band together for the drop the price movement. And who knows, the next Mario game may be $150. I mean, at this point, Nintendo just get away with whatever. They probably look at everybody and it was like, hold up.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Was that the drop the price movement leader coming in to buy our Nintendo Switch 2? And then the rest was history. So with that being said, that's my whole coverage of Mario Kart World. Obviously, as far as the episode being titled 150 and labeled Kendrick Lamar performing Not Like Us in Toronto, Ontario, I was also getting into Mario Kart World. As you see right here, it's obviously showcasing the duality of the music and gaming side of things, and ultimately every single Mario game I'm going to put immense respect on his name because of what it did to the gaming industry. But also, I'm going to keep it 8 more than 92, just like I do with Drake. My favorite artist is Drake, and y'all just saw who was on the cover. I mean, size 7 up there in front of the Canada logo. You know what I'm saying? Because it happened. It happened in real life. I can't believe they let him perform that in Toronto. But anyways, not to get too off subject. So click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Mario Kart World? And at the end of the day, if you don't have a Nintendo Switch 2, is Mario Kart World enough for you to buy the console? Pour one out for the drop the price movement.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Like sometimes I be talking with my girl Liara and I just be looking at the whole landscape of music. And then sometimes I just realize to myself, y'all really had a whole movement. And you dropped the ball. With this being halfway into the year, of course, and if people would have sat out at least a month or two sticking to the drop the price movement, guess what? Nintendo would have folded because they would have been very, they would have been definitely aware of the Q4 sales needing to be at a certain level to where they would have discounted the prices, right? To have those Q4 earnings looking glorious. So for the earnings call, they could tell their investors, hey, look, this is how much we sold when they dropped the prices, right? But of course, people making the Switch 2, the fastest selling console ever, is what it's on pace to be, objectively speaking. If we look up, let me give you the actual number, right? And just in case people think I'm making up stuff. So when it comes to Nintendo Switch 2, it's set to become the fastest flagship console ever, selling more than 3.5 million units in its first 4 days. Which goes back to my point of the drop the price movement being the worst movements we've ever seen in gaming history.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So with that being said, of course, Donkey Kong Bananza is here to capitalize off of the movement because guess what? This is not going to drop in price at all because you know what? They already tested you. They tested your chin like every boxer does in a boxing match. And let's just say y'all folded. So Donkey Kong Bananza is definitely going to come out at full price. I wouldn't be surprised if they bumped it up to $90. You know what I'm saying? But, to be fair, the game is priced at $70 currently. So as far as me looking this up and looking at the actual price, it is $70. Now, as far as the $80 price tag, I think they only reserved that for Mario Kart World, which you already know all the controversy that came up about that. But Donkey Kong is $70, and the reason why I talk about the prices is because I wouldn't be surprised if they come out with a version that's $90 or $100. Because guess what? They like, if y'all gonna throw money at us like this, then we might as well not even be fair with the prices. So anyways, let's get into the trailer for Donkey Kong. Well, this is a deep dive, so of course we're going to skip around, but as far as the beginning, let's get into Donkey Kong Bananza right now. And Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
When the world
okay, they're starting off with a little song. You gotta love it. They said we're going to give you some tunes.
looks so dark and deep. Heart is rock, cold as stone. I was scared alone.
Oh, they supposed to be friends? I'm kind of confused. This man that found him another buddy. Nah, you know what? Being a cover of music, you know what I want to know? Are they going to change his son's name? Because if you don't know, I got to do it. If you don't, at first I thought Nintendo was being funny, right? But this is actually his son's name. Now, some would say that the name right now is going under a lot of turmoil. What I would say is I would find it hard to believe that Diddy Kong will be left out of this game, right? So I just want to see, are they going to include Diddy in this game? And would Diddy be bringing the baby? Or okay, my fault. Let's get back into the trailer. All right, so where Diddy Kong at? That's all I want to know. They're going to stick to the source material?
Golden Bananas.
Okay.
The discovery of the century. Made right here on Ingot Isle.
I do like bananas. You know, got to get your potassium in.
One banana fan, Donkey Kong. However, just as he's about to enjoy the notable bananas, a sudden tempest sends him deep.
Ah.
As his adventure begins, DK teams up with Odd Rock. But
okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't like. Didn't that rock just explode into a whole woman? Like, I'm so confused.
it's no rock at all. It's actually a talented young singer named Pauline.
Oh, so that is Pauline. I thought that was a whole new character. Pauline looks different from Odyssey. Let me see. Pauline Odyssey. So as far as what I'm used to her looking like, it's kind of close, but you know, it's a little different. Hold up. Can I show this? Let me see. There we go. Trying to give a close comparison. So this is what I'm used to her looking like. Obviously it looks a little different, but you know, I guess they got it, like going over these other pictures. I guess it makes sense why is Mario in the world? But anyways, you can tell why I didn't even know that was Pauline at first. She looked way different in Odyssey, but I guess different art style.
Now Donkey Kong just wants bananas, and Pauline wants to find a way back home to the surface. It's said,
and she like, give me away from Donkey Kong. I'm trying to go back to my New York.
Set off on a strange subterranean adventure. The story takes place in the underground.
All right, and that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna give you the first 2 minutes. So actually, I do want to jump in a little bit. Let me see the gameplay.
The many layers of the underground world.
Dr. Umar, we're not like this.
Some are mysterious and aren't too bothered by DK's destructive tendencies.
I'm about to say, why you just pushed that man?
Looks like Cranky Kong and his companion Rambi are also.
It's how y'all be.
It looks like Cranky Kong.
Back in my day, we had a bunch of sports games to play for. This how y'all look. Back in my day, it wasn't just old 2K. It wasn't just Madden. We had NFL Street. We had NBA Live. We had NBA Street. We had all type of basketball and football games. But nowadays, you young bloods just out here playing the same sports games. Back in my day.
Kong and his companion Rambi are also venturing through the layers of the world. Then there are the giant elders who.
All right, not gonna lie to you, it looks fire. After looking at the gameplay, my initial reaction definitely became more positive, because you know, at the beginning I didn't know what was happening. It was just a whole rock. I'm like, this man about to go through a whole game with a rock as a companion. But of course, Pauline being with Donkey Kong, I think that'll help out a lot, because you know, Mario Pauline missions was definitely the standout, I would say, in Odyssey, especially from just the overall world being so unique, just putting Mario in that setting, because usually you see Mario in different galaxies, you see him in the desert, you see a lot of different things for Mario. So to see him in New York with the Pauline character and the setting work with the Mario mechanics, I think Odyssey definitely is one of the better Mario games, in my opinion. But, of course, I'm open to for debate. So with that being said, Donkey Kong Bonanza definitely looks like a great continuation of the overall platforming edition for the Nintendo platform. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social media. Oh, wait, hold up. Y'all probably want to know, when does this game come out? And that's definitely a huge deal. So Donkey Kong is coming to the Switch 2 July 17th, 2025. So yeah, July 17th. So that's a huge date to pinpoint because of you either have to get a Switch 2 by then, which you already know. There's a story out there about 3,000 Switch 2s got straight up boom gang from I don't know if it was a GameStop truck. I think it was a GameStop truck, right? It was 3,000 Switch units. They pulled it over like a continuation of a GTA heist and stole it with the quickness. Expeditiously got out of there with 3,000 Switch 2 units. So, and reportedly it lost GameStop over like $1.2 million. It was a pretty big deal. Like literally, if I type it in right now, it'll probably just pop up. Let me see. GameStop Switch 2. Let me just type in heist. Yeah, someone robbed 1.4 million worth of Nintendo Switch 2 consoles. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, who in the world?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Like sometimes I think to myself, what is going on through y'all minds to steal 3,000 consoles? Not consoles, because I can understand, but 3,000 Switch 2s? Like, do you not know that Nintendo would brick your console with the quickness? It's the reason why all of these initial launches of the Switch 2s is coming back with people stapling the screens, which shout out to GameStop for that, which is why they probably stole it in the first place. Joy-Cons drifting, orange screen of death. Y'all remember the red screen, the red ring of death for Xbox 360? Apparently for the Switch 2, you getting the orange screen to death or the red screen, whatever it is, it's breaking down, basically. And then somebody wrote a whole dissertation talking about the dock not working. I'm like, goodness, this is one of the worst reviews I've ever seen from a popular console. It's almost like y'all should have listened to me when I said to support the drop the price movement.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
But anyway, that's my side tangent. At some point, I just try to say things to help y'all out, but y'all spend your hard-earned money and wonder why the staple is connected to the screen and no longer works. So anyways, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think about Donkey Kong Bonanza? And once again, it is coming out July 17th of this year. So click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Donkey Kong Bonanza? And are you looking forward to getting this game when it eventually comes out July 17th, 2025? Now, when it comes to big bank, take little bank, this specific scenario, that was not the case.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now, at first glance, at first listen, you're probably thinking to yourself, what in the world are you talking about? Well, ladies and gentlemen, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because we're getting into something I've been clamoring to dive into, which is Apple versus Epic.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Because sometimes you got to realize that the minuscule problems in the gaming industry, some of the huge conglomerates are fighting billion-dollar battles behind the scenes that nobody reports on. And by nobody, I mean, obviously I'm being a little facetious, as far as the masses, they do not care about these billion-dollar battles behind the scene. Because if you don't know, Apple is approximately worth $3.5 trillion. The most valuable company in the world. Well, one of the most valuable companies in the world. Epic, last valued, was at $22.5 billion. Safe to say, $3.5 trillion is a little bit more than $22.5 billion. But that's just me, right? To put it in perspective, Apple's net worth is 157 times larger than Epic's. Highlighting the vast scale and the discrepancy between Apple's net worth and Epic's net worth. Now, obviously, the reason why I bring that up is because this topic is very interesting, and I just want to break it down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus just to lay it out and let you do of the information what you will, because I think this is one of the most entertaining. Like, people talk about the Diddy trials. What about the Apple versus Epic trials? I'm out here like, hold up now.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the state of gaming because this is a monumental back and forth. Now, this all started 2020, right? Epic bypassed Apple's 30% fee with a direct payment in Fortnite. And with that being said, Apple said to themselves, you're not finna maneuver around our specific guidelines for being on our platform. So they completely removed Fortnite, right? They terminated Epic's developer account, and then Epic sued Apple as far as the Northern District of California for violating. So Epic sued Apple. Northern District of California is where it happened. But as far as the lawsuit, Epic claimed Apple violated the Sherman Act, the California Cartwright Act, never heard of that before, and the California's UCL Act. I guess they're blaming Apple for tearing this ACL. No, my fault. Let me not be ignorant in the segment. So anyways, it violated the Sherman Act, the California's Cartwright Act, and then the California's UCL Act. Fast forward to 2021. We have Judge Yvonne Gonzalez that rules that Apple is not a monopolist, which is it's very interesting. You know, that may, hey.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
We got people out here, we got judges out here saying that Apple is a monopoly. You know, at this point, you know, that may be the problem, but that's besides the point. So Judge Yvonne Gonzalez, I think I'm saying it right, ruled that Apple is not a monopolist, and it won 9 out of the 10 claims. Anti-steering rules that violate, it didn't have rules that violate the California UCL. There was an injunction, meaning that Apple must allow links to external payments, meaning that Epic breached contract justifying Fortnite's removal. So safe to say, Fortnite ended up looking at the ruling and said to themselves, there's no way they're siding with this $1 trillion company. And lo and behold, they absolutely were. Fast forward to 2022 to 2024, all type of appeals was happening because basically Apple, Basically, Apple was in the courtroom, right? This is the belt, right? And it was putting BTA on Epic. They was putting a lot of BTA on Epic in the courtroom like this, right? Okay, so y'all like that very professional demonstration? Okay, anyways, 2022 to 2024, a lot of the appeals happened. So 2023, the Ninth Circuit affirmed that Apple is not a monopolist because Epic was not going to let this go without a dying fight, right? 2024, SCOTUS declined to hear appeals, ruling stood. Epic still didn't give up because not only are they still bothering Apple with appeals, but now Apple spun the block twice. You know how they was giving BTA, right? They spun the block twice and they were like, hold up, you still trying to come back to this lawsuit? So they ended up adding a 27% commission on external payments made within 7 days of link clicks.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So you ever look at the gaming landscape and wonder, why is this more expensive in Fortnite? Or why is this more expensive on the Epic store? Well, now you know, right? That's why I say this is one of the more interesting back and forths I've seen in the gaming industry for quite some time. Fast forward from 2024 to 2025. We have now we're in the current year, of course, right? And in April of 2025, Judge Rogers finds Apple in civil contempt. Basically, 27% commission and app restrictions violate the 2021 injunction. So with that being said, Now Epic has some type of ground to stand on because Judge Rogers came out and said that they basically violated the 2021 injunction. So anyways, now Judge Rogers ordered Apple to have no Apple commission on external payments, for one, no restrictions on developer user communication, and then referred to Apple exec for possible perjury over false testimony. That is insane. Crazy developments in this back and forth between Apple and Epic. That's why I've been because I cover the entire music and gaming industry. So I've been dying to get into this Epic versus Apple because I think this is the most exciting back and forth as far as in the gaming industry. Because obviously Apple's more of a tech company. Epic is much more into the gaming realm. But Apple is really affecting gaming in ways people don't even know. So fast forward from there. May 2025. Apple rejects Epic's new Fortnite version. And then court pressure forces approval. And with that being said, now Fortnite is slated to return to the US App Store on May 20th of this year. Of course, it's already on the App Store, but ultimately, I just want to let you know this back and forth has been going for quite some time, and these companies are forever going to hate each other. And all I'm going to say is, I never want to advocate for certain corporations just blatantly, right? Just be like, oh, I'm just going to advocate for them because they got money. But on the other hand, if you're going to choose your battles, this is phrase that's been here for the beginning of time, since the beginning of the inception of planet Earth. Now, probably not that far back, but you get the point. There's been this phrase that's been thrown around for quite some time. Choose your battles wisely. And the reason why I say that is because I'm not just saying you should fall down, be like, oh, Apple has $3 trillion, so let me just fall down. I'm just saying going against Apple in this route, getting defeated in the courtroom, coming back time and time again for appeal after appeal after appeal, to the point where the only thing they found ground to stand on was in the civil court by Judge Rogers, right? Because we're not even talking about Judge Yvonne. Where was that one at? So all the way back in 2021, Judge Yvonne Gonzalez ruled that Apple is not a monopolist, winning 9 out of the 10 claims. So since then, it's just been straight appeals. Epic really hasn't been winning like some of the major conglomerates might want you to think they are. Apple just has money to buy a whole corporation. Forget a building, forget the city, well, I guess the country would be a lot, but they could buy whole corporations if they wanted to. I'm not saying that they may be doing things behind the scenes allegedly to make things go in their favor, because of course, we want to think that the judge, that the lawyers are respectable people and can't be bought off. So that being said, Epic just been getting BTA for quite some time. And the reason why I'm diving into this is because the reports have been saying the complete opposite. They're like, oh, Epic won on this front. Epic won on this front. Like, no. As of right now, literally, Apple is demanding $73 million in legal fees. Because they're like, we won the case. They're appealing the case, but we technically won the case. We won our $73 million in legal fees.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And Epic is not coming off of it. So with that being said, they did launch Epic Games Store on iOS. So now, Apple briefly banned Epic's Swedish dev account in 2024, citing untrustworthiness. So now all type of random games are going to be played. Since you tried to buck up to us and come at us in a way that nobody has ever went at Apple before, they probably looked at the whole gaming landscape and it was like, this is the only developer that's out here acting up. You know what? BTA. And now what? Now you see what happened. Apple just doing whatever they want. So they briefly banned the Epic Swedish dev account, but they reinstated it after legal pressure. So they was like, you know what? We can't bully them too much, or they're going to start pulling the Aubrey Karen and go to the judge again. So with that being said, the main thing you need to know about the reports that Epic is winning on any stretch of the imagination, technically, they did win the whole external payments part, which is a huge part for not majority, but for a certain part of the case, it's a huge part. So as far as external payments being allowed, anti-steering being struck down, that was one of the 9 counts that they actually won. One of the 10 counts that they actually won. And Apple's control over the App Store approval remains intact. So with that being said, technically now in 2023 with Google, Epic won. So they had to team up. You know, it's like KD and Steph Curry. We can't beat LeBron. Let's just team up, mess up his legacy, things like that. You know what I'm saying? So 2023, Epic teamed up with Google, right? And won. Well, my fault. I totally misread that. It was actually it was the opposite. It was KD versus Steph. So Epic won separate case versus Google. Jury ruled Play Store practices anti-competitive. So Epic did end up winning some cases, but it just wasn't against Apple. They realized that Apple is unequivocally one of the biggest corporations we've ever seen in human history. Not even just like past 5 years, 10 years. Not in our lifetime. Well, yeah, in our lifetime, it's the greatest corporation, one of the most profitable corporations we've ever seen. I mean, everybody has an Apple product, so that should tell you something. So safe to say, with Apple, with Epic, a lot of people are reporting this in an interesting fashion. I just try to go over the actual facts of what happened, and then give my personal sentiments over it. Because if you look at it from a stakeholder standpoint, Epic is still doing phenomenal. Fortnite is still doing well. I think it's still one of the top 5 most played games on the Xbox and PlayStation platform. Actually, let me see. So as of me recording this right now, as far as as far as July 2nd, Fortnite is not on the Xbox top 10 list, but it is currently the second most played game on PlayStation. That should tell you something. It's been out for a minute. So it's super just profitable as of right now and for the foreseeable future. So I'm not going to say that they're like anything to laugh at as far as going to Apple. I'm just saying Apple having $3 trillion, Epic having like 22 billion. Is a huge discrepancy. And I think they're feeling that in a lawsuit battle because Apple has a lot of dollars to throw at things that they're not willing to throw money at as far as Epic. So to put this in layman's terms, as far as developers, you can now direct to cheaper payment options without Apple commissions. Spotify and Amazon updated their apps accordingly because they was like, hold up now. Epic may have just changed the game for us. So technically they wanted that certain aspect in that certain realm of external accounts being as far as external payment options, they won in that account, right? So now other apps are following suit. That's why this is such a big deal. You do something to the point where now Spotify and Amazon is like, hold up, they won that? So now let's change our apps and let's benefit off of external payments as far as on our site. So now that's why I'm basically letting you know how big of a deal it is. But for the most part, Apple won. I mean, as far as for consumers, you still got to pay. But at the end of the day, I mean, you have the external payment links if you want to have cheaper in-app purchases. And Epic also offered a 20% discount on V-Bucks via the web store. So they're just letting you know that we don't mess with Apple at all. We're going to give you all the incentive in the world to use our web store. But for Apple, the biggest thing they won on was the monopolist label. Because if that happened, that would have changed the landscape forever for Apple. They would have had to do a lot of consolidating actions because of them being considered a monopoly. With that being said, the App Store revenue is at risk due to loss of commission dominance, right? I don't know what that means. So then we have faces. Actually, let me just look that up. Let me see. All right. You don't know what something is? Might as well just look it up, right? So it refers to the potential threat to Apple's revenue from its App Store, which generates approximately 85 billion, goodness gracious, annually. Golly, 85 billion annually, primarily through commissions on in-app purchases and subscriptions, typically 15 to 30%. Loss of commission dominance. Oh, okay, just talking about the external stuff. Okay, that makes sense. But I'm gonna finish. So, quote, loss of commission dominance means Apple is facing challenges to control its Apple is facing challenges to its control over these fees due to regulatory and legal pressures, which could reduce its income. All right, so that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And then finally, for Apple, faces increasing regulatory pressure globally. So now that Epic has spoken up for the underdogs and they seemingly won on this tiny aspect, but obviously he's going to have a chunk into the overall revenue as Apple because of the App Store, right? So now if you can have external links, it makes it a lot harder to make that 85 billion annually. So, you know what I mean? Poor Apple for not having 85 billion. Now they may have to just settle for like 70, 65 billion. I mean, what a sad world to live in. You know what I'm saying?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Anyways, as far as the ultimate conclusion, I just want to let you know that Apple technically won on all of them except for one, like I said. And that is obviously going to chip into Apple's overall revenue and net earnings, or it's net earnings. But at the end of the day, when it comes to people reporting this, they're reporting it like Epic is just like whooping Apple in the courtroom and winning all type of cases, when that's just not the case. Like, they won this one. Yeah, they're going to lose some money because of the external links being allowed, but they won the monopolistic, is that how you say it? They won the monopolist label. And with that being said, that's a huge deal, because that would have probably cut it in half, probably more than half, if they would have been labeled a monopoly. So same thing with Roc Nation and Live Nation, the touring company. They run into the same thing, and I've covered that. If you want to hear me talk about that, just type in Live Nation Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and it should pop up. As I talked about Doja's blockbuster lawsuit against Live Nation, as when it comes to Live Nation and its subsidiary Ticketmaster, the suit alleges that Live Nation has illegally monopolized the live events industry, leading to inflated ticket prices, reduced competition, and harm to artists and fans alike. So when it comes to blockbusters, if you end up winning, it really cuts into your overall revenue, because now you got to give it away. Not give it away, but now you have to sell it. So you're now you're not considered a monopoly. But so type in Live Nation Analytic Dreamz with a Z to hear me deep dive into that. But as far as this specific topic, I think this is going to remain unfinished, because Epic is not going to let it go, and they're going to continue to appeal and appeal and appeal until the courts realize that they're not going away without a fight. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What did you think about my Apple versus Epic breakdown? What did you like? What didn't you like? What stood out to you the most? And at the end of the day, whose side are you on? Epic or Apple? Now, of course, there's a lot of things to get into when we're talking about the rapper Cardi B. But currently, she only has 2 singles out as far as the year of 2025. She has the track Higher Love, that of course is for the Smurfs movie, which I believe that movie is coming out soon. As far as the Smurfs movie release date, let me see. So the Smurfs movie is coming out July 18th for those who's wanting to watch that, right? Because Rihanna has a single for that specific movie. And then, of course, Cardi B has a track that's out now for that movie, and that came out February 21st. But, of course, a lot of people was focusing on the Rihanna track for the Smurfs movie, because Rihanna really doesn't put out music like that. And, obviously, Cardi B doesn't either. So, both of these artists being on the Smurfs soundtrack leads you to believe that they had a phenomenal budget to give both of those artists. But, yeah, so Friend of Mine by Rihanna came out May 16th for the Smurfs movie soundtrack. So anyways, the reason why I say that is because that was the first offering in 2025 from Cardi B. And then you have her second offering as far as her track with Partisan Fontaine. that came out. Oh, that actually came out before. So that came out February 7th. And then, of course, with Toot It Up and the other track, this is a PG podcast, so we're just going to call this Little Poop, right? I don't even think that's how he wanted it to be described, but of course it's PG podcast. So Partisan has another track by himself, let's just say that. But Toot It Up is the one that was going crazy, especially with Cardi B and Partisan Fontaine. So that came out February 7th. Higher Love came out February 21st. So in 6 months, Cardi B has given us 2 tracks. Why do I say that as far as the lead up in this specific segment? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's because Cardi B just came out not too long ago, as far as June 9th, and basically previewed a certain track that a lot of people been wanting and clamoring for quite some time. So this is Cardi B, and you got to deal with the Twitter level of quality, but this is Cardi B previewing the track Outside, which obviously a lot of people are attributing to be a Offset diss, right? So as you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Cardi B is previewing her track Outside. Obviously, I'm not going to play the audio because we're not trying to get copyrighted, right? So if you don't know, Outside has been previewed for quite some time now, even before this clip right here. So all the way back in, I think it was 2024 when she first released this snippet for this particular track, because as far as this was recently, right? But as far as when this track was initially revealed, it was a while ago. So I don't know the specific date, but I think it was in 2024. Because if you don't know, the track in the background of the track is basically highlighting Cardi B and Offset's relationship and lack of currently. Because if you don't know, there's a lot of things going on. And if you don't believe me, you know, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to know how many hours you would be on the toilet if you had Cardi B and fumbled her and now she's posting pictures with her new man like this. Like, this is something else. This is absolutely something else. I'm not going to lie to you. If you have a significant other and then she upgrades with a person that obviously financially is just out of your stratosphere currently, right? And she's posting these type of videos with them. It's a sad day in history. And that's why I just want to know, how many hours do you think that Offset was on the toilet? Because look at this video right here. So anyways, with that being said, Outside, I do believe is going to come out sometime soon, because apparently Cardi B actually wants to put out an album. Now, of course, she's been saying that for quite some time. Obviously, when it comes to the podcast, Notorious Mass Effect, I already covered her back in May 27th, as far as talking about how Cardi B had a whole video she put out basically saying that she's been ready to put out her album, but there's a lot of label things and the label games behind the scenes. And she basically said this is why she hasn't been putting out music so frequently, because she's so tired of the overall marketing and strategies that have to be put in place before she can release music. So back when I talked about her Messy, that's what the alleged title of the new album is. Obviously, that's not confirmed, but when I was covering that album, I was talking about how Messy was seemingly going to get into her lack of a relationship with Offset currently, because they've been married since 2017. It's 2025. They filed for divorce August 2024. So if this album comes out and capitalizes off of that, some would say that it will shape up to be a great sequel for Invasion of Privacy, because now she has, I mean, it's already been a minute, right? Didn't Invasion of Privacy come out in like 2018, well, April 6th, 2018 to be exact. Invasion of Privacy came out, which I think it's a phenomenal album. But when it comes to Messy, she has a lot of substance and material to get into, to the point where I believe Cardi B could end up making her own version of what Beyonce did with Lemonade. Now, before y'all kill me, right? Because right now y'all probably thinking to yourself, I know you ain't just say that Cardi B could make a Beyonce level album. Of course, that's not what I'm saying. I'm basically saying that the substance and the overall message that she's going to be getting through to her music, she could become SZA slash Lemonade Beyonce version of, she could be a mashup of those particular artists, because of course SZA is already known for her toxicity throughout her whole discography. But then you have Beyonce, specifically with Lemonade, that she was going at surgically pinpointing certain things, going at Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z. That made a lot of people believe that Becky with the good hair was a real thing, because she said it on her album, right? So a lot of things that Cardi B is going to say on this upcoming album off of this Outside single that hasn't even been released yet. And if you don't know, there's 2 singles out from Cardi B that was put out in February. None of them charted, right? I think the Tooted Up charted for a little bit and then fell off, because I remember covering that track, but I think I covered it exactly when it came out, so I didn't cover any of the sales, but I basically gave you the background as far as that particular track. The end of what you really need to know is this: Offset stomach is going to be going through a very tumultuous time, right? His stomach, the movement of things in his stomach is going to be flipped upside down, because the things that he's about to be put through and that he's about to experience is about to be undescribable. It's going to be one of the main reasons why they always say that if you're in the public light, just always know it could come back to bite you. And now, of course, who said that? Me. As far as, old fable or old phrase that was going around for quite some time. No, I just made that up completely. But y'all get what I'm saying, right? So, with that being said, Cardi B, Offset is going to be going through a lot of things, especially in the foreseeable future, because this particular album is going to be received positively, in my opinion, right? It hasn't even came out yet, but I already know Shade Room and more is just going to be calling this the greatest thing since sliced bread. So Offset has 2 options. Either he can ignore it, or he could pull a Kendrick and Drake and go track for track. You release Outside, I could release Inside. You release, let's just, for hypothetical, let's just give a fictional scenario. So Cardi B releases a song talking about how Offset was cheating publicly, right? Offset could release a song talking about certain things that she was doing publicly. It could be a real back and forth, or Offset could just completely ignore it, which I think Offset should just ignore it, especially, not to get on a morbid note, but especially how the Migos fell out. A lot of people said that Offset was the main reason for that. And if you don't believe me, Quavo and Takeoff literally made future albums after that. Who was the one not being with the group as far as making music with them? It was Unconfused, and somebody was missing. It was Offset. So after that breakup, and now we see Cardi B and Offset, who've been married since 2017, and now the way that Cardi B is going at Offset, especially for the upcoming rollout for her album, some would say that Offset is doing something to make him the outlier as far as the problem every single time in these equations. So anyways, with that being said, that's basically all I wanted to say for Cardi B. I can't wait for this album. I really can't wait for this track. If y'all don't know, there's a line in this track that's very, very surgical as far as the substance matter, right? Because what she's saying, she literally, I wonder if I could bring it up right quick. So Cardi B, Cardi B, Outside, Genius, right? So she has a line in this track which is just crazy, and I know Offset heard this and immediately went to go sit on the toilet. But anyways, Cardi B basically said, good for nothing, low down, dirty dog. I'm convinced next time you see your mama, tell her she raised her.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop, like, what's going on?
Well, let's see. Go wrong for wrong. Let's go lick for lick. If I can handle that, let me see you handle this. Do you how you do me? Bet you won't speak again, or bet we won't speak again. Favorite player from your favorite team? He in my DM.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
See, when your significant other can play like this, it's a very unfair game. And thoughts and prayers for Offset's mental, because it's gonna be tested. That's simply it. You know, I can't put it any clearer. You know, the most egregious things that's about to happen on this album lyrically is going to be kicked off by this single, because she is talking on this outside track. This track is not even on DSPs, and people are already saying that it's one of the best tracks of the summer. Mind you, it's titled Outside. Y'all already know what the whole ideology is for when the summer comes around, right? So Cardi B putting out a track titled Outside, talking about certain things, talking about we could go lick for lick, favorite player from your favorite team, he in my DM. Meanwhile, she posting on her gram like this. Ladies and gentlemen.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So with that being said, I don't want to make this too long. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Cardi B's scathing Offset diss as far as Outside coming soon? And at the end of the day, do you think that Cardi B is going to drop her version of what Beyonce did with Lemonade? Now, here I am, enjoying my Juneteenth with family. And then come to realize that not only was there a kerfuffle bubbling up in the black community, but it was from one of the greatest hip-hop hip-hop couples of all time. And hip-hop culture. You know, shout out to the Migos with their whole run that was Migos 1, 2, and 3. But anyways, the reason why I say that is because Offset has a new track titled Bodies. Now, I do believe when it comes to Offset being more of a swag rapper, you can't really make a diss track at all. It's not in your lane. You can't become a lyrical rapper overnight. So a bar here and there about people wanting smoke and then them or just the masses attributing that to Stephon Diggs, I just find beyond hilarious. Because really, this is just how Offset raps. Like, he just raps like this in general. I mean, what Migos rap have you heard that didn't talk about killing somebody? I mean, now everybody's like, oh, he's dissing Stephon Diggs. I'm like, hold up now. I'm looking at the whole Migos discography. And if that's the case, Stephon been getting dissed. Stephon been getting dissed before he got to the NFL. So anyways, the reason why I say that is because Cardi B is the one that's ultimately battling it out with Offset. I've already covered Outside by Cardi B, so if you want an in-depth coverage of that, just type in Cardi B, Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and my coverage should pop up. But as far as Bodies and the quality level of the track, I think he definitely knew what he was doing, putting this track out at the same time that Cardi B put out Outside. It's almost as if they're both signed to something that could inform one another when the release date could have been. So now this whole kerfuffle has bubbled up to a head where now we have Offset versus Cardi B. On one side, you have Cardi B and Stephon Diggs with their track Outside. Obviously, Stephon's not on the track, but it makes it even better because when Cardi B says she's outside, you go to IG and you see who's behind her as far as Stephon Diggs doing you know what. Then you come to realize it puts a lot more credence on that specific track. I always say when it comes to being an artist, if people believe your story, the track that attaches to that story is that much more high quality as far as compared to other tracks. Because now people believe your story, you're rapping about your story. People want to play outside while outside because now they believe your entire persona. Not to say they didn't believe you in the past, but now seeing the Cardi B and Stephon Diggs photos, I mean, goodness. As a man in society, that has to make your stomach do an indefinite amount of cartwheels. And especially, don't even go to the toilet after you see those type of videos. I mean, it's just, goodness gracious, like, God be with us all. But anyways, Offset, he has a track titled Bodies, and I think this is a great strategy. I think I said this when covering Cardi B's Outside track. I think Offset should either ignore it or use it as a marketing promotion and go at it like Kendrick versus Drake. And seemingly, he's doing exactly what I was saying. put out a track the same day that Cardi B puts it out. Even if she crushes you in numbers, people are at least going to check it out. Because now, instead of, oh, have you heard that new track from Cardi? Now the conversation is, oh, have you heard Cardi and Offset's disses towards each other? Now it just became a whole battle, right? And both of your streams are going to increase. Now, from a baseline, without the inflation of a beef, Cardi will obviously outsell Offset. Now, legacy-wise, as far as hip-hop, Offset is much higher on the totem pole than Cardi because of his tenure with the Migos, and people forget, Cardi B been rapping for a minute. Until Offset stepped into the picture, that's when she took off. I'm not saying that he did everything. I just find it interesting. Offset gets with you. Now you get signed to QC, and then lo and behold, you just found a hit. So Offset helped out Cardi B's career a lot, which is probably why they have 3 children together. She was probably very grateful for that. With that being said, they completely hate each other now. So, that's very interesting how the tides can turn. Ain't it just very interesting how different chapters of a book can be completely different. Bodies is a very solid track. The main thing I wanted to talk about from a quality perspective from Bodies is that the vibe of the track, I think, matches the energy that's surrounding the Cardi B and Offset beef. But also, the outside track by Cardi B is also matching the energy as far as the Cardi B versus Offset beef. Because when it comes to the summer anthems, and people believe in both of y'all's stories now, the quality level has to be at a certain point, but people would give a little credence if it wasn't at that level as far as high quality. Safe to say, Bodies, Offset, and JID were putting together a phenomenal summer anthem without the world knowing. And now the world knows, because this track from start to finish is a movie. Because people who don't even know what's going on between Offset and Cardi B would say this track is fire. But now that you know what's going on and the whole fiasco that's happening right now as we speak, Bodies is 10 times more enjoyable because he's rapping about something that's going on as we speak. And it's very interesting to see how it's going to play out. That's all I wanted to say. I'm going to get more of a deep dive when I'm back in my home setup. Like I said, hanging out with the fam in Juneteenth. And black people out here acting the fool. Ain't that about it? You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't that? That's crazy. So, with Cardi B, I'm going to get into her album coverage whenever she gives more information about it. I've already covered Outside, so I'm not just going to talk about that again. My sentiments about that Offset essentially did. I talked about how Offset could ignore it or match energy for energy and go on some Drake and Kendrick type of back and forth with tracks. Because Cardi unequivocally is the bigger star right now in society. But of course, I think with cultural cachet, you will always have more than Cardi B. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Offset's track Bodies? What do you think about Outside by Cardi B? And at the end of the day, whose side are you on? Of course, before we dive into these 2 iconic artists, which is an understatement, by the way, we have to acknowledge that Onika Tanya Mirage is upset.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
and before we get to the rest of that soundbite in a second, of course, I'm just laying out the facts as I am just delivering the news for the good people on earth, or the bad, depending on how you take it. But anyways, with that being said, Nicki Minaj versus Jay-Z. This has been something I've been wanting to dive in for a minute now. And of course, time and time again, I am shown that Nicki is not done with Jay-Z, aka Sean Carter. As the way that Nicki's been going at Jay-Z, if you don't know, if you haven't been on Twitter at all, the way that Nicki has went at Jay-Z for the Super Bowl halftime show, of course, her believing that he took away that opportunity from her mentor as far as Lil Wayne. Then you have Nicki dissing Jay-Z and her music, her latest release, well, not her latest release, but Lil Wayne's latest installment of the Carter 6, which was the Band from New Orleans remix, which essentially told you that Nicki Minaj has smoke for Jay-Z, basically saying in the track, or on the track, quote, NFL, fire, and this is a PG podcast, so we're just gonna say, fire some people and then call us. I wonder who that could be referring to. And then, not even to mention, the title deal, as far as her coming out, Nicki Minaj being considered, she came out and said that she was offered only $1 million with a 24-hour deadline.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
And then she also said Jay-Z owes her $9 million from the sale of Tidal. Now, we've been trying to tell you that Jay-Z will come out, he'll basically rock you to sleep, and at the end of the day, he'll backstab you like the greatest snake on earth.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
But in general, getting back to Nicki, she even cemented this even more, basically talking about the Tidal deal and her percentages that she was supposedly supposed to get from the sale of Tidal. Remember when Jay-Z literally said he was making Tidal for us and then sold it to the white man.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
But anyways, let's keep going, right? And then she also claims that Jay-Z and Roc Nation allegedly sabotaged her career, her personal life, and also used surveillance and manipulative tactics as far as shadow banning her on social media and trying to ruin her marriage.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
And then, not even to mention the ongoing trial, which I would not be getting into specifically. I'm just going to say there's a specific trial out there that you could look up on your own time. Because that specific case is very interesting in itself. Because when you look at it, and I'm trying to, choose my words carefully. But actually, let me just look this up right quick. Because, yeah, I have to make sure I get this correct. Because I'm not trying to get no type of lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? So, Roc Nation's CEO, and hold up, you know what I'm saying? Hey, let me put up the article before the vans pull up. Here, this is not me making it up, Sean Carter. Do not send nobody after me. I ain't gonna lie to you. At the end of the day, I'm just covering the good news for the people. So with that being said, Roc Nation's CEO, Desiree Perez, denies allegations in daughter's detainment lawsuit. There's a lot more you can get into with that specific story. But guess what? We're not going to do it here. So with that being said, if you was wanting to know more about that, definitely just type in Desiree Perez, Roc Nation, daughter, and then it should pop up. But with that being considered, I did want my picture though. My picture went away. Yeah, I definitely need that. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, so as far as going back to Nicki and Jay-Z, all right, we gotta cut it right there because I don't know where it's at, man. My fault. You good? Okay. All right, we're back. Okay. But as far as Jay-Z being considered and Nicki being considered, Billboard Hot 100 does not have either of those iconic artists, which does not take away from the longevity in the game of music. Because, of course, if either one of these artists put out a project, the world would be rushing to listen to it. But when it comes to the back and forth between Jay-Z and Nicki Minaj, safe to say that somebody in Sean Carter's camp has let that man know what Onika Taya Mirage has been claiming as far as the plethora of things that she accuses Jay-Z of doing to not only her, but also her mentor's career.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So essentially, I'm just going to go over it specifically. As when you have Nicki Minaj upset over the Super Bowl, it was because of Lil Wayne's exclusion, right? As far as insiders, they were saying there was a Fanatics event. Lil Wayne was told that he was going to have the Super Bowl performance. And allegedly, he was wanting to bring on certain guests. Now, who could Lil Wayne bring out on the Super Bowl halftime show? I don't know, but who's me?
But then, you know what I'm saying?
at the end of the day, when it comes to Nicki and Jay-Z, when it comes to the overall Drake and Birdman beef with Jay-Z, and Jay-Z ultimately taking that out on Lil Wayne as far as the Super Bowl halftime performance, which is Lil Wayne's hometown, mind you. You would think he would have the Super Bowl halftime show, but just so happens it was all set in stone until a couple months, or not a couple, but whenever Size 7 started his marketing campaign, and then they cut to Kendrick hosting the Super Bowl. Whole time, even when they announced the location, we just assumed as music fans, not even hip-hop. Lil Wayne's way bigger than hip-hop at this point. Music fans were just assuming that Lil Wayne was set to headline the 2025 Super Bowl halftime show. And Jay-Z took that away. So with that being said, Nicki Minaj came out and she basically said that it was spiteful and evil. And she basically posted on Twitter, quote, denying a young, hold on, let me pull this up so y'all can see this verbatim, right? Let me just type this in right quick. So let me see if I can find this. So Nicki, I think I have the quote right here. Okay, yeah. September 9th, 2024. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But Onika Tanya Mirage basically said, denying a young black man what he rightfully put into this game for no other reason but your ego. Period.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
Your hatred for Birdman, Drake, and Nicki got you punishing Lil Wayne? Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, and 3 more exclamation points?
But then, you know what I'm saying?
Lil Wayne? With a bunch of exclamation points. I can't even count that high. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
The GOAT? Nola, what's good? Eminem stood firm on having 50 Cent come out. I wonder why she's talking about Eminem and how he stood firm about him bringing somebody out for his Super Bowl halftime show. It's almost like Lil Wayne got taken off the halftime show because he wanted to bring out. But let me keep going. Eminem stood firm on having 50 Cent come out. A white man, and it's a PG podcast. Stuff is sad. Oh my goodness, that's a whole ER. Okay, I'm editing that. No. Yo, Nicki, you can't be saying stuff like that.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Nah, I mean, I know you're trying to give us the state of hip hop, but goodness, you can't be using the ER. That is insanity. I never even saw that. Am I tripping with that? Oh no, she used the whole ER. Kanye would be proud.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
All of these drops I have is for the entire podcast of me covering the music industry, mind you. This is not just for the specific topic. That's how iconic this back and forth is. I mean, just think about overall in your lifetime, 2 of the greatest hip hop artists of all time having so much beef and them being so lyrically inclined, and we've never had a rap battle. You know what a Nicki Jay-Z battle would do for the hip hop game? I know what y'all saying. You know, one time I posted a TikTok, which, you know, shout out my TikTok, Analytic Dreamz with a Z. I talked about how Nicki is the most disrespected artist at the Grammys, or just in Grammy history, right? Just the most disrespected artist ever. I don't care what artist you claim has more accolades than Nicki, that doesn't have the amount of nominations that that artist should have at the Grammys, but Nicki tops that one and then some more. As Nicki's accolades leads her to have way more nominations at the Grammys than she should that she has currently. Not even talking about her Pink Print 2 album. That was essentially, you know, it's so funny how Nicki was giving so much credence and kudos to Jay-Z making the Pink Print, right? I don't know if it was a slight. It seemed like back then when it originally happened, it wasn't a slight. It wasn't a Pink Print. It was Pink Friday 2, but she does have a Pink Print album, obviously. I mean, it's Nicki. Come on now. If you're a Nicki fan, you already know that. But Pink Friday 2, the latest installment, happened 2023. More specifically, the first version came out December 8th, 2023. The final version, which is including Gag City Pluto edition, came out January 13th, 2024. So the album in 2023 was running the chart so much to where Nicki was unequivocally one of the top rappers in the game. Not even just top female rappers, because that goes without saying. one of the top rappers in the game. So the reason why I say that is because when it comes to these two iconic artists always having issues, seemingly in the past half a decade, basically, you would think we would have had some type of rap battle. I mean, obviously we had the rap battle with Megan Thee Stallion, which you already know how that played out. And when Nicki, forget the ER, Nicki went, I mean, it's actually it's below it. But, you know, as far as the how egregious it was, the egregious levels was over 9,000, the way that Nicki went at Megan Thee Stallion. I'm just going to leave it like that. And I'm not going to say what she said, but let's just say, she basically has no filter, as you can tell with the tweet as well. I'm definitely editing that out. I got to keep saying this so I remember my future self to edit that out. I did not know she used the whole ER. That's actually insane. But anyways, she finished off the tweet by saying, but it's good for them. No loyalty, question mark. Well, these people will keep sunning you. LMFAOOOO. And then, oh my goodness, I guess that's Jamaican. I don't know what that, she went into a whole nother language. So yeah, she's upset at Jay-Z, right? And then you have, following that, the diss from Onika Tanya Mirage as far as going at Jay-Z on Lil Wayne's Carter 6. So on Carter 6, let's see if I can find this, which actually has her baby picture. That's pretty cool. The Carter 6, with the bonus track Banned from New Orleans with Nicki Minaj, is when she said NFL fire some people and then call us. As you can see right here, let me see, banned from, and then let me just, okay. So with that being said, let's pull this up one more time just to let the public see how Jay-Z, I swear there's no ER in this lyric. So with that being said, NFL. There we go. It should pull up. Okay. So Nicki said they know. Well, okay. So let me just start from the first stanza. Okay. People already fading like a barber. They know it don't decline, so they never face card her. French vanilla hazelnut in my Starbucks. Is that a pause? I guess because it's, I don't know. NFL, fire some people, then call us. So that being said, Nicki has a lot of smoke for Jay-Z right now. And Jay-Z, if you were wondering, has not responded at all. I mean, not too long ago, Jay-Z was on stage with his wife, of course, Beyonce. And they were in Paris, I believe. And with Paris, that performance had the whole crowd singing one by one, well, not one by one, singing word for word, as far as here we go. So this is Jay-Z and Beyonce on stage at the Paris show, as you can see right here. I mean, it's Twitter quality, but I swear that's Jay-Z and Beyonce in the background. But that's what the crowd looked like. Obviously, it was sold out. It was a pretty big atmosphere. And then here's another angle of the show. It's only 5 seconds, but I just want to show you different angles of Jay-Z popping out, because really it's rare that Jay-Z pops out in a musical form, simply due to the fact that I don't know if he's like, he definitely hasn't retired from music, but you could definitely tell that Jay-Z's overall stature in the game comes from his business mind. I mean, his deal with Tidal made him the first, well, not the first, but one of the few black billionaires that we have on planet Earth, right? And then you get more to Jay-Z as when it comes to his overall business acumen, his overall businesses and investments, he exceeds over 2 billion currently, as his investments are in companies like Block and Uber, which as far as the podcast is why you should definitely subscribe, rate this 5 stars. I even talked about the Block deal specifically. As October 7th, 2024, I got into how Doge had a lawsuit against Live Nation and Ticketmaster, basically saying that Live Nation has illegally monopolized the live events industry, leading to inflated ticket prices, reduced competition, and harm to artists and fans alike. So if you want to type that in, Just type DOJ Analytic Dreamz with a Z on whatever platform you listen to podcasts on, and it should pop up. So with that being said, my coverage of that specifically is out there all the way back in October 7th, 2024. Essentially, Jay-Z has his hands in a lot of pots that are allegedly very overpowering to people that he does not like, right? If he does not take kind to you, there's a lot of things in his arsenal, whether it's investments, whether it's companies like Tidal, his investments in companies like I almost said Blockbuster, like Block and Uber, his just ultimate affinity for art. I don't know why, but Nas said the thing about Jay-Z liking art and he tried to make it corny. But at the end of the day, one of the biggest things in his investments is his fine art collection for Jay-Z. So if you think about it, I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of things that Nas was saying as far as, 36 in the karate class, like Jay-Z was really out here working on his mental health. And ultimately, he did a lot of things that built up to him becoming one of the richest black people on planet Earth. Like, period. So, and then I didn't even mention him being over the entertainment factor of NFL. He serves as NFL's live music entertainment strategist through Roc Nation, overseeing major events like I already talked about as far as the 2025 Super Bowl halftime show and the previous halftime shows. I forget when it started. It started around when Kaepernick was taking a knee, because basically, let me see, when did NFL Jay-Z? Okay, so let me see what year. So 2019, goodness. 2019 is when Jay-Z and NFL signed a partnership deal, and this was around the time when Kaepernick took a knee, because I was like, that wasn't too long ago as far as Kaepernick. Let me see, Kaepernick. Let me do Kaepernick. Take a knee. Okay. Because Kaepernick took a knee in 2016. So 3 years after that, NFL was like, you know what? These black people are really boycotting us. We thought they were just talking. They brought Jay-Z in, and won't you know that NFL is right back to where it was previously before the kneel, and even better as far as Jay-Z giving us all the halftime shows that we were wanting as far as on the big stage. So they signed Jay-Z. All the black people was like, you know what? Maybe we don't need to take a knee. And then that's why Jay-Z's a billionaire. This man has overall influence, that he has some of the best top tier influence I've ever seen in human history. And I kid you not. I say throughout this entire podcast, time and time again, Jay-Z is one of the most powerful black people we have on planet Earth. It's because of his influence, and it's because of him being able to say one thing and make people believe that, no matter what the evidence suggests. So Nicki Minaj obviously had, she got fed up with it because of the Lil Wayne thing. So she went on his Carter 6. I already talked about that. Ultimately, when it comes to the title deal with Nicki and Jay-Z, that's also a big deal, because if you think about it, if her claims of Jay-Z owing her $9 million because of the sale of Tidal, if she can prove that, I don't know how, but $9 million is a lot of money. I don't think I need me to tell you that. So with the overall rebuttal that Jay-Z's team had, Nicki came out and basically said that Jay-Z's team rebutted that $9 million claim back then, way back then, not now. Way back then, basically offering her $1 million with a 24-hour deadline. They basically told y'all, hey, take it or leave it, because Jay-Z saw the $9 million amount. He saw who was asking for it, and he said to himself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Let me tell you, Jay-Z and Nicki are going to be beefing for the foreseeable future, and it's not going to end anytime soon. So Nicki said that she declined the money, and she said she received not one red penny despite promoting the platform. And then, of course, nobody from Jay-Z's camp or even Jay-Z has responded to any of these claims. And there's a bunch. So let's get to the next one. The conspiracy and sabotage allegations, as I was saying earlier, she basically said Jay-Z came out with Roc Nation and sabotaged her career and personal life, and had a lot of shadow banning type tactics as far as the social medias, had a lot of surveillance and manipulative type tactics as far as trying to ruin her marriage. And she even shared a clip, and this is from Nicki. Hold up. Sean Carter, Roc Nation, this is from Nicki Minaj. This is not from me. So anyways, the reason why I said that is because Nicki basically said and shared a clip from Damori, hopefully I'm saying her name right, Damori Hadley, which is allegedly, I'm saying allegedly for all of this, a estranged daughter of Roc Nation CEO Desiree Perez, claiming that Roc Nation tried to target Minaj's family and reputation.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And she also, talking about Nicki, we're talking about the great Nicki Minaj acting like this. She also said that she could reveal revelations of juicy, quote, like, quote, juicy, end quote, secrets.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
And then finally, she went on to literally troll Jay-Z. I don't know what type of response that she is looking for, but as far as going at a certain individual in the past, it's been like the past 2 to 3 weeks, she just been like purposely picking at him time and time and time again. I don't know what in the world it has to do with, I don't know why the time span, because if this has been going on for quite some time, then why recently has she been going at Jay-Z like this? And then I thought to myself, she's been promoting something. What has Nicki been promoting? Nicki's been promoting Station Head, which if you don't know, Station Head is a social music streaming platform where fans and artists connect and broadcast live. And Nicki Minaj frequently uses it to engage with her fan base. So, I don't know where you can hold on, let me see. Where can you listen to Station Head? Where can listen? Because I would assume by Nicki. Because I would assume that Nicki could stream anywhere with this. Oh no, it's an actual app. Okay, so it's a Station Head app on the iOS App Store or Google Play Store. Obviously, they didn't pay me. I'm just letting y'all know. And you could search for the Barb's channel with a Z. I love how that works. Anyways, the Barb's with a Z, and you can listen to Nicki Minaj's official fan station to join live streams and listening party. And then they also have, okay, this is not an ad. Y'all know where to get it. Okay, so basically, my brain went to marketing tactics. I'm like, there's no reason she should be going at Jay-Z like this recently if these problems been here for quite some time. And she basically said that on Station Head back June 22nd to 23 in 2025, well, this year, she basically went on Station Head and revealed that there is a song titled Make a Baby that will be re-releasing soon, with rumors suggesting a potential EP release. Now, take the EP with a grain of salt, but Nicki Minaj did reveal at least one track, which is titled Make a Baby, and that was just in June. So maybe, just maybe, we're getting Nicki Minaj new music quicker and sooner than you would have originally thought. And then all of this complete just bombardment of allegations towards Jay-Z, it makes sense, as people are even coming out of the woodworks and they're saying, hey, Nicki, you should sue. Jay-Z, you should sue Nicki because of what she's saying towards you. The way that Nicki is going so hard at Jay-Z, people are coming out of the woodworks and publicly asking Jay-Z to publicly respond or even respond with a lawsuit. Because as we've seen, especially with Tony Busby, which I'll also cover that in the way that he went at Jay-Z, which was insane. But let me see, when I cover that. So did I talk about that? Jay-Z legal battle. No, Jay-Z. Okay, yeah, all the way back in January 2nd of this year, I talked about Jay-Z's lawyer arguing for dismissal of the R word lawsuit, and it got dismissed with prejudice. So it ended up getting dismissed with prejudice. So Jay-Z won that, but then he doubled back and went at Tony Busby. And with that being said, Alex Spiro was Jay-Z's attorney, but was basically speaking for Jay-Z. That's essentially what the audience is wanting from Nicki, to go at Jay-Z the same way. They're wanting Jay-Z to go at Nicki with his attorney, Alex Spiro, the same way he did when it came to Tony Busby. I just don't think it's going to happen, as if Nicki actually has evidence or proof, I think that's what she's waiting for, a lawsuit. So then she could be like, and give it out to the world. You know what I mean? She could basically finally let y'all know.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So that being said, that's my entire coverage of the back and forth between Nicki and Jay-Z. I'm pretty sure Jay-Z fans and Nicki fans alike are beefing just like Drake and Kendrick fans, because let's just say the allegations that Nicki is throwing Jay-Z's way, especially with the Desiree Perez, but I ain't gonna touch that one. It's pretty heavy stuff that Nicki is alleging towards Jay-Z. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Nicki bombardment of allegations thrown towards Jay-Z? And do you think that Jay-Z should respond? Getting into that overview for episode 150, of course, starting with Pusha T and how he just ultimately went at Travis Scott in a way that, of course, I co-sign, because y'all already know my thoughts on Travis Scott and the whole Astroworld fiasco. All I gotta say is Arkansas was on to something when they arrested that man and he pleaded guilty to inciting a riot. All I'm gonna say is they was on to something. And my specific coverage of that you just heard, obviously it led up to the whole fiasco of Astroworld, because it kept happening time and time again. And then the travesty happened, and then the apology we got was so lackluster that is why I forever stay on Jacquees Webster's head.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
oh, hold up, pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I just thought about that. That's also a pause. But, you know, with that being said, Pusha T also talked about how Kendrick Lamar's verse was taken off of Chains and Whips by his label that he bought himself out of, as far as the major label deal. And ultimately, I think he was clout chasing, because you can't convince me otherwise. I mean, Drake is my favorite artist, but at the end of the day, if you're having a fallout with Def Jam and it's because of a Kendrick verse, and then you later say it was because of a Trump line, leading everybody to believe it was because of Drake, because you literally said, oh, I had to buy myself out of the deal because they wanted me to take off the Kendrick verse because I'm under UMG. And then that leads a lot of people to think that Drake was because of that. And you come to realize it happened way in the past, as far as them wanting Kendrick's line to be changed. And then he came out, Pusha T came out himself and clarified they wanted the verse off because of the Trump line. It had nothing to do with Drake. So the whole time, Pusha T's out here using Drake and Travis Scott as an album rollout for the Clips upcoming album, Let God Sort Them Out, which if you don't know, the Clips is Pusha T and Malice. So their upcoming album, Let God Sort Them Out, is coming out July 11th of this year. And essentially, he just used some of the biggest artists in the world for his rollout. So I ain't mad at it. I mean, get it how you live, I guess. So anyways, then, unfortunately, like I just said, Drake's my favorite artist, but we had to get into Drake and his ultimate, just the ultimate betrayal to Drake, as Side 7 literally had Toronto, Ontario chanting "One More Time" and a whole entire stadium. The Toronto's Rogers Center and Toronto, Ontario was chanting "One More Time," time and time again, to the point where I was thinking to myself.
but then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And not only did he have them chanting "One More Time," not only did he sell out a stadium, but it was back to back from June 12th to June 13th. Sad day in history. So he had to go on the cover, as you see right here, as he just pulled off the unthinkable. I did not think he would be able to pull this off in Toronto, Ontario, and he did it with the smoothness. Pause.
You guys.
But at the end of the day, he basically showed how he can go to Toronto, call Drake a pedophile, and nothing will happen. Now, if Drake went to LA and said that Dave Free was Kendrick's kid's daddy, all I'm going to say is it'll be a sad day in history for Aubrey Graham fans out there. So I would not advise Drake to reciprocate this strategy. I don't think you could pull it off, right? Because I was thinking to myself, at the time of me recording this, Drake was riding through Toronto, Ontario, promoting Iceman. And all I was thinking is, if he really wanted to take it there, he could have been riding through another place. But we do like Drake on this earth, so let's just leave it at that. With that being said, let's get into Lizzo. So Lizzo, she had a surprise project. And no, she's not singing. That's the first thing you're probably thinking to yourself. She's probably out there hitting all type of falsettos, right? No, she released a whole surprise project, and it was just straight raps. And ultimately, my coverage of Lizzo is surprisingly blowing up. I didn't know a lot of people were in the was in the Lizzo, and just my coverage of her like that. So, because I believe I've covered Lizzo in the past. I had a whole fly in my face. What in the world? So many hours of doing this, days and stuff, 10,000 hours, and that's the first time I just had a fly just fly in my face. I wonder if y'all saw that. But anyways, let me take off. I'm just gonna keep this on. So Lizzo, ultimately, I covered her the first time when I covered her in SZA's track Special, all the way back in February 10, 2023. I talked, and in the current segment for the episode, I talked about how Lizzo and SZA's relationship goes all the way back to, like, I think 2012, 2010, something like that. Basically, it's not a fake relationship. They just been doing their own thing. So it's nice to see them pairing back up for her latest album. But I've been covering Lizzo for a while, and checking my analytics, all of them have done tremendously. So I think people just like when I cover Lizzo. So that's pretty cool. I guess people don't really deep dive into Lizzo's lyrics like I was doing, because she had some bars, and then it was definitely a surprise mixtape. Not only for the fact that it was an actual surprise, but for the fact that it was a surprise as far as her rapping. But anyways, then we transitioned from music into the industry news as I got into Nintendo Switch 2 and how it's just dominating as far as sales, to the point where it is currently the fastest selling console. And of course, it's the only console to come out this year. But as far as the comparisons, as far as the first 7 days, it surpassed a humongous milestone as it had 3.5 million units globally in 4 days. Let me repeat that. 3.5 million units from the Nintendo Switch 2 in 4 days. Ladies and gentlemen.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think that myself. Like, what is going on, to the point where the drop the price movement is one of the worst movements in gaming history. Martin Luther King would be ashamed. So that being said, then we transition to music versus AI, as that's a huge conversation. I think, call me tinfoil hat, a conspiracy theorist. I do believe music has a lot to do, AI has a lot to do with a lot of these layoffs in the industry. AI is getting to a point where it has evolved into being able to do complex tasks very efficiently. And I think that's why a lot of people are getting laid off. So I dive into that. And of course, that's part of the industry section that you just heard. And of course, when it comes to the gaming section, we got into Liza P, and specifically Liza P Overture. I don't think I said that in the intro. Liza P Overture. So a lot of people are probably wondering, why are you talking about Liza P? It came out like a while ago. We're talking about the DLC. So it's a prequel to Liza P. So if you was wondering, it is a Souls-like. It was released June 6th. It's a prequel to the original Liza P, and it's about 12 to 25 hours of content. Hit number 6 on Steam's bestsellers, and ultimately I just unpacked a lot of the review and sales roundups of Liza P Overture. And then when it comes to that, we had to talk. It wasn't even for the quality. This is the first time I had to talk about something because of how atrocious it was. It was really a significant change in the gaming industry, as Cyberpunk can finally have another studio hold their beer. Well, no, actually, it's flip-flop. MindsEye developers finally told Cyberpunk to hold their beer, as they went out and had one of the most abysmal, straight-up diabolical releases we've ever seen in the gaming history. As not only were people falling through the map, game breaking, literally glitching out, completely messing up certain setups, but ultimately had one of the worst launches of all time, to the point where Build a Rocket Boy, the developers of MindsEye, let over 100 employees go.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Looking at the state of gaming, the ex-Rockstar president thought he could make another GTA clone and found out the people just don't like it. Sad day in history. So anyways, MindsEye had one of the worst launches in gaming history, like of all time. So I had to cover that because, at first I wasn't, but I was like, bro, I kept seeing like glitches galore from the game, to the point where it was really to the Cyberpunk level. It just wasn't as good. Like the foundations wasn't even close. If you look at Cyberpunk now, and I stand by, it's one of the, as of right now, bugs fixed, everything. It's one of the best games of all time. It's because people came out and said, the foundation's solid. It's just a lot of bugs. MindsEye, they say the foundation's terrible and the game's still a buggy mess. So it's just one of the worst launches we've ever seen. Then we got into Elden Ring Nightreign, talked about how it surpassed 3.5 million sales in itself, and it definitely showcased how Elden Ring, the IP, is here to stay as the roguelike, Souls-like hybrid, up to 3 players co-op, produced by, of course, From Software. It was phenomenal, and just showcase how they just have a lot of different W's under their belt, as Armored Core, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, and then now Elden Ring Nightreign. I mean, From Software is really showcasing that they know how to make a Souls-like no matter what the mode is. So shout out to them for making a successful roguelike, really a battle royale, not battle royale, but like more like a roguelike type of game. Then we transition to Death Stranding 2, as that specific game is also doing well, to the point where there was sales. It was notes that it was going over Mario Kart World. So as far as topping the sales charts, it beat out Mario in world sales, which is a huge accomplishment, as far as Death Stranding 2 overtaking Mario Kart World in UK sales for the #1 spot, and then beats Mario Kart globally as far as number first overall in sales. So shout out to Death Stranding 2. Shout out to the director's cut, which I went over that as far as the intro and talking about the top games affecting the masses. But then we got into transition from that. Oh yeah, also shameless plug. My gameplay of that is out now. Just type in Death Stranding Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and my gameplay should pop up on whatever platform you listen to podcasts on. But if you want to watch the video version, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Let's just say my gameplay of Death Stranding 2, I really felt like I was in the trenches of UPS. Let's just put it like that. So anyways, then we got into Naraka Blade, which when it comes to Naraka Bladepoint and my coverage of that, I basically was just a review and sales roundup. I did talk about the longevity of the game, as it has over 20 million players as far as the lifetime of the specific game, and it gets its claim to fame over a rock paper scissors type of combat. And ultimately, when it comes to the developers of Wuxia, and it comes to the overall cross-platform success, because it went on to cross over to PC, Xbox, and PS5, but ultimately it's a mobile game. And because of it being so popular, they made a port for consoles, which should show you what type of bread they're bringing in, because mobile games, I do not think even comes close to a console game budget. So Naraka Bladepoint was a huge success. So I went over the sales and review roundups of that. Then we got into Crystal of Atlan, which also is a mobile game. As with this specific game, this is only a mobile game, as it's a free-to-play Magic Punk MMO ARPG launched in May 28th of this year. And I covered this because, of course, I love putting immense respect on the mobile gaming community, because some people forget how much of a huge impact it has on the gaming industry as far as a revenue and a quarterly fiscal report perspective. So I just wanted to cover it and talk about how in the lifetime of this game coming out, well, not lifetime, the lifetime of this game being short. And because it just came out, let me see, Atlan release date. So it just came out May 28th of this year. It's up against a lot of games that came out like 5 to 10 years ago. So when it comes to Crystal of Atlan and just ultimately showcasing how it's one of the hottest games in the world mobilely, I wanted to convey that point, and I think I did, as I talked about it having over 500,000 plus downloads. It also has a One Punch Man crossover, and you already know, if you see a huge IP like One Punch Man going over the Crystal of Atlan, like we've seen with Marvel running over to Fortnite, you can kind of tell what's hot and what's not based on the huge collaborations they get. So that being said, then we transitioned and got into Mario Kart. And I mean, what haven't I said about Mario that I could say now? I mean, just the credit is just through the roof when it comes to me and Notorious Mass Effect putting immense respect on the savior. I'm talking about this ultimate savior of gaming. Mario is the greatest gaming character of all time. So that being said, getting into Mario Kart World specifically, it is the top-selling game for Nintendo Switch, surpassing a huge milestone, as when it comes to sales is even close to the Nintendo Switch 2 sales, as it sold over 3 million. Of course, I got into the overall mechanics of Mario Kart World, and I just put a lot of respect on Mario's name. I went into the whole history of how Mario saved gaming, because a lot of people think I just be talking. I'm not going to reiterate it here. You got to go watch that segment specifically. But yeah, Mario is just the ultimate GOAT in gaming, and probably is the GOAT. You know how people talk about MJ in basketball, Tom Brady in football? That's Mario for gaming, and that's the highest compliment I could ever give a character. So then we transition from that into a little bit of drama, as Epic versus Apple had one of my favorite type of back and forths. Billionaire beef, trillionaire beef in Apple's case is my favorite, as all of the smoke and mirrors are revealed in nasty courtroom battles between huge conglomerates, as Epic basically came out and accused Apple of having anti-competitive practices. And I went over the whole timeline of the court back and forth, and ultimately how Apple came out on the winning side a lot of times, but there was this one specific one that Epic came out on that's definitely going to shape the industry, for the gaming industry, for the better. So listen to that segment to hear my deep dive on that. But then we got into some music beef, as Offset and Cardi. When I tell y'all, man, news just broke that Cardi B and Stephon Diggs broke up. Literally, as I'm recording this, I saw news that Cardi B and Stephon Diggs broke up. Now, of course, if there's not music attached to it, I could care less. I try to just cover the music and that's it. But with the rollout being Offset versus Cardi B, if you're not familiar, Cardi B is set to have a currently is a top 10 track in the world, as far as outside being a single for her upcoming album, Am I the Problem, set to release September 19th, 2025. Offset tried to rain on her parade, not literally, but try to rain on her parade, as he put out a straight heater of a track. He just doesn't. Offset doesn't have 1/10 of the celebrity status that Cardi B has, but you know, I still put immense respect on his name to say that he still has more cultural cachet, especially in hip hop. And if you say otherwise, then you just don't know how Cardi B came to where she was as far as the status. Now, obviously, she took it after, but Cardi B's been trying to rap for a minute, and it wasn't until she got with Offset, until she got under P from QC, the label, that she started to blow up. And if you don't believe me, look at Bodak Yellow, and look at when Offset and Cardi B got together. So that being said, that back and forth was very nasty, as far as a lot of stuff I didn't cover, as far as what Cardi B was saying to Offset, what Offset was saying to Cardi. But ultimately, covering the outside track, I had to get into the drama, as that added to why Offset was dropping Bodies with featuring JID as well. And honestly, I think Bodies is the better track, but of course you go to the charts. Outside is the top 10 track in the world. I don't even think Offset and JID's track charted at all, which should show you the discrepancy as far as the celebrity status of Cardi B And then no disrespect, but the celebrity status of Offset is just levels to this. But I believe Offset should forever get a founder's fee. The same way I think about Lil Wayne and Drake. Drake obviously surpassed Lil Wayne in celebrity status. Drake should always pay kudos to Lil Wayne. I think it's the same with Cardi B and Offset. If you don't, then you just don't know the history of Offset and Cardi B. So anyways, Nicki's the last one I got into, as when it comes to Nicki Minaj and Jay-Z, safe to say, Nicki had a lot to say when it came to her back and forth with Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z. She talked about the Super Bowl halftime show with him snaking Lil Wayne. She talked about, well, she actually rapped on the Band from New Orleans remix off of the Carter 6 by Lil Wayne, of course, and said, quote, NFL fire some people, PG podcast, NFL fire some people and then call us. The title deal, she went into that claiming that Jay-Z owes her $9 million.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
And then she also said that Jay-Z and Roc Nation have conspired and have got together to basically sabotage her career by shadow banning her social media accounts and surveillance and manipulative tactics to ruin her marriage.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of things Nicki is saying towards Jay-Z right now. And then she also talked about the case that Desiree Perez, the CEO of Roc Nation, is going through. But because I enjoy living, and I'm not going to go into the specifics, but all I'm going to say is Onika Tanya Mirage, not me, Onika Tanya Mirage said and shared a clip of Damori Hadley, an estranged daughter of Roc Nation CEO Desiree Perez, claiming that Roc Nation tried to target Minaj's family and reputation.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, that is how we ended the episode. Safe to say, episode 150 was one for the record books. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to episode 149, you know, it was definitely a different structure, as I was really just promoting a vlog, because, you know, the amount of time it took me to edit the vlog, put up the vlog, I was basically like, I'm pretty sure people would be okay if this is just majority of the episode. So episode 149, as you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But essentially, episode 149 was just a DreamCon vlog with some music and gaming coverage in it. As far as the effort I put into the DreamCon vlog, I feel rewarded, as a lot of people checked out the actual vlog. They commented, they liked, and that's the only thing I can ask for as far as people just really supporting, because I was very open with the amount of work it took to put into that vlog. And I would, try to be very, poignant and letting y'all know that if you want more stuff like this, you got to support it, because there was a lot that went into this DreamCon vlog, a lot of different moving parts. But at the end of the day, I'm happy with the final product, and this is how it came out as far as episode 149. But as far as 150, we are back in regular Notorious Mass Effect form. I am satisfied with the way the gaming side was covered, the way the music side was covered, and I think the overall combining of the two, 150 is one of my best episodes in my opinion. But with that being said, what do y'all think? So that being said, that's about it for episode 150. Obviously, it was titled Size 7. Kendrick Lamar performs Not Like Us in Toronto, Ontario. But as far as this episode coming to its conclusion, thank you for tuning in to the Notorious Mass Effect podcast, and don't be afraid to send me an email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and to keep up on my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, make sure to click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this podcast and rate this 5 stars on whatever platform you are currently listening on, as this helps me, this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect.